Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. Hey, you know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. The war on F.B.A. It can't be overlooked any longer. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Yo, you know, this very disgusting behavior, targeting us, attacking us after all we did for a bunch of different groups, it can't be overlooked. And when I got to use this platform to good to combat the BS, now that we're going to dig into what the hell is going on with the Essence Festival. What are our people being so disrespected in their homeland for? We tired of this shit. Let's get into this, y'all. We got to look into this.
And Miss Alexis, two people who have a great relationship with. For the most part, this is foolishness. Essence is a guest in our city. All of the council people up here are married. There's no way in the world that you will allow me once a year to come into your home and set precedent and rules for what goes on for you, your home, and your children. If I am a small business, let's say we're talking about Bayou Road. If I'm a restaurant and I serve Pepsi products, and Pepsi wants to come into my business where I pay taxes 365 days out of the year and wants to do business with me, that has no right. Essence has no right to tell me what to do with my business. They are overreaching. This has been 30 years. This has been 30 years of Essence, and I understand that for the past few years or so, there's been new ownership and new management. However, the things of this city have not changed for the most part when it comes down to this. Again, we have not seen the small, and when I say we, I mean the small Black and minority businesses have not seen the economic inflow and impact of this money that comes in every year, whether it is Essence, whether it is Super Bowl, Sugar Bowl, or anywhere else. And the information in this clean zone is foolishness. And I'll keep it at that. Thank you, guys. We got work. Excuse me, just for clarity, I'm not saying serving. I'm saying if I'm serving Pepsi products, that means I'm a partner with Pepsi. And if Pepsi wants to come in and partner with me to do an event, I should be able to do that. Again, because I pay taxes, I pay rent, or whether I own this or I pay a mortgage or whatever, 365 days out of the year. Not just the 7 or 8 days, maybe 2 weeks that Essence is here. They should not infringe upon my right to do business with whom I want to do business with. Understood. They do business within the quarters and within the downtown district. If let's say Esplanade Avenue is on there, I know that's on there. But if I have a restaurant on Esplanade, and again, if I'm serving Pepsi, I have a partnership with them. And if corporate contacts me and wants to do an event during the 1st through the 8th, which is also egregious, because you're not even doing business at the Dome or anything the first 2 or 3 of those days, and then you also cut off at the end when you're not even doing business at all, it's overreaching. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Understood.
Hi, my name is Amomi Dede, an actor from Nigeria, and culture means earth, motherland, Africa, originality. And culture is the essence of our being, the togetherness, the oneness, the community, the society that we're from, and we should always celebrate that. So yes, whatever it is, if you're African, go back to Africa and connect to your source. Thank you.
Essence Fest for the first time since it acknowledged ticket sales are down this year.
Chris Welty uncovers some vendors are also opting out.
Been coming since 2013, every year.
Charles Cohen just arrived from South Carolina with family and friends for Essence Fest. Aside from festivities and music, he's ready to shop.
Purchasing things from local vendors or vendors from outside of New Orleans.
Cohen's friend Gary Scott loves the laissez-faire vibe of the city, but that's not what draws him back.
Actually, I come from the food. The food down here is fantastic. I've never had such quality food in my entire life.
Across the city, Essence Fest signs hang promoting the festival with a rich history in New Orleans.
That people who come here and have a good time then come back. They might come back for just an off weekend sometime in the fall. They may come back for another festival. Essence shows them a very good time. Essence is so well put together by those who are associated with Essence itself, and the city does a great job.
Essence Fest acknowledges ticket sales are down this year, citing a variety of reasons.
But I think there's a lot happening in our world.
The bullshit. That's the
just in general. That's impacting people deciding to go places or not.
Barkud Tubman Zawalo, Essence Chief Community Officer, says some vendors are also opting out this year. Essence maintains it supports 300 local businesses, and the fest generates a multi-million-dollar economic impact.
And I think we just want to make sure that in spite of what we're all navigating, that people come and have an amazing time, because I think it's interesting times just for all of us right now.
Optimal health, because we started at the wrong place. Your foot is broken and you're over here trying to make sure your face look good, but you can't walk.
This is a scammer.
The last one is world. What does that mean? It means something really simple that is a pet peeve of mine that I'm gonna put on the table and then we're gonna shut up. All this BS about African versus US black.
You don't tell us what to say, lady.
Versus Caribbean black versus Canadian black versus Antarctica black. I don't have facts to prove that. We everywhere. Arctic black. If you allow that narrative to exist within you, you're participating in dismantling who we're supposed to be in this world, y'all.
Awesome.
Rich and I are no more, actually no less dedicated to the black community in the US than we are to the black community in Africa and in the Caribbean and in Europe. And the fact that
it's people like this who not educated. And before I got severely, adequately educated on Africa and the Caribbean, you know, it's real easy to listen to this and think it's one big black community in Africa. This is one big black community. That is a hustle or scam, and your ass will find that out real quick. You going over there. Because they not only do they break down into I'm Nigerian or I'm from South Africa, but when you go to any one of those countries, they get tribal on your motherfucking ass. They don't want to know what tribe you from. You see? So this scam, just one big black family, man, that is nonsense. That's nonsense. Like it's not big. You try to tell the whites it's one big white family. Tell that to Russia and the British people. Come on, man. No. See, everybody pissed because we starting to understand the game and the hustle. Oh, and we getting smart real quick. And it's starting to economically hurt people. And some of the boule, this woman boule, some of these boule Greek freak scammers who've been in on it the whole time, they don't speak for us.
Our descent is African and your descent might be different does not mean that we can't represent all. And we're not fighting for all. And we keep letting this narrative exist in the fucking, world. I told y'all this is me. If you were calling me, this is how it would come out, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm triggered on that in a second. Anybody can believe what they want to believe.
We the strongest. We got some of the best, and it's no disrespect because we got number love for our revolutionary brothers and sisters in the motherland, but we understand that they break down into their sections, so we just getting strong. And what they're really looking at is, oh shit, if the black Americans are gonna do that, yes, you're gonna have to sit down on our side for a second and let us get our house in order. We get the house in order. Because one thing I never understood is we always complain we're on the white man. Why the fuck are they doing what they do in their countries and the black? They got black leaders. They got black leadership. They should not be giving us any advice on certain things when they haven't cleaned their own fucking house up. I go into the school system in Africa. Their school system is written by whites. That's a fact. They need to deal with why the fuck is the colonizer writing your educational system. We can't even listen to a lot of what they're taught comes from other places. That's a fact. A lot of what they're taught. You think you're going to go to Africa and get some deep, deep African history. You are a lie. That's not going to happen because the educational systems has been rewritten. You're better off getting on the outside and helping them find their way.
What I need the world part of this to do is to proactively dismantle the part of that conversation that is about if you ain't a black, I certify you don't deserve to help make black better. Because the amount of energy that we spend, and this is honest, y'all, the amount of energy that we spend trying to mitigate around that is taking energy away from what we could be doing. When I took this job with Rich, and he knows this, and we were writing the press release, it was literally a conversation about should I put on there that I'm Kenyan or not?
See?
Dead ass. You can cut this in the video, Steph. Then I'll say it again, dead ass. Why do I have to sit there and think about if in an interview, on a stage, in a place where I'm talking about this thing that is my job, I got to be careful about saying if I'm Kenyan because somebody won't think that I can lead them because they're not from Kenya, but they're black like me.
No, you can't lead us.
That my black can't be their black and their black can't be my black. So when I say world, shut it down. Spend the energy finding what you can do. You don't got to like me. You don't even think I'm going to be successful. Just don't dismiss me because I'm Kenyan, and I won't dismiss you because you're black. And if you're around people that look like us that are feeding that narrative, tell them they can feel how they want to feel. But please, again, don't touch the silverware if that's how you feel. Because we got to eat. Why am I triggered by that? Because of the last 2 days and then the next 2 days. Do you see how beautiful it is for how we gather? Do you see what we've been able to do together unapologetically? Do you understand what this has done to fuel the way that people got to go back and be they black?
Ma'am, do you believe in lineage-based reparations? Y'all say no, we're not fucking with you.
So what would the world look like?
That's it on that. We're drawing the line on that. You say no, the hell with you.
Essence Fest. That lady got up there on that podium and she said, yes, motherland.
Can't give a damn how nobody feels. We got to survive. They gonna survive. They got gold. They got diamonds. I'll be happy for them. Ooh, we don't have none of that, and we still trying to make it. Don't be fucking hating on us. Everybody got somewhere to go. Motherfucker talk about they gonna get deported. You have a fucking homeland. Why you don't want to be? We trying to help you. We trying to help Haiti. I've been fighting hard for Haiti. You don't want to be there? What the fuck are we doing? Trying to salute to my Haitian revolutionary. But what the fuck we put so much energy in somewhere you don't want to be? You want to be here disrespecting us. And start a criminal, and that's another problem. We're tired of criminal organizations coming here from our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, in Africa. We're tired of the scamming, all that nonsense. We're trying to clean up. See, what's been happening is America is a great big scamming place to just suck the money and resources out of, and that's what the fuck they mad at. Well, you can make a lot of money acting like you us.
Africa. It came from Africa. The blankly disrespect. I don't know about y'all, but Black Americans is tired of being the bottom of the totem pole. We give you culture, you take it, you run with it. You know what I do respect about BET though? BET says Black excellence. It always do in their commercials, Black excellence. And I always wondered, like, why do they just say Black excellence? And now I understand why, because you can't intertwine the two. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I ain't never woke up and said, let me play some African music. I've listened to people from Africa who have beats and they sing as if they're Americans. You don't need no other body. But I'm not waking up just listening to no African music. The problem is everybody from every other continent literally comes to America and disrespects us. And you even got some Africans on here saying that they were taught to come over here to disrespect us. Like as if we're bugs or something. I believe that. Everybody talking about they returning home to Africa, but this is your home. Even the ancestors fought to stay here because they were never from Africa. Like, who have jollof rice and they want to have a standoff? Like, who can cook this rice better than you? Like, who does that? I never ate that and don't want to. It's just like the Chinese, how y'all go to these Vietnam nail shops and they cuss you out. Africans do the same thing. People from other countries, black people, do the same thing. And the crazy part is they don't even claim black until it's time to benefit from it. Civil rights. I just say forget the whole thing, because even though the man from the Essence Fest, you know, the CEO, he is literally from Liberia. So of course he was going to turn it into his culture for his people. But everything we have for us, everybody always takes it. Fucking sad shame. So anyway, it ended up empty. Not many of us was there. And when I think about it, without us, they don't have no energy. Stop giving all these energy. We are the culture. We are the divine. We are the energy. Something they don't have. They don't even know how to set up. Just take. You got people from the Caribbeans, no disrespect, trying to say that reparations belong to them, but okay, do it in your country. Why you got to take it from ours? The British colonies, they the ones that did this shit. We're not a part of France. If no one can respect us in our country, stay out of their restaurants, stay out of their braiding shops, stay out of their nail shops. The end. See how life can be so simple?
The problem I have with my brothers and sisters out the Caribbean is they're not overthrowing the British colonial rule. They have countries. I'm going to say this again. They have nations. Beautiful beaches, wonderful places, and they get treated like servants in their own homeland. Don't come over here disrespecting us. We're trying to help you in your homeland. They have not thrown out the teachings of the colonizer. That's the problem. I will repeat. The white man write their history books in those countries. They need to get their fucking mind right, and that's the problem. We can't no longer be led astray by nations who still are ruled and getting stepped. We do more fighting for justice in a country where all the white supremacists here. Make it make sense. They have fucking armies and all that other type of shit. Come on, bro. Nah, hell no.
Stay out of everybody establishments until they start respecting us. Don't matter what race, color, or creed you are. Amen. Amen. And the icing on the cake, the disrespect is so loud.
Within this full conversation, I think the most problematic question for me is when I'm asked, why are you going so hard for a magazine that supported Black women and didn't really speak up for Black men? To answer that, Essence Magazine was one of my best jobs, if not the best job I've ever had. I worked around the most amazing people, which happened to be mostly women, that poured into me on a daily basis. And since you want to know so much, the magazine was created by, well, it came from the brain of a Black man wanting to support the beauty vision of his mother.
What happened to Black American heritage at Essence Fest? So it's night one or night two, and there is a lot of complaints coming through, and the common consensus is the culture has shifted. It no longer feels like us. And honestly, that makes sense because the people in charge now do not value Black heritage. Essence Fest used to be known as the Cookout. It was created in 1995, created to center Black American heritage, the music, fashion, beauty, political power. It was basically like the family reunion created by Black people for Black people. Soul food, a little gospel, a little trap, NOLA. It was a culture that you felt deep in your chest. But now, not so much. It feels somewhat curated, corporatized, and it no longer feels like it centers us. The current CEO of Essence is a former DEI executive for Target. So the very thing that Black Americans are protesting, she was the center of, and now she's the center, well, she's the head, the CEO of Essence. Upon more research, I found out that she is originally from Kenya, and she moved to the US when she was about 10 years old. The point of me bringing that up is she doesn't seem like she values Black American heritage, because if she did care, the festival will still reflect the very people it was built for. And seeing as though that's not the case, I can't help but think that she does not value Black American heritage. Instead, it's become a space that uplifts everyone else aside from Black American heritage. That shift is starting to feel really intentional. Local Black vendors are being pushed out. Local creators and influencers are overlooked completely, all while being the very representation that is needed for Black-centered heritage in the South. It doesn't make any sense to me. It has slowly become a place that has been curated for optics and not community. This very thing is exactly what I was talking about in my previous videos when I asked the question, where are the Black American beauty creators? The answer is we're being pushed out of the very spaces created and centered for us. And not just pushed out of these spaces like Essence Fest, but panels, brand deals, sponsorships, media. And all of this didn't happen by accident. It has happened through leadership, branding pivots, and sponsorship deals that prioritize global Blackness. Global Blackness, a movement that often leaves out the specific culture and heritage of Black Americans. And when brands talk about inclusion but sideline the very creators who made the culture, we should all be asking if Essence no longer feels like us, who is it for?
This is a temporary restraining order issued in New Orleans on behalf of Essence Magazine that stopped Black business owners from making money during Essence Fest. Let me explain. This is Tamika and Kim. They own Lit Diaries in Atlanta. They were putting on an event in partnership with Baldwin and Company, who's owned by a brother named DJ in New Orleans, for Essence Weekend for Authors in New Orleans. Let me make a long story short. So Essence decides that they find out about this event that's happening at Baldwin and Company. They send a cease and desist letter. The parties involved respond to this letter to make it clear to Essence that we're not trying to copy anything that you guys are doing. There's no branding associated. We're independent. We're on private property, all of these things. Essence gets that letter. They still file an order with the courts. 7:30 the morning of the event, they get an order from the court that says that they cannot have their event the day of the event. And it's canceled. They can't have their event because the courts have said that this Black business, these two Black women, this Black-owned bookstore in New Orleans can't have their event, and Essence is the reason. The city council president of New Orleans issued this statement, though. Council President J.P. Morrell says, my office is aware that an event planned by a local business on private property during Essence Fest was forced to shut down due to an alleged violation of the Clean Zone Ordinance. It is completely inappropriate for any large-scale event visiting the city of New Orleans to negatively impact our local businesses with something akin to a non-compete clause. It is especially concerning that the canceled event was organized by a Black-owned business and would have showcased Black female authors on a weekend that is supposed to be dedicated to Black culture. It was never the intent of the council for any ordinance, much less the Clean Zone Ordinance, to impact private businesses hosting private events that happen to coincide with the timing of Essence Fest. Here's my truth. The Black women who are a part of creating this event, as well as DJ, the business owner in New Orleans, are people who I have an admiration and respect for because they do tremendous work for our community. It is wholly disappointing that Essence would file such a document to stop Black folks from making money in New Orleans while you're a guest in our city. As great of a guest as you are, you're still coming here. And I'm gonna be honest with you, as big of a show as Essence is, to say that you're worried about a small event at a bookstore and filing documents to stop it, it's really unfortunate. And as a guardian of Black people and a guardian of the people of this state, I feel it's my obligation to say, y'all need to rectify this. You need to reach out to these folks. This is unacceptable, and this is not what we expect from Essence. We love what you do. We appreciate all that Essence is and represents, but you gotta do right by us, not sometime, but all the time.
So this is the problem that we're having at this moment in time, and I'm seeing a lot of comments online where people want to specifically say that Black Americans are being xenophobic because it's this us versus them versus us, and all this other type of stuff. We're pointing out the fact, Black Americans are pointing out the fact that we started Essence. This was started back in 1995, like in the 90s. Nobody around the planet was talking about, oh yeah, let's do a festival to showcase this. No, nobody was talking about that. Nobody was worried about it. Black Americans specifically cut out and made something for themselves. And from that, it was able to highlight Black American culture, everything that we are, everything that we have done, accomplishments past, future, and present, has been able to honor a lot of our great ones, a lot of our greatness and ideals and all of this other type of stuff. And then on the tail end, it also highlighted some others directly out there from who are in the Caribbean, who are, maybe somewhere in South America, some others out there that may be African, or somebody that may be in the UK, right? On the tail end, that's what it did. But the home directly deals with Black Americans, and their home at this moment in time is being disrespected. As this video would have been actually a lot longer if I would have added in the other videos that I had, but I wanted to, shorten it. I didn't want to keep y'all here that long, right? And while going through online, I did not know that the Essence Festival was putting in a cease and desist when it dealt with Black American businesses, where they felt as though that the local businesses there were encroaching on what it is that they were doing. You're a guest. You Essence Festival, just like the Black gentleman said at the meeting, you are a guest. But yet, even as a guest, you are telling people what it is that they're able to do in their own homes. You're coming as a guest and you're directing people and telling them you can do this and you can't do that and all this other. Like, I've never seen any type of foolishness like this in my life. Never seen any type of foolishness like this in my life, but yet here we are. This is the thanks that Black Americans get when it is that we create something. And just maybe we might want to try to share it with other people. But the moment in time that Black Americans decide that we want to open our doors and we want to, share and have people at the table, people want to start taking over the table. People want to start taking over the chairs. People want to start making room for their own people and then pushing out Black Americans. And yet online, you guys want to roll through and try to call us xenophobic because we're calling y'all out on what it is that y'all doing. The exact same thing that I complained about when it dealt with the video or two ago that I gave you guys, where it talked about a Mexican immigrant who was stating that he's a 10-time felon, but he's still able to get a job. And what's the problem with Hispanics or Mexicans just hiring themselves? That's not stopping you from da-da-da-da and all this other. No, actually it is. Just like when it deals with Essence. You got everybody else that is running Essence that is not Black American. Essence is basically a spirit. It is a culture. It is a energy. It is a vibe. It is something that transcends time. And now that's lost because the soul is not there anymore. The moment in time that Essence moved on from its original title to some pan African diaspora type of thing, that's the moment in time that everything was lost. That's the moment in time that everything started to shift. And going back to, and I made sure to put that one video in there where the Black gentleman was stating that Essence, and I didn't know this, out of all of the times that I've seen Essence magazines directly in my home, I did not know that Essence was started by way of a Black man just wanting to honor his mother. It's crazy that it's just now, in a sense, being highlighted like that. Because also within this, there's a lot of instances online where a lot of people would like to say that, Black men don't build anything for Black women. We don't do anything to honor and respect and value Black women. Essence is that. That's what it originally was. And look what it is now. It has nothing to do with what it was originally there to honor. You have everybody else in their agendas mixing in and trying to say that, oh, all of us have this culture that intertwines. No, we don't. Let's not do that. We are not doing that. We are not doing that. And the reason why I state that is because I've said for a variety of years that the moment in time that it starts getting closer and closer, that it seems that it seems likely that Black Americans may be able to get a little bit of something, this is when everybody's going to try to claim that they're Black. This is when everybody want to try to gather around and pull the wagons and act like they were real protectors and guardians, like they've always been there, believed and pushed forward and pedestalized and celebrated and all this other type of stuff about Black America. And they weren't. They haven't. They never did. But the moment in time that people can just so happen to smell money, that's when people want to start showing up. So I want to remind a lot of Black Americans again that we have a buying spending power somewhere rather of about 1.4 to 1.8 trillion dollars. Pretty high. pretty high.
That's what they want to roach on.
And you have a lot of these individuals specifically out there who are trained to tailor their type of point of view in order to look at the playing field and to figure out how it is that they can tap directly into that money by any means necessary. So if the heads of Essence or the ones running it are not Black American, what does that then mean? They're going to try to tap into Black America's money in order to lay the groundwork for what it is that they want to specifically do, and they're going to build directly off of that, right? So again, Black Americans are laying the groundwork, built the home of which this is being housed, but yet we are not shown. We're not going to be credited. We're not going to be given a thanks or anything, and we're just going to be pushed directly out, and everybody's going to lay claim and say that they're the ones that did it. They're the ones that made it hot. They're the ones that kept it going. They're the ones that raised it from the ashes like a phoenix. Like I said, there's going to be a whole bunch of craziness, and again, these are the same groups and the same people directly out here who come through and say that Black Americans don't have a culture. We don't move. We don't create anything. Nobody's paying attention to us. We're not really the people that we think that we are, and all this other type of. But yet, look at what it is that y'all do. Why is it possible that all of these other individuals, these melanated individuals, Caribbean, Jamaican, Dominican, and all these other, and why is it possible that these people are quote unquote so great, but yet they have not substantiated something for themselves, such as Essence? Why isn't it as large? Why aren't you just on your side of the field doing what it is that you do, celebrating your people, your heritage, your traditions, your language, your religion, all of that directly on your side, right? Why aren't y'all doing that? And I know I'm going to get some people in the comments trying to say that, oh, this is very, separatist. This is like xenophobic. This is that. No, I'm pointing out the fact that a lot of people who never wanted to give Black Americans credit for anything, who said that we think highly of ourselves, we give ourselves far too much credit, that we've never contributed, that we have no type of culture, that we have no type of staying power, or we don't shift and move narratives, we don't create cultures, and nobody's really copying us because nobody really looks at Black America. It's very funny how all of these people say this, and then they come directly to our doorstep. They come directly into our homes, directly into our buildings, all for a takeover. And the other thing I want to also list, which I feel is very important for people to know, because you need to know where people specifically are and what it is that they are about. Last but not least, we have this information that should be directly in front of you, which has to do with one of the women that was speaking that you were able to see in the clip. She had two clips directly up there, and she kept saying we, and all this other type of stuff. And don't let people try to separate us. We're all Black, trying to do that flat Blackness and all this other type of stuff. And this exact same individual, as we can see, has claimed to be, it said, Caroline A. Wanga identifies as gay in an interview. I'm not sure if this is potentially her wife or not, but it's pretty interesting that they I see both melanated children directly in there, and the body language, they are pretty close, right? So it said, yes, in a recent interview, in a recent Instagram reel from Mural Arts Philadelphia, Caroline A. Wanga refers to herself as a Black queer creative. That means that she is a part of the LGBTQIA plus Alpha Rainbow Coalition. In this particular instance, she discusses how this identity has influenced her journey and her work, emphasizing the importance of authenticity and creating spaces where people can be their true selves. This is in line with her large message about finding and expressing one authentic identity, right? But other people online have basically tried to say that this is false information and that she has a husband. I don't have any images or cannot see any images of her and husband, but I see these images directly up there. So it's whatever it is that people want to believe. Whatever it is that people want to sit up there and believe. My main point of bringing this up is because you need to know who people are. You need to know what their priorities are. And you also need to know where their mind frame is and what they may want to push and put directly out there. Right. So again, I've also talked about the fact of in Black families, Black communities, we need the nuclear family. We need the men directly in the family, right, in these relationships, as the guards, as the protectors, as the leaders, and so on and so on and so on. If you have other people out there that are not of that agenda, that are not of that mind frame, then they are going to put other messages directly out there. And within that, you're going to have a variety of inclusivity that is going to take place. This is then going directly back to the fact of the whole of Essence, instead of it being a celebration of Black American excellence, music, culture, traditions, history. It is now something that is broad brushed, that is meant to celebrate the whole of the diaspora. This is why you're able to have a Jollof and a jambalaya contest at the Essence Festival. That makes no sense. I've never had Jollof ever in my life. That's not anything that was ever made in my household. I've had jambalaya before, right? Had soul food, all that stuff. All of this other type of stuff, never had it. You know, again, that has nothing to do with Black American culture. I've seen other people directly in the comment sections online talk about, well, you know, you gotta understand that the South has a connection with West Africa. I'm tired of people doing. Nah, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Like I said, Africa has a tremendous, all of Africa has a tremendous amount of problems that they need to be fixing. They got they got billions of people there. They got more than enough hands on deck to fix Africa. More than enough people. Just like when it deals with Black America, we got more than enough problems that Black Americans need to be dealing with and trying to sit up there and fix. This is no time for people to try to intertwine and intertangle everybody and everything. No, because everybody is not going to help with other people's situations. That is just a fact. That is just 100% a fact. Like I said, it wasn't that long ago that I brought you guys a video where an African woman was saying that when they come here, they come to take. They don't come to build. They don't come to add in. They don't come to uplift or anything like that. They come to take, and that is it. It don't matter where they go. They come to take. They come to take over. That's it. So like I said,
Hey man, I'll do what I do. This time we sitting this one out. With no more stepping stones and no more mules. For centuries, foundation of Black Americans have been used as the stepping stones of progress for everybody that showed up. White Americans use us to push its own moral standing and claiming to be the beacon of democracy because they put us in slavery and then let us out and still benefit from oppression. The immigrant communities, all of them, have used us to gain rights they never fought for. They've attached themselves to our struggle and then try to erase us from our history. When you go to that community with Mrs. Betty, that's a Latino community. They don't even acknowledge her and what she did. Even our own other Black communities from abroad, whether we talk about Caribbean or African, they look down on us until they have to face the very same discrimination that we've endured. Then they won't understand it. I understand you, brother, right? But now we're going to let the white and the brown population and the immigrant communities, we're going to let y'all tear yourselves apart. We will not carry this burden any longer. We will not be the foundation that others stand on while they refuse to stand with us. We will not be your mules of progress. Our role as America's savior is over. Shout out to Michael J. Let me say that again. Our role as America's savior is over. No more shields. No. We're going to let you white folks and you brown folks and you immigrant folks, wherever you be, wherever you from, we're going to let you face the consequences. We're not going to save white people from themselves anymore. You're not children. We're not going to shield brown people from the wrath of the white folk that you want to go sit up next to anyway. We're not going to do it. For far too long, foundational Black Americans have absorbed the full force of systematic injustices, while white people and brown people in their communities either benefited from our suffering or stood silent as we were brutalized. But now that era is done. White America, listen to me. My American brothers from pale mothers. You have created a system built on exclusion, greed, and racial hierarchy. You know that better than I do. Shout out to Cooley. And now you're going to have to face the consequences of the same forces you've unleashed. To my Hispanic American family, you've long ignored racism within your own communities. You've literally aligned yourselves with the worst part of whiteness, that racist part, because you thought it would benefit you. You wanted to align yourself. You wanted to be white adjacent. And see, now you feeling what happens when that whiteness no longer has anything for you or has any use for you. It's just getting rid of you. It doesn't matter how hard you work. That's a reckoning that's coming, and it's of your own making. Do you look to, don't look to us to soften that blow. It's something you're going to have to absorb. Because see, for too long, many of the Hispanic community, you try to align yourself with whiteness, and you've enjoyed the privileges, and some of you all are light enough that if you just dye your hair blonde and dye your eyebrows and get one of these English surnames, you can blend in and you can kind of get some of that white privilege. Until you're reminded that in America, whiteness is conditional. See, after we fought for civil rights, many Mexican Americans pushed to be classified as brown. See, when the Civil Rights Act in 1964, the Immigration Act, Nationality Act of 1965, shout out to Tory Jones, 1965, that opened the doors for Hispanic communities, and they suddenly became minorities. They wanted to be brown. After spending decades distancing themselves from blackness, black movements, and black folks in general. In cities across America, anti-black racism was running rampant in the Latino communities. And from housing discrimination to gang violence against black people in places like Los Angeles. And now, as brown immigrants, you're being targeted. And then, suddenly, what about this black and brown solidarity? But that betrayal ends today. We got people in our community that like, nah, we're not doing that. We feel the same way about you as we feel about the white folks. Y'all gonna have to learn on your own. We're not gonna be the foundation upon which others build their status while turning their backs on us. That includes the whites, that includes the Hispanics, that includes the Asians, and that also includes our African brothers and sisters and our Caribbean brothers and sisters. We're not going to carry the weight of your struggle while you ignore ours. You didn't think there was going to be consequences to you telling us just comply when the police beat us. just work harder when we get mistreated at our jobs. Calling us lazy and mischaracterizing who we were. And we built this whole country. Did you hear what Donald Trump said? You can't be a lazy people and build a whole country. You can't be a lazy people and have 1,780,000 millionaires and only be 44 million in the country. You can't be lazy and have 5 billionaires. You can't be lazy and turn the TV on and you are everywhere on it on the most important day of sports in American history every year, the Super Bowl. We are a beautiful people. We are hardworking people. We are wonderful people. And we have been for a long time. We are generous, we're caring, we're loving, we're not revengeful. And irrespective of that, nobody came to our aid when it was time to fight. We fought alone. We suffered alone. Black men and black women. We fought so good, white women came along and stole black women away from us and had them help them fight so they could get their rights, calling it feminism. Nevertheless, we survived alone. And when all is said and done, we're going to be fine. Let me reemphasize, we have faced the full brunt of white supremacy alone for centuries, without help from immigrants, without help from the black nations in Africa or Caribbean or whatever, without anyone. And we endured. We endured the Middle Passage. We endured chattel slavery. We endured the war on drugs, mass incarceration. We endured COINTELPRO, police violence. So do you really think now in 2025, we need anyone to survive? Nope.
Absolutely.
We don't. See, at this particular point, we're resting. Let me tell you what that means. It means it's time for black folks to look out for our own self-preservation. That's what that means. We don't have to take these licks for you. We are not the ones in the hot spot. We've learned a hard lesson. You see, our fight is always co-opted. Our victories are always dismissed. Our contributions are always erased. So now it's time for every other group to reckon with their own struggles. It's time for every other community to fight their own battles. It's time for us to reclaim our energy, our focus, and our fight for ourselves. Because we've done our part. And now it's your turn. See, the era of black Americans being the moral parents of white America and the rest of society, trying to get you to do the right thing, trying to get you out of that tantrum, trying to get you to be human and be the best part of humanity. White folks, you need to grow up and face the monster that you created. Black folks, brown folks, you need to grow up and reckon with your own internal racism that's driving away with the ally that you may have otherwise had, your anti-blackness. And you need to deal with your own self-hate. All the immigrants in America, I'm talking about my African brothers. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at my Caribbean brother, all them little islands. Y'all need to grow up too.
No exceptions.
And learn how to fight your own battles. And stop falling apart. We're done raising the world that refuses to grow. We're going to stand strong with each other, but we're not going to stand for you. We've survived the worst, and we're going to continue to endure. But when the consequences come, when the backlash arrives, I want y'all to understand something. Don't look to Black America to save you. You need to face this alone because we're done playing the role of your savior. This is Uncle D. I love you all. God bless y'all.
Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people.
And those civil rights laws was written strictly and exclusively for Black people. That's called the Slaughterhouse case of 1872. And then later on in 1879, the Saunders case said the same thing, that the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment civil rights laws were put in place to protect the ex-slaves in America, the Black population. They should not be entered by anyone else and be misused, because if you let other people use it, that's how whites come up with this thing about, if you're going to try to take back what we took from you, that's reverse discrimination. So that's why it's a joke. They have all these other groups coming here being classified as immigrants and white immigrants, and again, being able to use the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment. That was strictly for Black folk and ex-slaves. They're not ex-slaves, Native Americans, ex-slaves, Black Americans, ex-slaves. They have no entitlements at the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment of the civil rights laws. The immigration policies, the civil rights laws in this country have been misused and abused, and the primary perpetrator of that has been the United States Supreme Court. And here's what I'm saying about the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court is the guardian of racism in this country. Their primary responsibility, all the way back since they were appointed in 1803, was to be able to misuse and guard and maintain slavery and subordination of Black folk in the country. And that is in violation of the 13th and 14th Amendment. The United States Supreme Court has no right to overrule anything pertaining to Black folk in terms of rights, obligations, privileges, and reparations. They have no rights. Their rights are restricted to being in ambassadorial appointments and relieving people who have violated their oath of office in the federal government and a federal job, or in a lowercase ruling. That's it. And so Black folk need to understand and sort of reverting back and saying we're reclaiming our rights and privileges and recognition in the 13th and 14th Amendment and the civil rights laws. That's our laws, nobody else's. And cease and desist allowing anybody to come in this country saying that they have a right to the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment and the civil rights laws. Those civil rights laws have been corrupted. They were corrupted all through history. They were corrupted in the 1960s when Black folk again let everybody come in and proclaim them to be, say we're entitled, we got 14th Amendment rights. We got rights to this and that. You don't. If you're not Black, you had no rights.
So I don't know if y'all saw the recent Supreme Court ruling. I'm sorry, I'm trying to cry. But they sided with the Trump administration on nationwide injunctions, which was preventing birthright citizenship, Trump's birthright citizenship executive order from going in effect. And so essentially it's a 30-day pause before.
What the fuck is this hairpiece? I'm sorry. Look, I know y'all want to watch the video. I know y'all don't want me pausing. I know y'all hate when people pause their reaction videos. I get it. What the fuck is this though? What is that? It's not even moving with her head. It's not even moving like from it. Let's get back to the video.
Whatever guidance they put out will go in effect, which essentially means that you can't do a nationwide injunction to.
Let me go back. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Was preventing Trump's birthright citizenship executive order from going in effect. And so essentially it's a 30-day pause before whatever guidance they put out will go in effect, which essentially means that you can't do a nationwide injunction to curtail some of his executive orders, which essentially means that it puts 250,000 children. It puts 250,000 children in limbo. And we know that they don't want to stop there. They've already been trying to position to put U.S. citizens in foreign jails, which we know a lot of that will be Black and brown people.
Stop with the bullshit. First of all, okay, this whole black and brown, I need you, for Black Americans specifically, I need y'all to stop. I need y'all to stop with this black and brown stuff. Stop dilating our struggle, our fight, our lineage with other people who aren't us. Stop doing it with Africans, stop doing it with Caribbeans, and stop doing it with Latinos. Stop doing it with all of these other people. Please stop. Your plight is not theirs. They don't give a fuck about you. Stop calling yourselves the black, well, I'm the black and brown people. There is no, that's bullshit. Stop. Stop. They don't classify you when you go to their homeland. Stop classifying as them when they come to ours. Bullshit. Stop doing that shit. Let's keep going though. And then even when you're talking about citizenship for quote unquote black and brown people, you're not speaking on foundational black Americans. You were talking about African Americans. African Americans are immigrants from Africa. You're talking about Caribbean Americans. Caribbean Americans are immigrants from the Caribbean. I'm not an African American. I'm a black American. I am a foundational black American. I am American by blood, not by paperwork. There is a difference. You're not talking about us. You're talking about a certain specific set of people. So I need you to stop doing this. And this is why we need to stop this flat blackness, this whole everybody's black and everybody. No, we're not. Everybody not black. No, it's not. Get the fuck on, eat a dick. It's not. There's only one black. Only people that were classified as black. From Indian, Negro, to black, to color. We've been classified multiple different times. We are the only people, to now foundational black Americans. We are the only people that have had that classification. We are the only people who have been through that. We are the only people who had an ethnogenesis in America with mixed in with 3 different groups of people. Stop the bullshit. Everybody is not us. And this is the issue. When you dilute our race and you dilute our people to say that we're the same as these other people from a whole nother side of the world. We're the same as the Latinos. We're the same as the Caribbean. No, we're not. And that's okay. It's not a hate. It's not a disrespect. It's truth. I don't hate anybody, but I speak the truth. It's that simple. Stop doing that shit. You're not talking about me. I ain't getting deported, bitch.
Citizens in foreign jails, which we know a lot of that will be black and brown people. And the Supreme Court basically said that they can rewrite the Constitution unilaterally. So it seems the only way to protect yourself or your child, and like, I'm trying not to cry, but as a mom, it's hard to imagine you not knowing if your child is safe. Citizenship.
No, it's not. You can just go home. No, it's not. Go home. It's not hard to imagine it. You just go home.
It's like the bedrock of the Constitution. If you're born on the land of the United States of America, you're a citizen.
Yeah, and what did Trump say? What did Trump say? It was for the babies of slaves, which means foundational black American freedmen. It was for us, Negroes. It wasn't for anybody else. He said that like 3 or 4 times in that speech that he gave. He was speaking about my people. He wasn't speaking about no one else. He wasn't speaking about Europeans. He weren't speaking about Africans. He weren't speaking about Asians. He wasn't speaking about none of you people. He was speaking about my people. That's it. That's all. He wasn't speaking about Latinos either. And what he said was, this citizenship clause has been used and abused. It wasn't for y'all. So so what's happening is there's now being a delineation. This is what foundational black Americans have been fighting for. This is why we do what we do. There is now a delineation, and you cannot tell me that this citizenship shit and none of this stuff came from our push and our movement. This is what it means to be a foundational black American. There is a level of rebellion against shit that's not right and unjust. You cannot tell me that at least a part of this didn't come from us delineating. It 100% does. Even Trump delineated with us. It is what it is. It wasn't for none of y'all. And only thing that's happening is what was supposed to happen from the jump. You guys have had too much leeway. It's the same thing when it comes to financial black Americans in America in general. There has been way too much leeway. That fact that the way she's reacting right now, it's the same way that these people react, not even with rights and things like that changing. But the same way that she's reacting is exactly how people, Africans and Caribbeans act and Latinos react. And we tell them, hey, you don't need to be saying that word. You don't need to be operating like this. You don't need to be doing this. You don't need to be doing that. Because I can't do that in your homeland. It's not a disrespect. It's not a hate. I don't hate nobody. But what I do have is a boundary and a certain level of a standard that needs to be abided by based on my people, which everybody should. If I go to Nigeria, there are rules I need to abide by. If I go to the Caribbean, there are rules I need to abide by. And y'all said them because I'm in y'all's homeland. I don't get to go to your place and then think that I can uproot and do what I want. You can't do the same thing here. And the problem is, as foundational black Americans, we have done it way too long. us as freedmen. We have done it way too long, and now we are saying no, and a lot of you fucking people have an issue with it. So it's just the roosters is coming to crow. We're doing exactly what we should have been did a long time ago.
So for the court to put out this order and then not even comment on the merits, which essentially puts all us in limbo.
No, not us. You, bitch, not us. You and this bullshit ass hairstyle you got that ain't moving. It's only moving with your head and ain't even moving on its own because it ain't real. I don't know what the fuck this is, bitch. It looked like I could go and that motherfucker come off. I could just blow in that bitch and that motherfucker go off. I don't know what the fuck you got going on.
It takes years to get to the Supreme Court.
And it takes about a couple hours to go back in your homeland.
That means you can be a citizen in California, but you might not be a citizen in Texas. And we've already seen them use the National Guard to go and usurp the governor of California. And the courts have already ruled in that situation that they have the ability to usurp the governor and use the National Guard if they feel like it. And we all read that executive order where he wants to do that. So you could essentially have ICE agents going into hospitals and ripping children from their mom. No. Where does that stop?
Saya fucking Nara, take your American ass to their homeland and see how they treat you. See how much fucking they got alligator fucking Alcatraz right now. See if you take your ass to Colombia. See if you take your ass to fucking Senegal. See if you take your ass to China and see what fucking thing they got set up for your ass. You're going the fuck home. You damn near committed a war crime over there in the mother country the way they treat you over there illegally. Get the fuck out of here. You in paradise. You come to America illegally. This shit is paradise. I'm so glad birthright citizenship is getting the fuck up out of here. 500,000, what they say, 500,000 Haitians or something, and going back home. I'm so fucking glad. Go home. Have a good fucking day.
Starting with immigrants, but we know that's not their goal. The architect of all this was the Heritage Foundation, with the use of Stephen Miller, with the idea that immigrants were making the country more diverse. In order to fill that diversity, you have to essentially remove that population from the country.
If you import the third world, you become the third world. Google that.
So now it's immigrants. Next, it might be nationalized citizens. Next, it might be Black Americans.
No, bitch. Stop trying to. No, bitch. Don't try it. No, bitch. You better stop. No, you fucking bitch. It's not going to be Black Americans. It's going to be your people. It was literally for us. That's literally what Trump said in the speech. It was for babies of slaves, no one else. He's already said this. So you trying to fearmonger Black Americans to be like, oh no, they're going to send us back home. Oh no. Back home where? Where? Where's back home? Where? Where are they going to ship us to? Where? Where? We don't have citizenship nowhere else. We ain't got no paperwork. Where? Where we going to go back to? Where? It's here, bitch. Let me stop playing.
And like, the 14th Amendment was made specifically because there were a bunch of slaves that did not have a place, that weren't U.S. citizens.
So now you get it, bitch.
They had the 14th Amendment so that all people would be citizens.
No, it wasn't for all people. Let me make sure I heard her correctly. I am talking about that.
That did not have a place, that weren't U.S. citizens. So they had the 14th Amendment so that all people would be citizens. And essentially, all that's in limbo.
Yeah, it's not in limbo. It's in limbo for you immigrants. It's not for all people. You just said it from the jump before you just went into the bullshit. You just fucked up everything you said. It was essentially for slaves. That was it. That's all it was for. It was literally an amendment for us. So it wasn't for you. And now what America should have done a long time ago is now happening now. This should have already been a thing. All you people get to now go home and build up your filthy homelands. Congratulations. Now you can make a fucking toilet. Now you don't have to eat rack stew forever. Now you can actually do something to build up your homeland. Congratulations. You should be happy. You should be thanking Trump that you get to go back home and you don't have to only eat mosquito salads. Now you can actually do things, and now you can actually say, hey, you know what? I learned this in America. Let's try to do this because it works. Maybe we should try to do some uprising like the Black Americans did. Maybe we should try to do some things like the Black Americans did. Maybe we should try to add this into our system. Maybe we should fix our healthcare system. Maybe we should fix our economy. Maybe we should fix our financials. Maybe we should fix everything that got going on in our bullshit ass homeland. Maybe we should do that. I don't know. Maybe just thought. Maybe you should change that hairstyle too.
as well as all of the other nationwide injunctions that we're putting against the Trump administration are now in limbo. The only option, it seems now, is to have a class action lawsuit, which takes a long time to farm, and you literally would have to have your name on that lawsuit to have any kind of form of protection. And there's no telling that the Trump administration won't argue that that class action lawsuit, that class, isn't illegal. Because let's say if you're not a legal citizen here, then what's preventing them from saying that you don't also benefit from our laws and the ability to have class action lawsuits? I'm so sorry I did this crime. Like I just can't imagine.
Don't be sorry, ho. Be careful. If you Black American, you know what I'm talking about.
This is the reason why it goes back to, like, I don't understand why we can't have bold leadership in the Democratic Party.
You don't have leadership in the Democratic Party. I got a bunch of homosexuals. You got a bunch of people who care about immigrants more than anything else. The Democratic Party would be a better place if y'all actually cared about American citizens, but y'all don't. The Democratic Party cares about everywhere else but America. So that's your own fault. You don't got no leadership. Everybody a homosexual that want to get plunged from the inside. And that's why the Democratic Party is fucked up now.
Do you see how far Republicans are willing to go?
They're not going far enough, to be honest. They need to stop immigration fully, meaning none of you people should be allowed in America. They should close the borders 100%. Trump should put a ban on every single country in the world until we get some shit in order in America. That's what I think personally, but I'm too radical.
You don't have anybody on our side that is willing to go this far to protect rights. To protect rights. These people are going so far to rip away rights. Why don't we have any kind of leadership that is coming out to protect rights? Why not?
Because y'all are delusional, that's why.
So what y'all think about all this in the comments. Again, I apologize for all the crime. I did not mean to do that. It's just that I wanted to make this video to make sure other people are aware that essentially the Supreme Court has sided with Donald Trump, and in 30 days, everything just falls in limbo when it comes to birthright citizenship. Citizens, United States citizens, Black people, white people, we're not safe in this country because it starts with the immigrant. Then where does it go? We all know this story. It starts with one group to see how you will accept it. Then they next target the next group. Then they target the next group. Then they target the next group. But like I said, y'all tell me what y'all think about all this in the comments, and I'll see you on the next one.
This bitch is a fucking idiot. Oh, man.
If Trump snatch up, say, 100 African Americans and deport them to Sudan or Libya or Nicaragua or El Salvador or wherever, those people are gone. They're out of the country. They're God knows wherever. And so let's say one of their family members file a lawsuit on their behalf.
Let me stop you right there. When you say African Americans, you're talking about African immigrants. Black Americans are not African anything. We are Black American. We are not African immigrants. We don't have fucking family in Sudan, bitch. We don't have family in Nicaragua, bitch. We don't have family in Senegal, bitch. All our family is here, and all our family has been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We don't have any other place. This is America. This is our country. We are Americans. It's that simple. So you're not speaking on Black Americans. You're speaking on African Americans. So you need to know who the fuck you're talking about. You got all this fucking fake ass news shit and this fake ass fucking pillar in the background like you in front of the fake ass White House. You should know what the fuck you're talking about. And you know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just an old Sambo, goofy old Democratic shield nigga with some big ass glasses and a big ass mic, and that you ain't even speaking to that bitch correctly. So let's keep watching.
And let's say they successfully get an injunction from the judge. Well, it used to be, before this case, that the judge could say, basically, you got to return all 100 of these African Americans because you unlawfully deported them. But now, with this case, the judge could only say you got to bring that one person back. And the other 99, although it's unlawful, he cannot prohibit that unless they do a class action lawsuit. And people, class action lawsuits can take months, if not years, to get certified. So those other 99 African-American people could be over there lingering, rotten in some jail or whatever.
Could be. Might be.
While their cases matriculates through the court system. It's almost like saying you can't kill that man after you then shot him. Listen, this court case essentially said to judges, you cannot issue nationwide injunctions except for certified class action lawsuits, even if what he is doing is unlawful. So if you phrase the question this way, can Trump lawfully deport African Americans? The answer is clearly no. But that's not the question. The question is, can he deport African Americans even if it's unlawful? The answer to that question is yes.
Good thing I'm not an African American.
Because there's nobody to stop him anymore. All right? I want that to be clear.
Nobody can stop him.
This is not just about immigrants.
Crazy.
This is not just about Latinos.
Yes, it is.
This case went far beyond immigration.
No, it hasn't. There has not been one financial Black American ever deported from America, ever. Literally in the history of the world, literally in the history of life. Since God created the heavens and the earth, there's literally never, ever, 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 ever been a foundational Black American been deported to back to Africa or anywhere.
See, these Sambos, they forgot they talking point was prison industrial complex. Now they've been told to say you're going to get deported. Are you crazy? These people all about money. They'll lock your ass up. They can make money like that. Then they're going to ship. They can't make, ain't no money in the shipping Black Americans away from here. They don't want you to go. Shit, if you don't, they want you can't leave. Your child support, you ain't going nowhere. They're trying to lock you down here. Quit believing these goddamn shoe shiners. You're not going anywhere. You're the golden goose. You're the gift that keeps on giving. These people ain't dumb. Are you crazy? All these NBA players and football players and rappers and actors and geniuses and all kind of other productive individuals you have been creating. You think they're gonna let you ship that somewhere else? Are you crazy? Don't believe the damn shoe shiners. One thing these people ain't is they're not fools. They're not foolish. You're not going anywhere over their dead body when you go to any other country and give all of those gifts that you've been giving away.
Because they're not a foundational Black American. Yeah, that's never happened. And it's never going to happen. There's no case, there's no study of anything. Sorry to tell you.
I hope I'm making this clear.
You're making it very delusional. It's not clear at all. You very much a fucking idiot. It's an old Sambo nigga talking. Al Sharpton.
This is not just about immigrants. This is not just about Latino immigrants.
Yes, it is.
Case went far beyond immigration.
No, it didn't.
It basically, at this point, jeopardizes all of our rights.
No, it doesn't. Yours, maybe
all of them.
Our, I don't know who our is. You must be, you don't know. He might be Caribbean. I don't know about you.
Crazy. Big boule lie.
Now, I'm going to take you to the case and I'm going to show you that.
That's exactly how I'm looking at the nigga. Nigga talking. Nigga, what you talking about? Nigga, deported. Nigga, my people from Georgia. Nigga, talking about.
Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Barrett, wrote the case for the majority. And she said that judges could no longer issue nationwide injunctions, even if what Trump is doing is unlawful. You may say, wow, really? Yes, really.
You really fucking stupid.
Talking about immigrants. You're talking about immigrants. You got to try to slip that in. See, you might be, man, bro. You know, these people is just nuts, man. You know what they trying to pull, but we're not going for them. We're not that.
You for joining us on the stream. It is Tuesday, July 1. Thank you everybody for coming on in. We greatly appreciate that. Make sure to tell a friend, you know, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. That's very before. Make sure you sign up. Come with us to Ghana. And people just didn't feel Jerome too much, and I always pay attention if you can feel them not. And the good thing about those, how the sisters even allowed that, and the reason why I say allow, because bonnets on. Look at early 2000s and all of that. It's like something. It went completely wrong. And if you got a young man in your house, don't you let him put no bonnet on his head. I ain't got nothing to worry about with him. He's patient. I don't see F.B.A.s being the leader of mass deportations. I don't see them calling a bunch of ICE agents. I don't know why we keep getting first it was the Latino. Now it's some black immigrants. And ever since Trump got rid of that temporary protected status, which the president can, and they put 500,000 Haitians like on the chopping block to get deported back to Haiti. Now we're hearing it all over again. So first it was the Latinos. Now it's some black immigrants telling something to F.B.A.s. And I got a video tonight. Brace yourself. Please brace yourself. Okay. Let's go on and get into this. Hold on. And say, thank goodness our genetic ways since birth is no wonder at 37. I don't think about when. Dominique, I had a little young brother tell me about my ways, right? Mine is natural too. He said, man, you got some nice, how'd you get your ways? I said, man, my natural, bro. I said, I don't have to put nothing in my hair for these ways, bro. Like he's like, man, I really want to get my hair, like just with some ways like yours. And he said, but man, my girl don't want me to cut my hair and this. I said, yo, girl. I say, man, it's just hair. Tell her I want to cut it. It's hot. All that hair on your head, young brother. It's hot out. You working outside. Cut that mess off your head. Let your head breathe, brother. So yeah, I always want a guy with a long hair. Like I question that stuff. I want a man with a long hair. The women supposed to have long hair. They say a long hair is the glory of a woman, not a glory of a man. Let's go on and get into y'all gonna have me go somewhere else with that. Let's go ahead and get to this video, ladies and gentlemen, so we don't run out of time.
And I'll leave you with this. You can wrap up in it as a blanket, go to sleep on it, because this is the kind of truth that's going to be waiting for you in the morning when you wake up. If Black America feels so comfortable, and this is to who it applies to, it's not all of y'all, but it's a lot of y'all in my comments disrespecting foreign Blacks, and I'm going to have to bring you back to reality. If you're doing so much better than foreign Blacks and you don't want them in this country, why can't you fix the fact that you're still double-crossed in the penal system? You're double-crossed at these jobs. You commit a crime in this country as a Black person, you'll be given 3 to 5 more times the sentencing than someone who's white. So it confuses me when y'all get in my comment section speaking as if you're privileged white men, but you're facing the same hurdles of discrimination the rest of us are facing. I don't understand the crisis in this country. Look at Miami. Miami is the only place in this country where a Black woman, Black American, so this pertains to you, Black American, 35-year sentence, appealed it, got life. Miami hands out life sentences, no chance of parole to Blacks who commit certain crimes like it's candy on Halloween, among other things. Among the discrimination that they face that's outside of the penal system, the job system. Y'all sit here and you holler about systemic oppression left and right every day we log in, but you want to do that to anybody who's foreign and Black? Wake up. You ain't better than us and you not above us. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter if you're this kind of Black or that kind of Black. If they could have it their way, they wouldn't have none of us here. And before I go, not to mention, back in the day, it used to be you had to work twice as hard to be seen as half as good. No, not today. You're a Black American. You have to work 5 times as good to be seen as a quarter of decent compared to your white counterparts. So that's one piece of tea you can clock. Not to mention, Black Americans are the highest race in the country fired for stealing time and things that are looked past when there's someone white in the picture. Okay? Then you want to blame and say Haitians and Latinos, they're taking your job. Haitians are Latino, by the way, but you say Latinos are taking your job. I'm confused at the identity crisis here.
All right. Let's, as always, we're going to start this thing over and just stop it as we need to stop it. So let's start it over.
And I'll leave you with this. You can wrap up in it as a blanket, go to sleep on it, because this is the kind of truth that's going to be waiting for you in the morning when you wake up. If Black America feels so comfortable, and this is to who it applies to, it's not all of y'all, but it's a lot of y'all in my comments disrespecting foreign Blacks, and I'm going to have to bring you back to reality. If you're doing so much better than foreign blacks and you don't want them in this country, why can't you fix the fact that you're still double crossed in the penal system? You're double crossed at these jobs. You commit a crime in this country as a black person, you'll be given 3 to 5 more times the sentencing than someone who's white. So,
okay, let's start right there. First, you say she's not talking about all. Okay, fine. Not talking about all. But you mentioned in systemic issues in America that your family chose to come to. We didn't choose to come to this. We built it, but we didn't choose to come here. All the issues of America, especially with black folks, are widely known. You know, people remember George Floyd. People remember Corin Gaines. People remember Alton Sterling and all of the Eric Garner. People remember all these people, right? Globally, they can remember some of these incidents. And a lot of you still want to come here to America or do not want to leave America because here's the thing, sis. All this stuff you're talking about, you don't want to leave. The F.B.A.'s, once you can leave this tomorrow. F.B.A. is going to have to be dealing with that system because we don't have a foreign flag. We don't have a country that we can just escape to. We don't have nothing. It's not a single country that say F.B.A.'s, hey, this is your new home. You hit this soil, you got a U.S. citizen today. Come on over here. We don't have that. So even though you're talking about systemic issues that we did not create, and we have been fighting from day one, that's the only reason why people like yourself and your family was allowed to even immigrate to this country, because we have been fighting. Do you see the Klan running around or grabbing you up as a black woman and doing whatever they want to do to you, then put you on the tree? Is that happening to you today in 2025? Why that's not happening? Because of the fight of F.B.A.s. Do you see our churches being bombed and all things that was happening? You see the cops like Bull Connor and releasing the dogs on you and water hoses, all things that happen to us. None of that has happened to any of you. Why? Because of the fight of F.B.A. Every right and privilege that you have in this country, in spite of systemic issues, it came because of our fight. So how are you going to tell us to go and try to deal with some systemic issues that we're still fighting to this day, right? We're still fighting it. It's not that we have just gave up on things. We're fighting things all the time. But unfortunately, some things are a marathon. It's not a sprint. But your issue is not systemic anything. Your issue is, let me try to dump on y'all because in your mind, some people told you, I guess they were better. But let's call it what it is. I can really represent the majority of F.B.A.s in what I'm telling you. Most F.B.A.s were not raised to look at foreign black people as an enemy or a problem. I was never told. Nobody I know was ever told. I'm in the black American homeland in the South. That's what the majority of us at anyway. We were never told, hey, if that Haitian come over here, stay away from them Haitians. Don't date that Haitian girl. Don't get involved with that Haitian culture. Hey, that Jamaican girl over there, you better not bring a Jamaican girl home to this house. Oh, them Jamaicans are this and them Jamaicans are that. Hey, don't you bring that Nigerian girl over here. No. You can only marry an F.B.A. Don't you dare bring a Nigerian girl to this house. Because the Nigerians are this. We were never told that. We were never told stay away from the Ghanaian. We were never told to stay away from the Trinidadian. We were never told that. But then some of your fellow immigrants are told when they get here, even before they get here, hey, don't marry an F.B.A. Stay away from the F.B.A.s. Come on now. We have never been taught to be divisive toward any black people. We are the people that was carrying the banner of Pan-Africanism. While a lot of y'all were immigrating here and y'all didn't want to be on no Pan-Africanism at all. And all Pan-Africanism was just saying, hey, black people of every place, let's join together, unify under blackness. And let's work together under blackness so we can fight we need to fight and also thrive as a people together. Now, because the delineation has happened, now all of a sudden you want to, hey man, where's that Pan-Africanism at? And then people like, well, we've been begging y'all to unify. We've been begging y'all, black people as immigrants to come. Let's join together. Let's break bread. Now, some. It's not all. It's not. Trust me, it's not all. Because I have some great brothers and sisters who are immigrants and love them to death. I meet them. I met them all over the country. Okay, so it's not all of them either, but they have a certain sect of them that did not want to unify with F.B.A. And y'all have to accept that, brother, sister. You got to accept that. You can't fix an issue if you don't accept the truth. It's like a person that's an alcoholic. Until they accept they're an alcoholic and say, man, I am an alcoholic. I was wilding out when I was drunk. I was saying crazy things. I was fighting. I was doing this and the third. Until you accept what you did, you can't fix anything. So let's continue.
It confuses me when y'all get in my comment section speaking as if you're privileged white men, but you're facing the same hurdles of discrimination the rest of us are facing. I don't understand.
When did any black person feel they are a privileged white man? What are you talking about? I know what the conversation is. The conversation is this, and I know where this has been coming from. Some of you have been saying, oh, you black people are next. You F.B.A.s are next. You're going to get deported too. And what they're saying is, no, we cannot get deported. We are citizens of this country. We have a whole 14th Amendment that made us citizens of this country. We're not in the position that y'all are in. And some of you are taking it like F.B.A. saying they're better. We were never raised to think we're better than any black person. We view black people as the same. We, to our ignorance, I'm going to say ignorance. I would say a righteous ignorance, because we thought that, hey, all black people are the same. We all work together. We all should do this. We all should do that. We knew nothing about tribalism. We knew nothing about it because we wasn't afforded to have tribalism here in America. Yes, we got maybe some differences on religion, some differences on class, some differences about educated versus not educated. But this country taught us a long time ago. All that be thrown away real quick when it's time to get down with the get down. There's no black people that's more special than another in this country. So black people saying that they can't get deported is a fact. It's not feeling that you're better. I don't believe, matter of fact, I can confidently say F.B.A.s aren't saying to you they're better. They're just saying that they can't get deported. So please stop with this the scare tactic, trying to get F.B.A.s to come fight your battles, because that's the problem. The problem is you want F.B.A.s. I'm talking about just immigrants in general, not her, but immigrants in general want F.B.A.s to get shot in the face with rubber bullets while they just sit back in the cut and we get beat up and jailed and everything else. And what F.B.A.s are saying, no, you get out there on the pavement, you deal with what we dealt with and fight for your battles. There's no incentive for F.B.A. to get out their house. There's no incentive. You're not offering anything. And what it is that y'all been so used to, and that's our fault, and we correcting that problem. Y'all so used to us just running head first into danger for people and not expecting nothing in return. Now what black people are saying, F.B.A. in particular is saying, is that no, you fight your own battles. We have so much battles in our community we need to fix. We have a lot of self-hate we need to fix. We have politicians that are horrible that's been undermining us we need to fix. We got these mayors and black mayors in these cities that have been undermining us we need to deal with, city council, the education system, the prison system. We have so many different things that we need to address. See, what you were talking about earlier about the issues systemically, we couldn't really address that because we were sitting here fighting y'all battles. Now since delineation, now we got time to go fight those issues. Because think about it. When we got all the rights, we wasn't fighting for nobody else. We was only fighting for F.B.A. when we got all those rights. Think about it. When we were fighting for the civil rights movement, we were fighting for F.B.A. We wasn't fighting for this one, that one, that one, that one, this one. We wasn't doing that. We get more done when we fighting for ourselves. That's it. We just returning back to what works. Now, let me see. Chosen says deportation is forcing humility from a lot of groups right now. They not screaming black fatigue and throwing in words, akata and lazy insults now. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes life have a way of humbling you. It does. And it gets you to realize sometimes I've been messing up. Sometime. And you think they don't think that, man, why did we, you think that in their house they don't discuss, why did y'all tell us to stay away from black Americans? Like, I'm trying to think, I'm talking about the ones that's first generation. You ever thought about right now they asking their parents, why did you tell us that? Because now, listen to what they're saying. And now we need them and we can't really ask them for nothing because y'all taught us this growing up. Like, what did they actually do? Oh, they call you a name? Like, no, okay. So what? We call each other names. No, what did they actually do? Now we need their help and we can't ask because all them names, you know what I'm saying? They having discussions in their house. All of them are. Let's continue.
Stand the crisis in this country. Look at Miami. Miami is the only place in this country where a black woman, black American, so this pertains to you, black American, 35-year sentence, appealed it, got life. Miami hands out life sentences, no chance of parole to blacks who commit certain crimes like it's candy on Halloween.
And yet you know all that and you're still here. Now, you have a privilege that FBAs don't have. You can know everything you just said, and that's factual, she's saying. Everything you just said, and you're still staying here. Why? If all this stuff in America is so bad, I didn't say this stuff didn't happen. She's not lying. But you know all this, and you still want to be here. Why? FBAs can't just pack up and go like you can, right? Or you and your family can. But out of all that you knew, so you're a black woman, that can happen to you. And yet you're still here. So why are you trying to throw a case, this one case, in FBA's face when that can happen to you too? And yet, and I can honestly say it can happen to you by choice because you got another country to go to if you like. We don't. Hence why we have to fight. If we had another country to go to and say, hey man, what's the point of fighting this place? Go to the place that's your other homeland, right? It doesn't make sense. I don't get the logic. You're telling us all this stuff, and yet you want to stay in the mess too.
Among other things, among the discrimination that they face that's outside of the penal system, the job system. Y'all sit here and you holler about systemic oppression left and right every day we log in, but you want to do that to anybody who's foreign and black. Wake up.
How is FBAs in a position to do systemic oppression to black immigrants? How? Okay, let's go through it. Is FBAs in control of the education system? In order to systemically oppress black immigrants, we would have to be in control of the education system and have things in place to systemically oppress black immigrants. You know good and well we don't control education. We don't control law in this country. Show me what FBAs are in control of the laws in this country that we could create laws to specifically oppress black immigrants. You know who's oppressing black immigrants right now? White folk. Trump. ICE. All them. Those on Stephen Miller, right? That's the main dude behind it. He's the main dude. What they say about Stephen Miller, if it was up to him, it only have 100 million people in this country and they all be white. Didn't they say what Trump said about him behind the scenes? That he's that hardcore with it? He wanted nothing but white folks here? They're the one oppressing you. FBA's saying that they can't be deported, not oppressing you. Why don't you go tell them folks that? So we can't oppress you in education. We can't oppress you in law. We can't oppress you in the area of business. We can't do that. What do we control? What licenses, business licenses we control? What permit agencies are permitting in cities that we control? You may have a couple of cities that got black people, folks, but we don't control permits in this country. We don't control the taxes. We don't print the money. We don't control immigration. We don't control anything. So how could F.B.A. be oppressing you? No, the fact is you want an easy target, and the easy target is F.B.A. Your target should be them folks, because they the one. Listen, when the ICE agents show up, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be an F.B.A. ICE agent showing up. I promise you that. They don't hire a bunch of FBAs in those jobs. They got maybe a couple here and there. I'm not saying they don't hire none, but the majority of at least what we're seeing, they're all Caucasian. Maybe some Latinos in there too, some Asians, but most of them are Caucasian. We are in no position to oppress anybody in this country or any other country. The only thing black folks can do very well is run off of their mouth. We can collectively fight when we're ready to, and we can collectively economically boycott and destroy businesses. Clearly, we could. Even though the reasoning behind it is something that I don't really agree with. I think there's other corporations that should have been boycotted, like a Walmart. I think Walmart should have been boycotted over Target, but that's my position. But you can clearly see when black people do start boycotting a place, it hurts them. It hurt them bad, even though black people are not the majority. So our power lies in economic boycotts too. Well, Dr. King showed us that a long time ago, right? Now, Chosen says betraying FBAs is costly. You say it's their turn. You say F around and find out. That's just kind of what he's saying there, right? So no, we're not in a position to oppress nobody. We don't jail black immigrants on any crimes. We don't sentence black immigrants to anything. We're not in a position to oppress anybody. Talk to the real oppressor, and the real oppressor ain't us. You know who the real oppressor is, the one that's really oppressing you in your homeland. And they oppress you in your homeland, and that's why you ran over here to be with us. Because at least with these black people here, they have fought for some rights where you can at least enjoy. Let's continue.
You ain't better than us, and you not above us. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter if you're this kind of black or that kind of black. If they could have it their way, they wouldn't have none of us here. And before I go, not to mention, back in the day, it used to be you had.
You're right. If they had it their way, none of us would be here. I'm glad you acknowledge that. If they had it their way, but they did not have it their way. Why? Because of F.B.A. That's why they didn't have it their way. We were the ones that got the rights. We were the ones that actually kicked the door open for black immigrants and any other immigrant outside of white into this country. You're 100% right. Stephen Miller would love it to go back to nobody here. But what he say, 100 million white folks is what he want in this country. He want all other races gone. That's what he want. So that you're right about. If they had it their way, but they didn't get their way. If they had it their way, we'll still be in slavery. If they had it their way, we'd be still underneath the black codes. Convict leasing, if they had it their way, we'll still be under Jim Crow if they had it their way. But because of our fight, and because we just didn't put up with things, and because we just didn't collectively run when the going got tough, it's the reason why your family, ma'am, was allowed to come here and enjoy things, even though it's not perfect, completely not. Even though the fight isn't over, it's not. But you'd rather be here with the problems here than in your homeland when nobody's going to oppress you, right? Let's continue.
You have to work twice as hard to be seen as half as good. No, not today. You're a black American. You have to work 5 times as good to be seen as a quarter of decent compared to your white counterparts. So that's one piece of tea you can clock. Not to mention black.
Hold on. Ma'am, I will say this. In 2025, we don't care about them folks like that. Well, you got to work twice as hard to be seen. I don't give a. Okay. I don't care what white folks think about me. I don't wake up in the middle of the night thinking about them. I don't say, "Ooh, how white people gonna think about me?" I had a sister ask me today. And shout out to that sister and her husband. She asked me today when I was in her business, maybe less than an hour ago. And she said, your business model, how do you, what is your customer base? I said, us and us globally. And I said, I'm not pivoting out of that. I told her I learned years ago that we are the culture. We don't have to do nothing else. Everybody want to follow our culture. I don't think about them folks. I don't think about what strategies I can do to bring the folks in to watch what I'm doing. I don't think like that. What advertisement I can do to maybe get the folks to start watching. Get the folks watching right now. Hello, folks. How are you? And you may be good people, the ones who watching. I'm not saying nothing bad about you. I'm not saying nothing bad about you, but I'm just got to keep it real. I only focus on my community and my community globally. And I'm not changing that. Everything I do is targeted to my community and my community globally. So listen, there's freedom in that. Listen, if I was begging to get into their circles, then comes that, well, I got to work 10 times as harder to get one thing. You're 100% right when you want to be in their sandbox. I'm focusing on being in the black sandbox where I don't have to worry about working 10 times harder for anything. Now, being in the black sandbox, I still got to work hard. But at least in the black sandbox, I'm more appreciated here. You understand? When I do things for the enjoyment and in the community, it's very appreciated. I'm not worried about the trust me, because I work for the folks for many years in petrochemical and all that. Yes, you're right. You're 100% right. You're not appreciated. You're not paid right. You watch them come in there and with no educational experience and get over you, and you've been there for years. Their system is set up for like that. Their system is undermining to any kind of black person. It is scammy and all kind of things that their system. So the true freedom in a black person tell you they work for them folks and then start working for themselves. You feel like you're being emancipated. When you're going to work more for yourself. Sure, you're going to have more problems. Oh, yes. But I'd rather have the problems I have today than the ones I had with them folks. See, some of you black immigrants, you worry about with them folks too much. I don't care what they do. They live their life. They do it. Listen, if they don't bother us and leave us alone, there's no reason to talk about them. The only reason we talk about them because they won't leave us alone. I always say if they can treat us like they treat the Asians and they really don't mess with the Asians, I promise you we wouldn't say two words about them. They pay their reparations, cash payments, settle that old beef. Man, we ain't got nothing to say no more. We cool. Some of you black immigrants are so worried about them folks and what they think about you. That's your problem. I learned a long time ago. If somebody don't like you, it's nothing you can do to make them like you. Nothing. They can say, well, I like you if you do this and you do it, they still don't like you. Well, I like you if you do that and you do that and they still don't like you. They don't like you if you fight for your people. They don't like you if you sell out. They don't like you if you're in between. They just don't like you. Okay, and that's fine. That's their prerogative and that's their right. So my motto, and that's why I encourage there, at least in what I'm doing, is to focus on the community. Now, I understand different businesses, you may have to have more of an inclusive thing, but I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. So but I always say any business you have as a black person, make sure you're good with black people. Make sure black people are centered and make sure black people are taken care of. Take care of everybody, but make sure you good with the community first. Don't get all that shucking and jiving, because if you lose black people in business, you lost it all. Because them other communities not going to even support you. Listen, other communities see that black folks don't rock with you, your own community, they for sure not rocking with you. That I can tell you. Let's continue.
Americans are the highest race in the country fired for stealing time and things that are looked past when there's someone white in the picture. Okay. Then you want to blame and say Haitians and Latinos, they're taking your job. Haitians are Latino, by the way, but you say Latinos are taking your job. I'm confused at the identity crisis here.
Okay, let's talk about stealing time. You know, to these folks, if you clock in 1 minute early, that's considered stealing time. You clock in 5 minutes early, that's considered stealing time. If you clock out 5 minutes late, 1 minute late, you can be considered stealing time. They very oppressive, okay? I wouldn't care if somebody clocked in 5 minutes early. I don't care about that junk. What's 5 minutes in the grand scheme of things? Okay, they clocked out 5 minutes late, that's 10 minutes. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Sure, if they did that in a week, that's additional 50 minutes. They get paid by the hour. How much am I really paying them? And are they actually working? Are they trying to get to the, I'm not oppressive like that. So I don't care about that stealing time. Or did they do their work? I don't care about that crap. But see, I don't like time clocks anyway. Time clocks are oppressive to me. Just tell a person, hey, just get the job done. Whether you do it right now or later, I just need to see the job done. Time clocks are oppressive. I got to make sure I get there on time. I got to make sure this. I got to make sure that. That is so oppressive to me, a time clock. Now, we can have a deadline and say, hey, man, we need to get this done by 3 o'clock today because, this is due. Deadlines is fine. Time clocks, I don't like them. I don't like a time clock at all. Like I said, it's oppressive as hell. A lot of them finding out about them folks. A lot of them are finding out when and a lot of them told us, "Oh, you F.B.A.s, y'all just always talking about racism and what the white man is doing and all of that, right? They always telling us that, oh, y'all the one bringing up the racism because they treat me good, and then y'all fell for that. Yeah, I like y'all more than the F.B.A.s. I had a Haitian brother in Florida told me one time, but he was one of them brothers that got it. He said, he had a white woman tell him, Haitian brother. He told me, he said, man, they say, I like Haitians more than Black Americans because y'all just, so much better. Y'all work hard. And he said, that's my brothers. What are you talking about? And he said she kind of, took it back when he said that. But she felt comfortable because maybe she talked to other Haitians that feel like, oh my God, Miss Ann, she thinks I'm better. You know what I'm saying? That they run so much game on y'all, and now y'all finding out all that game F.B.A.'s told you about. Like, bruh, all the game they ran on us first. That's why we come and tell you that, man, don't believe nothing they tell you. No matter how much they think how good you are, or you're so much better. Even they try to come to us and say, F.B.A.'s, y'all a lot better than Black immigrants. Now they want to say that stuff now. I'm like, man, get away from me, bro. I don't want to hear no talk from you about other Black people, not you. Because anything you listen, based on your track record, if you're breathing, you're lying. I can't believe nothing you tell me until I fact check it. No matter what it is. I don't care if you told me the sky was blue. I got to fact check that. Listen, let me look up and see if the sky really blue. I can't believe nothing you say. You have been a 400 plus year liar. A deceiver, a scammer. No, you're not going to come to me. I don't care what issue we may have in the diaspora. See, and that's the difference with F.B.A.s versus Black immigrants. Let me tell you this. We may have issues with other Black people, but we're not going to let them come in the mix and come talk crap. Even if we got beef with you, I'm arguing with him. You stay in your place. Don't you talk about him. And then we may be arguing with you. Don't you talk about him, because see, we know how to get on code. We don't let them folks come in the midst of us and start talking about another Black person. But some of you let them do that. get in the mix of you and talk about us, and you tee-hee-hi-hi against black people. And then now you're seeing how they really feel. Now they want ICE to come get you behind out of here. And that's what you're bothered about. Now you can't. Now you feel like, man, God, man, what I'm gonna do? The F.B.A.'s wanting to do with me in some instances. Like, shoot, we told y'all, you don't ever side with them folks against any black person, no matter where they come from. But that's our culture, though. Our culture is we would never, as a culture of people, we talking about as a collective of people, side with them folks against another black person. It's just not happening. I'm not siding them folks against nobody personally. If they come to me, oh man, the Asians, the Hispanics, they're like, man, I don't want to hear that because you don't like nobody. Don't come over here trying to get me, like, don't get me on your team. You go tell them yourself. Why you over here telling me about the Hispanics or the Asians? You go tell them yourself. And all you other groups fall for it every time, then get shocked when the people, start getting at you now. Want to get you out of the country, beating you up, shooting you with rubber bullets. Now you're shocked. Oh my God, what are F.B.A.s? At their house, chilling. Great Black Shark say, yes, they got a fact. I check it about 10 times. Yeah, you can't believe nothing. You got to ask the AI and everything else. Hey, folks over here saying this, is this true? Yeah, you look, the smartest thing you would do is don't believe nothing them folks tell you. I'm telling you. They have lied so much to us. And now black immigrants are finding out that too. So what I would say is, because it's not all black immigrants. It's not all. It's definitely not all. There's a lot of black immigrants that's on code, and we rock with them. We love them. I love them. They're my brothers. They're my sisters. But to those of you who have been off code, get on code. Get on code. Listen, let me tell you, it's easier for y'all to fix an issue than these other groups. I would tell you that. That's the only advantage y'all got is black immigrants. Y'all can fix y'all issue probably that quick. But these other ones, like systemically doing things, because black immigrants wasn't firebombing no black folks out of nowhere. Okay? Black immigrants wasn't forming gangs to go attack black people and being supported by the Democrat Party. Black immigrants ain't do that. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all can fix y'all issue pretty quick. It's not, to me, it's not that, it's an issue, but it's not that deep. But these other ones, yeah, it's a big issue with a lot of them. A big issue. Coming into our neighborhoods, black immigrants, for the most part, haven't came to our neighborhoods, got all the real estate, got all the businesses, and then treating black people any kind of way. I ain't really seen that happening with black immigrants. It's them other ones, the Indians, the Pakistanis, the all different Asian groups coming in our communities. I can't even say really the Latinos, because they even do that. It's most of those groups, those considered Asian groups. And they want to be racist in our own communities. Then you got to have them shooting black people in these convenience stores. And then like the last one I saw in New Era, Detroit, out there in Detroit, when they wouldn't shut them down. How many times brothers and sisters had to go shut down convenience stores? And none of them been owned by black immigrants. Or I can't even say they've been owned by Latinos either. There's always these people that's considered these Asian groups or Arab groups or whatever. So that's why I say the issues of black immigrants is just not that deep to me. It's surface level, but it's not that deep.
On July 7th, a significant immigration enforcement operation took place at MacArthur Park. Those are ICE agents. They walking fast too. Now they sped that up. They sped that up. MacArthur Park is in Los Angeles, Westlake District, a neighborhood with a large immigration population. A large immigrant population. That's who lives there.
I am going to say.
Mayor Bass, I need to get my phone and we're departing.
Okay. All right. Mayor Bass.
Mayor Bass.
Oh my
Any
God.
comment, Mayor Bass?
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now.
I wonder if she's talking about the illegal, undocumented immigrants. I got a feeling she's not talking about the illegal, undocumented immigrants. She's talking about the actual authorities that are there to remove the illegal, undocumented immigrants. That's funny, man. They need to leave right now. You mean the people that are here that should not be here in the country? No, they can stay. You who are trying to uphold the laws should leave right now. You're a disgrace.
To leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass,
They will be leaving soon.
Mayor Bass, who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone?
Wow.
MacArthur Park is the Ellis Island of the West Coast. It was chosen as this administration's latest target precisely because of who lives there and what it represents.
Yeah, it's the Ellis Island. See, here's the thing about Ellis Island, though. That was legal migration. It was a long time ago, but I do believe Ellis Island was like an official port of entry. My people didn't come here via Ellis Island, but a lot of people did. Let's keep going.
Resilience, diversity, and the American dream. It is no coincidence that the president would target a place that so clearly embodies the values he has spent his time in office trying to destroy.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, or you can look at it like this is where the bad people are. The undocumented folks, this is where they are, and that's probably where you should go if you're trying to pick up those people that should not be here. Like if you were going to, people, I don't know if you want to go to bank robbers and it's a bank robbers training ground where the bank robbers hang out, you probably go to that place. I'm just saying that's what to do, right? I mean, in the black neighborhood, in the black community, if you got a smokehouse, back in the day, I grew up in the crack era, you know what I'm saying? The late 80s, early 90s. They went to the house. They hit the house. They call it the trap. Because it's a trap. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't get it? That's because they don't even believe being undocumented in America is illegal.
And now a call to all electeds and all people all across the country, from local cities, municipalities, jurisdictions, aldermen, governors, everybody. Please understand that's what's happening here in the city of Los Angeles. We are the canary in the coal mine.
What's that? What you mean by that, Dora? What you mean? What's she saying, Johnson? I'm about to get upset. You about to have me go ham a lamb. Ham a lamb on you. Hold on, what you talking about here, Dora?
What you see happening in MacArthur Park is coming to you. $140 billion new budget for ICE. What do you think that's gonna do?
That's going to pick all y'all asses up. That's what that's going to do. It's going to pick you all up and send you up out of here. Okay, that's what it's supposed to do. To get the people, not send them to, remove them from the United States. Sort of like what's going on in Mexico where they're removing Americans right now with force. That's what they're going to do. Enlighten me. What else is going to happen?
That's going to transport what's happening here in our neighborhoods to your front doorstep. So wake up.
Not front doorsteps. I don't think so. But then again, maybe they should. We got a heavy illegal, undocumented issue here in Prince George's, near where I'm at. I'm near Prince George's County. And we got a lot of that. And then over like Fairfax, Virginia, Northern Virginia area, Riverdale, Maryland area. Yeah, we need you. Where is it at? Hey, stop, look, man. Don't play with me, Dora. I'm you know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with ICE. I did when I believed in the propaganda, Then when I started to realize, hey, I'm black and we got our own ICE, it's called the cops. I said, hold on a second, man. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Dora? This ain't no new condition for black people.
It's not happening by accident. So please, please watch what's happening. Please support Los Angeles. Please support California, but also...
Why aren't any of these people talking about the push to get people documented, to get people through the process the correct way so they can stop driving down the cost of labor? How about that? And had them stop Bigfooting black people on these work sites. See, I got a problem. We got some cowards in the Democratic Party that don't want to call a thing a thing. We have large groups of Hispanics, migrants coming to this country, taking over industries because they're workers who will be hired over us because they'll work for less money. Then when they get in, they do their best to sabotage the black people in those jobs to move their cousins and their nephews in. The companies are just as bad. The companies are even worse because they are making it a commitment to hiring only those who speak Spanish. And then saying that's a requirement of being employed is to be a Spanish speaker, to be bilingual, which immediately discriminates against black Americans because of the racial ethnic groups we speak Spanish the least. So this is a problem. So when I got the shields of the Democratic Party, when I got these black faces in high places who are denying the truth of reality for black Americans, who will not champion for black Americans. Why? They don't care about poor white people, let alone poor black people. They don't care about working class white people, let alone working class black people. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, these are the things we got to address, Dora, and your people don't want to address it.
No, I will never feel helpless, and I don't think anybody here feels helpless. That's not in our DNA. We're going to continue fighting.
Imagine fighting to be in a country without being a citizen of the country. Imagine that. That's crazy. Just think about it for a second. Imagine going to somebody's house and then fighting to stay when you haven't been invited in and haven't been formally welcomed into the country. Imagine that. Imagine thinking you own this country, that you can come do whatever you want to do. Imagine being a party that allows that are fighting for that to happen. And we all know the reasons why they fight for it to happen, Johnson. Because they want them to vote to keep them in power. That's what it's all about.
Mayor Bass, he's calling for you to get used to it. What is your...
I'm not going to get used to it. I'm not going to get used to it because last I checked, I was elected to be mayor of the city. That did not include a federal takeover. So either you believe in democracy or you don't.
Check this out, guys. I want people to be reminded that in America, we have all types of raids. We have raid for roaches. We have raids, panty raids, something we used to do at college dorms back in the Porky's days, Animal House type days. And now we have what's called as ICE raids. Well, if there's another raid, you may be familiar with it, it's called police raids or SWAT raids. Guess what? They still happen. SWAT raids still happen. You know what? SWAT raids happen a lot more than ICE raids. Yeah, I just want to remind my black folks who are climbing a river like the Nile River over ICE raids. I want to remind you, there's another form of raids that's been happening, that happens a lot more often, results in a lot more deaths. It happens to us all the damn time. I just want to point that out. I don't want to interrupt your pearl clutching and eyes ringing and tear flowing for undocumented people being taken or sent back to their own country. You know, we don't have a place to go back to. There are approximately 45,000 to 80,000 SWAT raids annually in the U.S. Yeah, I guess we don't care about those because, you know, it doesn't contain non-citizens. So we don't give a shit about those, Tim Black, because we don't care about what happens to American citizens, because the Democrats told us, because we drank the Kool-Aid. Why would we care about Americans? Ew, icky Americans. This equals about 124 violent paramilitary raids happening in homes every day. Folks, you are focused on Karen Bass's raid at MacArthur in LA, at MacArthur Park. This one raid, I get it, scary. Guess what? Nobody even got picked up. But every day, there are approximately 124 paramilitary raids that happen in the United States every damn day. SWAT deployment has increased dramatically from 3,000 raids in the early 1980s to 30,000 in 1996, then to 50,000 in 2005. I just want you to wrap your head around the numbers I'm talking about. And these people aren't getting deported, they're going to jail. To jail. No-knock warrants specifically increased from 3,081 to 60 to 70,000 annually by 2010. Some of you may recall that Breonna Taylor was one of those high-profile raids that resulted in the death of Breonna Taylor in her home, minding her own damn business. We're not hearing about that when it comes to ICE raids, are we? Because typically, they don't result in anybody's injury. But still, for some reason, spooky, scary, skinny, end of days must be the birth of what is it? Authoritarianism. Folks, I just want you to wrap your head around the lunacy, the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. Police killed over 1,250 people in 2024. The highest number on record, with only 13 days that year when police did not kill somebody. From 2010 to 2016, at least 81 civilians and 13 officers died during SWAT raids. SWAT raids, not ICE raids, goofy. SWAT. The ACLU included documented cases including a young mother shot and killed with her infant in her arms, a grandfather killed watching baseball in his pajamas, and a toddler severely burned by a flashbang grenade in his crib. It wasn't an ICE raid, so it probably didn't make the news. SWAT raids are supposed to target drug suspects, but often for minor offenses, and frequently target wrong addresses and find no contraband. ICE raids increasingly target immigrants, and those are immigrants, and most of those immigrants that are targeted are undocumented, unlike SWAT raids, which go to wrong addresses all the time. Both create climates of fear in targeted communities, with ICE raids disrupting life. Police SWAT raids often end life. So what would you rather have, your life disrupted or not have a life to be disrupted? I'm just asking, because a lot of the pearl clutching are about people's lives being disrupted in a place they're not documented to even be at. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I want you to wrap your head around the hypocrisy of the matter. I'm not here to make it seem like ICE raids are no big deal. They're a big deal, particularly if it's happened to you. But I am trying to give you some perspective outside of just the ICE raids. So me, being a black man from a working class background, meaning ain't no trust accounts over here. My friends went to high school, some got GEDs, some went to community college, others joined the service with hopes of building a life for themselves. Growing up in the era that I grew up in, late 80s, early 90s, watching raids occur a lot. A lot more damaging, a lot more detrimental with the sanctity of life happening with those SWAT raids I'm telling you about. Those SWAT raids only increased, they only became more frequent. They didn't stop in the 90s. We just stopped talking about them because it's not novel, it's not interesting. This is the flavor of the day. Doesn't mean it's the only flavor that's being offered. You understand what I'm saying? So when I got Democrats, Congress people making a humongous deal out of the ICE raids, it's a slap in the face to people that are dealing with raids of all kinds that occur every day in this country. We have Congress people that are paid to do the bidding of their constituents. And what they're doing, they're driving past prisons full of American citizens who are mostly there because they can't make bail, and driving to a detention center to make sure everybody okay. They drive by 3 prisons that house American citizens and won't stop to even wave. But then they go stand in front of a camera at a detention center for ICE like they did to save the whales. And I'm saying it's a hypocrisy. It is garbage. And we see through it. This, my friend, will not go it won't go unchallenged on this channel. These are one of the reasons, one of the issues that I have with the Democratic Party is the theatrical nature of the party. This is what they do. They put on the show. They all want to be Hollywood actors and actresses. That's all they want to be is actors. And then they're acting like what they're doing is effective. It is not. They should focus their time on getting these undocumented people documented.
Y'all might want to grab y'all something to sip on. This is going to be a long one. This video is for Black Americans. If you are not Black American, you can keep scrolling. Or you can stay. But Black people in the diaspora, this video is not for you. As a matter of fact, it may make you feel some feelings. Feel your feelings, but the facts are the facts. Essence Fest was this past weekend. I've never been to Essence Fest, but as a Black American, I know all about Essence Fest. If you have never been to Essence Fest, you know someone who has been to Essence Fest. You've heard all about Essence Fest. And baby, it is a time for the Black community. Do you hear me? For decades, every year, Black people have been going down to New Orleans to Essence Fest. Every year. Since I could remember, Black people have been talking about and participating in and celebrating down at Essence Fest. It's a celebration of our history, of our culture, of Black women, of our art, of our food. Essence Fest has been a celebration of Black people for years. And since yesterday, all in up and down my timeline, on all social media platforms, Black people are talking about how much of a flop Essence Fest was this year. I'm hearing three reasons. I'm hearing, well, not 3 reasons. I'm hearing 3 issues. One, the jollof rice versus the jambalaya cook-off. Yeah, Black folks are like, why? Why is jollof even in the building? The other thing that I am hearing is, where are the Black American content creators? I wasn't there, but there's a whole lot of complaints about there not being any Black American social media influencers or content creators in the spotlight at Essence Fest this year. The other thing I'm hearing, where were all of the New Orleans food vendors? Where were they? Where were they? I saw a couple of vendors had to put out notices that they were not going to be at Essence Fest this year. They have been there every year for however many years, but for whatever reason, this year they didn't get an invite. Those are some pretty significant things that I would say probably added to the flop of Essence Fest this year. There wasn't very much Black American in the biggest Black American festival of the year, every year. I've seen videos where at the concerts are usually packed every night, packed out. Empty this year. There were people there, but nothing like it was in the past. One of the major complaints that I've seen on my timelines is the vibe was off. It felt different. The air was different. Well, grab yourself a cup of coffee. I came across a picture post over on TikTok, and that led me down a rabbit hole. Get your coffee. Let's go for a walk, shall we? I'm going to call him Mr. Dennis because I don't want to butcher his name. Y'all know I got a Southern American tongue. Yeah, so I'm going to call him Mr. Dennis. This is Mr. Dennis. He is the owner of Sundial Products and Shea Moisture. I remember him from when he purchased Shea Moisture. He now owns Essence Ventures. What falls under Essence Ventures? Essence Magazine. Mr. Dennis is not Black American. I believe he comes from Lagos, Nigeria. So he's Nigerian. If I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me down in the comment section. Respectfully. I don't deal with disrespect over here. I block. This is the CEO of Essence. Her name is Caroline Wanga. And baby, she is a whole mood. Looking her up over on the Google, baby, she is walking art. Every outfit, the hair is together, the specs are on point, the outfit is bold, loud, beautiful. Love it. She is the CEO of Essence. Okay? She's not Black American. She's from Kenya. Okay? So the top owner is from Nigeria. The CEO is from Kenya, Africa. Okay? I went on over to Essence Ventures because in my research, I saw that Mr. Dennis owns Essence Ventures. Okay? And so I went on over to Essence Ventures, and right on the home screen, they provide all of their targeting right there on the home screen, right? And you see that little white arrow down on the right of your screen where it says access to $1.4 trillion in buying power, in AA buying power? That's our money, Black Americans. Yeah, Black Americans in the United States have a $1.4 trillion spending power. And it's probably higher than that. Let me take a quick look. $1.4 trillion spending power. This was written back in 2023, but in the article, the very first paragraph says, in recent years, the buying power of the Black community has risen significantly. According to a 2020 report via CNBC, Black buying power was $1.4 trillion in 2019 and is projected to grow to $1.8 trillion by 2024. So in 2025, it is estimated that the buying power, the spending power of Black Americans in the United States is $1.8 trillion. And so Mr. Dennis is counting in his portfolio access to the 1.8 buying power that Black Americans have. Okay? He wants access to our money. That was my first thought. He wants access to our money. But why are my people complaining about the vibe being off at Essence? Why are my people, Black Americans, upset about this Jollof and Jambalaya versus contest? Why did it have to be a versus contest? Why are my people complaining about not feeling African American vibes at an African American festival that they have been going to for decades? Well, Mr. Dennis has a plan. Mr. Dennis and the folks over in Nigeria, over in Africa, they've got a plan. And unfortunately, Black Americans are not a part of the plan. I came across this post, this picture post, in one of my mutuals comment sections. And I was like, oh my God, where is this from? So I do what I do, and I find out where it's from. It's from this article right here. Essence Ventures and NCAC forge global cultural partnership at Lagos stakeholder lunch. The Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. Oh, pause. Black Americans, the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy, that's a Nigerian government agency. That's not an American agency, okay? Alongside the NCAC, the National Council for Arts and Culture, that's also a Nigerian organization. And you see Essence Venture, they co-hosted a luncheon. And at that luncheon, they set the stage for global collaboration of Black culture. Okay. So all of these people represent Nigeria. Essence Ventures, who owns Essence Magazine, okay, who puts on Essence Fest every year, okay? So we're going to read this article. Yeah, so you can get a clear understanding of what the plan is. And once you understand what the plan is, then you'll understand why there was no Black American at Essence Fest, why the feel was off, why the vibe was off, okay? On Sunday, let me see, when was this article written? September 19th, 2024. On Sunday, September 15th, the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy, alongside the National Council, I got it up on the big screen over here, alongside the National Council for Arts and Culture and Essence Ventures, owner of Essence Festival and Essence Magazine, the premier media, commerce, tech, and experimental company for Black people. That would be Black American people, but yeah, they took out the American and made it Black people, co-hosted a Sunday lunch with industry stakeholders. Now, there's some names, and I apologize if I butcher the names. I'm here to spew facts, not be disrespectful, but I got a Georgia Southern tongue, and it's hard to pronounce these names, okay? Obi Asika represented the minister and the NCAC, the National Council for Arts and Culture, while Essence Ventures was represented by Barkui Tubman, global lead on talent and diasporic engagement. This lunch signifies the kickoff of a partnership between NCAC and Essence Ventures. The National Council for Arts and Culture from Nigeria. It's a kickoff of a partnership between this organization, NCAC, over in Nigeria, and Essence Venture, that's owned by a Nigerian, okay? This lunch signifies kickoff of a partnership between NCAC and Essence Ventures to build a framework with Essence as global knowledge and culture partners for Origins, a core NCAC initiative, and for Destination 2030, Nigeria Everywhere, the global platform of the ministry. The ministry being the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. Okay? Just stick with me. The Essence Festival of Culture, held annually in New Orleans, is the largest festival in America by per day attendance, attracting over 500,000 attendees daily over a 3-day event. Baby, Essence Fest is a time, or was a time, okay? This lunch signals and recognizes Essence global intent and expansion. Essence, who is owned by Mr. Dennis, a Nigerian, and operated by the CEO, a Kenyan, okay? Essence global intent and expansion, aiming to build a solid foundation for its Black community and bridge the gap with Nigeria as a focal country due to its rich talents, history, traditions, entrepreneurship, heritage, and significant percentage of the Black diaspora. That's it. That's all right there. There's more to the article. I'll put a link somewhere, but you could just Google this and it'll bring up the article. It's an Essence article. Okay, I'm going to read that again. The Essence Festival of Culture, held annually in New Orleans, is the largest festival in America by per day attendance, attracting over 500,000 attendees daily over a 3-day period event. This lunch signals and recognizes Essence global intent and expansion, aiming to build a solid foundation for its Black community globally and bridge the gap with Nigeria being the focal country due to its rich talents, history, traditions, entrepreneurships, heritage, and significant percentage of the Black diaspora. Black American history, heritage, culture, people is no longer their focal point, Essence Ventures. No longer their focal point. They are moving Black Americans to the side and making Nigeria the source, the country, the focal point.
And they would have got away with it if everybody wasn't on code right now and we too hip to what's going on and not going for the bullshit. They would have got away with it.
So
if
you went to Essence Fest and you're like, the vibe is off, why were they centering African culture? The feeling is different. The air is different. Where were the Black American food vendors? Where were they? Why didn't they get an invite?
Yeah, they banned all.
This is the shift that is happening from Essence Ventures through Essence Magazine. By way, they want Black American money They want to tap into that $1.4 trillion, but they don't want Black American culture to be the focal point. Now, I know my African brothers and sisters are going to be feeling some kind of way. Get down in the comments, spewing, talking about I'm being xenophobic, I'm being divisive. No, I'm stating facts. I'm stating facts. I'm Black American. I'm concerned about the erasure of Black American history and culture and Black people. By other Black people in the diaspora. I've said it one time, I'll say it 50 more times, 100 times if I need to. This page, I am here for the betterment of Black American people. I'm not here to disrespect anybody else, but I will call out the disrespect. I will let my people know what is going on. And Black American people, now you know. Now you know why it felt different at Essence Fest this year.
A lot of people are speaking about the Essence Fest, and the Essence Fest is not what it used to be. The Essence Fest used to be a cultural, event for the Black community every year. And ever since the ownership has changed, many people in New Orleans have reported that the cultural, spirit that's there and what we normally would do at Essence Fest has been going down every single year. And you look at 2025 and it's really, really noticeable. And because F.B.As have been speaking about this, there are people from the diaspora that live in America that really don't like it, because we knew Richard Lou Dennis. He's a Liberian American. He owns Essence. And Caroline Wanga, she is a Kenyan American, is the CEO. So a magazine that started off with 4 brothers now is not owned by no F.B.A. F.B.A.'s in running it. And a lot of people having a problem with that. Let's go ahead and check out this particular sister has to say, because we have to respond to this, because she just don't understand or maybe can't comprehend about us protecting our culture.
This is why Black people will remain in the trenches. And when I say Black, I mean African Americans, Africans, Caribbean, Blackness as a whole. This is why we will remain in the trenches, because we have so much division in us. It is ridiculous. I've been seeing a lot of videos talking about Essence Festival and how African Americans are boycotting it and how it's flopping because it's now owned by Africans, because there is no African American, there's not enough African American representation. And the way they're talking about African, how condescending they talk about African, or how Africans are the artists, how African artists are invited, how African. We are never getting out of the trenches. You see our people from the Caucasus Mountain, they will continue to do better than us, because we are very unserious. Us as a race, as a nation, as an ethnicity, we are very unwell. There's something, they did a number on our head that we would rather crumble individually than unite and do something
Damn scammer. Like I said, these people, must understand, we do understand that the whites wrote their educational system, their books. What's so crazy, like I say to me, they have armies, they have governments in Africa, and they still up under the yoke of the white man. We have to shout and holler and scream to help them. If we didn't scream and holler, they would have killed our brother Ibrahim Traore. We had to stand up. See, a lot of this scamming been going on for far too long, trying to tell us what to do. And this is another thing to pay attention. Why don't they tell the white man that they come from Africa? Why don't they tell the Asians? I thought if everybody fucking come from Africa, stop trying to tell us we have to do what y'all say. And then y'all gonna do what the Europeans say. Are you crazy? But always remember that. Don't try to tell us what we should do and try to tell us, you come from Africa. The history book said that all people come from Africa. So go tell the Chinese and the whites that they're African. Because you said every man come from Africa. See, that bullshit got to stop.
Marvelous. No, there's always a division. Oh, these people are Caribbean. Oh, these people are African Americans. Oh, these people are African. Meanwhile, you're looking at the same shade of black. But no, when it comes to white folks, you can hear, oh, this person is Russian. Oh, this person is from UK. Oh, no, this person is from Ukraine. No, we don't hear that shit when it comes to white folks. But when it comes to black people, we have different shades of black. And so divided, it is nauseating. We are unserious people. No, we're not serious. We will remain mentally enslaved till the end.
Can you tell that to Rwanda and the Congo? See, I'm telling you, growing up, I thought it was a real black unity in Africa. I thought it just was a promised land of peace and birds chirping. What a lie. And because they sold that to that bullshit. That's why we're trying to help them. Yeah, they not getting along over there. Trouble. Nigeria. No Nigerian should be on the Essence Festival. Too much damn scamming is going on. And he trying to scam us. They put a Nigerian scammer at the head of the Essence Festival. They need to be worried about Boko Haram and getting them kidnapped girls back. That's serious motherfucking business. But they're so tribalistic. You cannot go to Nigeria saying, I'm your black brother, black, black, black. They'll whack you across your goddamn head because you ain't part of their tribe. That's a fact. You got plenty of time to Google it. See, this lady know. Kenya, same thing. But you just can't go to Africa and say, I'm the black man. Homo. Boy, you got it. Where's your passport? What, they want to know what you got. You got what visa? Have you checked into this country? You can't just say, I'm black, brother. Let me live here. Oh, man, I tell you, get the hell out. You going to jail and getting deported.
The end of time.
Well, the last little bit, you kept saying we. We don't speak French. We speak English. So that we part has nothing to do with us. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, sis. Let me just give you just a little bit of education here. Essence Fest has never been a Pan-African event, okay? If Essence Fest was a Pan-African event, then this would be a legitimate conversation that you're having. Essence Fest and Essence Magazine was the highlight of the Black American community. Highlighted Black American actors, actresses, civil rights leaders, sports, highlighted people in fashion. It was more so focused on Black Americans. Not to say that they didn't feature a brother or sister from the motherland, not to say that, or a brother or sister from the Caribbean, but it was more so focused on Black American culture. And what the issue that Black Americans are having is that Richard Lou Dennis, he is literally trying to Pan-Africanize something that's culturally Black American. And that's what the rejection is coming from. You can't have Jollof versus jambalaya. That will be fine if it was a Pan-African event. Yeah, bring out the jambalaya, bring out the dirty rice, bring out the Jollof, bring it all out. Hey, let's go ahead and try it all. And listen, if I'm at a Pan-African event, I want to see every food there, right? I want to see the curry goat. I want to see the Jollof. I want to see the dirty rice. You understand? I want to see the fufu and the goosey and bring it all to the Pan-African event. I expect that. Listen, I'm going to Canada.
Go to their festivals and bring some of my good old-fashioned Texas Southern barbecue, and I can't bring soul food. That's a fact. That's disrespectful. They'll say, hey, no, you're here to enjoy our culture. See, they think we're stupid. I can't go to their festivals and play the hip-hop. They'll let you know, no, we don't want hip-hop here. This is our festival. They say that shit. But as soon as we try to say that shit, oh, black man, white men, don't try that scam with us. We sick of that shit.
Canada next month, the Pan-African Film Festival. I want to see all the food there. But if something is like Essence Fest and it's saying Black American or Black American Culture F.B.A., then you can't get mad at it. Listen, every year Frankie Beverly and Maze will go to the Essence Fest. The only reason they're not doing it because, Frankie Beverly, went on. But inviting acts like Erykah Badu and all that, it wasn't the Afrobeats Festival. It wasn't that. So if you say, oh, they don't want Africans there, it's not that. It's no different.
Beanie Man and Elephant Man to the Essence Festival. What's wrong with these people?
That if I would go to West Africa and in this Daddy December or whatever the case may be, and it's a Pan-African, it's not even Pan-African, it's just y'all in West Africa, y'all music, what y'all do, and then we come over there and just take it over when it's normally an event that's for y'all. Listen, when we go to events in Africa or the Caribbean, we're not trying to take it over. If anything, y'all invite us to perform our music, but we don't try to go there and take over your stuff. And that's where the disrespect comes from. Is that it's not, and I'm not saying her because she has nothing to do with it, but the fact is, not only the bringing in the Afro beats and all the different things they're bringing in, but they sit here and done dirty the vendors. For instance, they had a black business that was doing an event around the same time. They filed a lawsuit on a black business. A lawsuit. Essence never did that to black businesses. The vendors was not being treated right. Now, when Essence would come to over there, all the black community, all the black vendors would benefit and it would be a great time. Now, it's not that. And they gonna have to accept that. Listen, Essence, what y'all gonna have to do is change ownership, change CEO, or it's gonna just crash and burn. But at the same time, let me get to another point, because we can complain about Essence Fest and complain. This is the problem when we don't protect our Black American intellectual property. If you don't hold on to our intellectual property, or if you want to get out of the business, find another F.B.A. that got the passion, that want it, right? But don't give up our intellectual property, because when you sell, I know a lot of times businesses sell for multiple reasons. Maybe they ain't got so much debt, and hey, this company want to buy it, and they gonna get them from underneath debt, and also put some money in their pocket, right? At the sale. Sometimes people sell because, man, they just want to retire. They done. And they don't have nobody that want to take it over. So, hey, this company want to buy us out. Let's go ahead and do it. But let's take a lesson learned from Essence, is that we don't sell our cultural intellectual property. Find somebody in the black community that's passionate about this and sell it to them. That's what we have to do. And if we can't sell it, you shut it down at this point. Because selling it, when you sell it to somebody else, you can't really expect and demand they do it the way we want it done. Now, we can starve them out. We can say, I'm not going to your Essence Fest no more. I'm not even entertaining your magazine. Sure, we can do that. And actually, black folks are kind of doing that now. But instead of having to do that, why don't we protect our intellectual property? This is what we also can do. A lot of you great sisters out here who've been to college and all of that, maybe some of you brothers, maybe a husband and wife couple, start something new. Say, you know what? Okay, we lost Essence. Fine. Let's start something new. Let's start a new magazine in the same spirit of Essence, same spirit. Have a festival for that every year. The same spirit. Listen, one thing about us, we can recreate anything. We're not stuck on the same thing as black people. That's the beauty about us, is that we could switch on a dime, just like this. That's what we should do. I'm a firm believer we can complain, but once we complain and say, okay, now here's the action. This is what we're going to do to fix this. So, okay, we start a new magazine now. This is what we're doing. And we're going to grow this magazine to where Essence at. We're going to have a big festival every year. We're going to say, hey, this is a cultural event of the year. hey, all the black vendors, come on out. We got you. You know, hey, you can come here and make some money. And let's just do this thing all over again, man. We ain't got to cry about Essence. Listen, the fact is, Essence isn't owned by a black American anymore. And as an owner, you can put whoever you want to put as a CEO. See, what we're going to have to do is start showing people more than we tell them. Now, we told you, hey, man, it's cool you own it. Just get an F.B.A. to be the CEO. That way, that F.B.A. know the cultural nuance of our community and know what we're looking for, right? Because if we are your consumer, you have to understand, if black Americans are your consumer, then you got to keep your consumer happy. Because I guarantee you, the majority of the viewers or readers or whatever of Essence isn't in the Caribbean, it isn't in the continent of Africa. Sorry, it's not. You got to take care of your core base. You piss your core base off. Listen, this is horrible for Essence. I'll be honest with you. This PR right now is horrible, ladies and gentlemen, horrible. If they were smart, they would change things this quick, right? And if I was him, I'll be looking for an F.B.A. to sell it to because I want to get out from underneath it personally. I'm like, look, man, I want to get from underneath it. Maybe I can make some money off of it. Let me go ahead on and find an F.B.A. and put it out there. Hey, I want to sell it to a black American. And I want you to take this magazine and make it what it originally was. You know what I'm saying? Once again, I don't have a problem with the Richard Lou Dennis being the owner of it, but I have a problem with what he did with the direction. And the direction has been making everything go down. You feel me? But either he gonna fix it or just start something new. I'm not for this. One thing I'm about solutions. I'm not about complaining all day. Oh, this, all that. Listen, we are black Americans. We built this nation. So we can build a nation. We can build another magazine. A magazine is light work. Don't y'all think? It's light work. We got enough talented brothers. We got enough talented sisters right here in America to do something even greater than Essence Magazine. Do something greater. You know what I'm saying? I know if y'all remember Jet Magazine back in the day. I know y'all used to look at Jet, at least in my age group. Right? Bring elements of Jet. You remember the Jet Beauty of the Week and all of that back in the day? Hey, start a new magazine, bring that back, bring what Essence is, combine Jet and Essence together in one magazine. You feel me? Do it. And we'll make it pop. Make it like for the culture. And it will pop. I promise you that. So yeah, Essence did what it did, but we are black Americans. We are innovators. We create on a dime, just like this. We create new words. We create new style. We create everything we create. Everybody looks up to it anyway, right? So let's create something new, and I ain't be tripping by Essence like that.
All. It has not been free for Black people, and we are tired.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing it.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
Peace, family. My name is Vicki Dillard for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Family, how many of you all saw a couple of my broadcasts that I recently did, reminding you all of coverage I did from a couple of plus years ago about the former city council president, a Latina by the name of Nuri Martinez, who was caught in a leaked audio plotting against Foundation of Black Americans. She was using disgusting, non-stop anti-Black words. And she also exposed the fact in the meeting that she was with her other fellow Latino lawmakers about the plot to take over certain areas that had to do with redistricting. Yes. Now, this is something that you all need to understand is that folks in her community intentionally plan on taking over powerful positions so that they could take over property and possession land and empowers centers that belong to Black folks. Let me get my gavel. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, who warned us about this many, many years ago. Now, be sure to check out my broadcast on that as well, family. Be sure to look for it because I give you nothing but powerful receipts, and you need to listen to that. Well, family, after the first video that I did in recent history, because I did plenty of broadcasts on it a couple years ago, I showed you all how I believed, and I believe that some of the other F.B.A. folks believe that an investigation needed to be done on her because this was not for nothing. This was a suspicious circumstance and situation that occurred that included a lot of other high-level Democrat shields and officials we believe was involved in it. I'm going to tell you more about this, so stay tuned for my follow-up. We certainly believe that based on belief and information. Well, fam, let me tell you one of the reasons why we believe there's certainly Democratic collusion against us there. Watch this clip.
Hey, Karen Bass, can I ask you a question? When you gonna talk about reparations, though? We went wait for you to mention about reparations. When you gonna mention that since you're doing things? That's the question I gotta ask, though. We need you to start mentioning about reparations, Karen Bass.
Yes.
Hey, Karen Bass. Hey, Mayor Karen Bass.
Hold on a second.
Hey, Mayor Karen Bass. When you gonna start mentioning about reparations?
All right, 1, 2, 3. All right.
Hey, Mayor Karen Bass, can I ask you a quick question real quick? You disrespecting our people, man. We trying to act reparations. It's a Black event. I just want to ask a quick question. You in a Black event? So I just want to ask a quick question.
Ask for staff member, okay? You're not going to walk up on it.
It's a Black event, so I have a right to
all Black people. Ask the staff member.
I just want to ask you a question.
She's just taking photos right now. That's all she's doing. Ask her staff member, okay?
Hey, Karen Bass, we gonna mention about reparations though for Black people though. That's all. Yeah, that's good. I just want to ask you what you gonna mention about reparations for Black people though. That's all I gotta say though.
Good over here?
Yeah, I'm good though. I just want to ask you a question though. I'm not. Yeah, I just want to ask you a question though. She's not me. I just want to ask you a simple question though. That's all I want to ask though. I gave her space and all that though. I was trying to ask her a simple question though. That's all I'm trying to ask though. You see how she ignored my question? Why I asked her though? Hey, are you her staffer though? Hey, are you her staffer? Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question though. What's she gonna mention about reparations? She had to go to the LA, Los Angeles Reparations Task Force in LA though. What's she gonna talk about? We
probably need to send somebody over there.
She have a
contact information to my brother right here.
We've been trying to meet with her though, but she refused not to meet with us though. Mayor Karen Bass though. Hey, Mayor Karen Bass. When you gonna mention about reparations though? Our people, about 7 to 10 Black people dying every day on the street. Hey, you see how disrespectful she is? How she ignore me though? That's how disrespectful she is towards the Black community right there. Yep.
Okay, fam, did you all see y'all little 43rd mayor of Los Angeles, California? Miss Karen Bass, when asked about Foundation of Black American reparations, she plays dumb. She all of a sudden said, what she said? Well, she plays dumb like she Jeff, and she flees. And did you all see where the Black woman has her Black security to shut the Black man from asking her about very Black reparations? Y'all saw that, right? Meanwhile, she's making the news left and right for being tough for illegal migrants. Even when you look at this piece right here, that's headline from ABC 7 that says Trump administration sues LA Mayor Bass and City Council over sanctuary city immigration policies. Regardless of the devilment of the Trump administration, which I certainly get into often, even before he became president, and I will continue to give Donald Trump that everlasting work. I ain't gonna never think I'm his buddy and his friend. But let's be honest, family, the Democrats, they ain't it either. Well, she flees, she disrespects, and the brother calls her out and says that they tried to reach out to her before she refuses to meet with them. I want to know from my F.B.A. family, what y'all think about this? And what about the organizing that's going on there? How many of y'all know I've been shouting out our beautiful brothers and sisters in our reparations coalition there in California, shouting them out for them being on the ground, but they're calling this Los Angeles lady out who has a Black constituency for saying absolutely nothing about that, but we know her position and how she uses her bullet pulpit and her access to power to fight for illegal migrants. Now, y'all know I've been doing the Vicky Dillard tour last year in Chicago, and I plan on doing a little small town face-to-face Vicky Dillard Black Town Hall tours. Stay tuned for California. Be coming to a city near you. Can't wait to hear what y'all got to say about it. Meanwhile, family, don't forget to sign up for my absolutely free webinar July 14th. Mark your calendars. Go to my website at VickyPlanet.com. There's
clip I'm going to play. Charleston White's going to go on a rant about Carmelo Anthony. Call this a Charleston White public service announcement.
I want to take the time to apologize to Carmelo Anthony's family. Went out all the way wrong about that kid. I was always wrong about that kid, you know?
Yeah, you just indicted.
I was always wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He gonna beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who he big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid.
So Charleston goes on to explain Carmelo Anthony was in a bad situation in that he was confronted by bigger kids. He was not the aggressor.
One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker.
These are things that I stood on in the beginning that I stand on now that I continue to stand on. But when I saw this clip of Charleston White coming out and saying, hey, I was wrong about my depiction of Carmelo Anthony. I didn't know that he, first of all, wasn't at a school. I did not know that these kids were bigger than him and that they approached him, that they were threatening him. Sometimes people make statements when they don't know things or they get things wrong, or their source at the time may give them a different impression of an event. I know it's happened to me before. With that in mind, man, I just want to say, I'm glad to see Charleston White correct himself. Because as much as I want to say, see, I made mistakes before, and I've had to come out and apologize for them. He has something that I don't have. He has access to the family. He said he talked to the family, and that's an amazing thing. So his platform has gotten so big that he's able to talk to the father of Carmelo Anthony. It was something about the dad that always rubbed me the wrong way. The fact that I knew that it was reported that him and the wife were divorced years ago. They got separate GoFundMes. People complain about Carmelo Anthony's family's GoFundMe. But they didn't complain that the father and the mom had separate GoFundMes. That wasn't a problem. Where are their black friends and where's all this diversity? Because Dad was coming out talking a whole lot about the Bible and about diversity and don't make this about race. And he was leading so far into don't make this about race, it made me think something about race with this family. It just rubbed me the wrong way. It just seemed suspect to me. Don't blame the dead, please. Don't blame the dead for what? This woman says, do not blame the dead. Now, let me get this right. If someone breaks into your house and you protect yourself and they get unalived, is it okay to blame them at that point? Is that okay? I'm just asking. Yeah, I think you can blame the dead sometime. If the dead is wrong, particularly in Texas, where it's a stand your ground state. If somebody gets in your space and you're like, hey, you're making me uncomfortable, and they don't move out your space and they proceed, you have a right to defend yourself in Texas. Yeah, they blame the dead all the time in Texas, sister. I guess that's a sister. So it's kind of inaccurate to say don't blame the dead because that's what they do in Texas. That's what stand your ground means. That's what the castle doctrine means. It means you can get unalived and it still be your fault. Understand what I'm saying? So hope I cleared that up for you. Okay, because there are times people who lose their life did the wrong thing too. That's possible. I don't say that off the table with anyone. We're not going to take it off the table because it's a white guy to play football. It's a tragedy that anybody lost their life, but we don't know why exactly. Okay? If you're an aggressor and you attack someone and they're defending themselves, yeah, you could be blamed. Now, if you are the aggressor and you attack someone and you unalive them, you can get blamed. It works both ways. I wonder what you think about Daniel Penny. Yeah, let's play, Renee. What do you think about Daniel Penny? This will be important. This will be important barometer here. Let's do a temperature check. Daniel Penny raised more money, the second highest amount of money ever raised in a Give, Send, Go was Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny choked the life out of a 130-pound unarmed homeless person who was talking loudly on a train. Daniel Penny, not only is he free, not only did he get acquitted, what are your thoughts on Daniel Penny? I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna give you I'll give you about a minute to hear this because I know there's a little delay. What are your thoughts about Daniel Penny? And the person he killed, his name is Jordan Neely. Pretty sure you don't remember his name. But let's see. Let's see the response, folks. This is going to be good. I'm always down to have a good conversation with my good friends who I know mean well. Where are you, Renee Hurst? Gosh, I don't see your... Well, unfortunately, I don't see your response. Why is it that you stop responding? Why can't I find your response? Renee Hust. Renee Hust, where's your response? Renee, we were just getting together, having a good conversation, and then all of a sudden, you disappeared. Renee Hust, I'm going to make some assumptions here, and I could be wrong, babe. I know I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. First of all, I'm assuming that you're a white woman. You could be a black woman or a white guy or whatever. But I'm assuming you're a white woman. That's my first assumption. And I'm also assuming you're somewhat bigoted. Well, don't mean that's bad, Bob. It's just think you do. I think you saw that poor little white boy. I'm sorry, the poor big white guy You think he's little. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he reminds you of your cousin, your nephew, your sister. I want you to understand that feeling. It's okay to have that feeling. I had that same feeling. Had the same feeling when I saw Trayvon Martin, when I saw Tamir Rice, when I saw Breonna Taylor, when I saw Tatiana Jefferson. You know, I had the same feeling when I saw Sandra Bland. Same feeling when I saw Laquan McDonald. You know, I get it. Philando Castile. I had the same feelings. I get it. And I'm not gonna hold you. No cap. I get it. I respect it. I'm not somebody that says, oh, that's wrong. You can't feel that. You can't help it. We're all infected. We're all from America. To be this way is to be an American who's honest. I'm much too old to deny reality. It's something tribal about us based on the history of how we've been treated, the history of this way we've been raised in this culture. But you know what? You know what, Renee? I've been more conditioned to accept you than you've been conditioned to accept me. Yeah. And that's just reality. If I felt that Carmelo Anthony viciously attacked this nice white kid while he was minding his business, if I thought that, I'd say that. And I would be saying a different thing. But I would still have to say, let's wait till the evidence comes out, because even if I thought it, that would mean that he's guilty. I don't think that's what happened. Most kids I know who live like that have a rap sheet. I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. Most kids who would be aggressive to pursue somebody with a knife for no reason have done something before. That's just my deductive reasoning. 6'2", 225 versus 5'9", 150 pounds soaking wet. Yeah, they don't care though. Look, always. And of course here, guys, always is describing Austin is a 6'2", 225. 5'9" is Carmelo. But you know, we always appear to be more dangerous, no matter how big we are. Yeah, 5'9", Carmelo. I saw people saying, he don't look that small. Yeah, because we always look bigger for some reason. Bigger than we are. Our children appear older than they are. Something strange, right? You know, something strange about that. No good reason to put hands on them, Tim Black. No good reasons at all. You know? And look, once again, folks, it's Texas. Can't do that. Where I come from, you don't put hands on somebody unless you're ready to go. But you know, when kids, sometimes young people make dumb choices. I get that. I get it. Look, I wish it didn't go that far. I wish both of those kids were home watching Netflix right now, playing video games. I wish it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I also wish? I wish Eddie Griffin would have to come out like Charleston White and apologize, because he was one of those people with that same Charleston White take.
This is a human being thing.
Yeah. And then there's reports that, you know, they were bullying the stabber, and that's why he stabbed him. But, you know, if you get bullied, you know, just knuckle up, you know. Oh, and for all you white people out there trying to turn it into a race thing, the dad already said it wasn't no race thing. It was. You
see, Eddie doesn't know They were harassing him. Eddie. Austin and Hunter were harassing Carmelo Anthony. He asked them to leave him alone. They would not. They said, you ain't got no business standing here in word. Move it on. This is our tent. And he said, don't put your hands on me. Something that I know you would do. You'd be like, I know you ain't going to touch me. Eddie, we already know how you would go if some good old boys told you that you had to move. You'd look at him and be like, I don't. Is he talking to me? First of all, you wouldn't be alone. But if you were, I still don't think you would just be like, oh, yes, but yes, sir. Let me get out the way. Wouldn't want to eyeball you. I'm sorry I looked at you. Shouldn't be eyeballing you. I apologize, sir. I'll just be over there if you need me to get you anything. Let me know if you need me to get you a fruit punch or apple pie or anything to tend to your horses. Now, Eddie, those Austin Metcalf, don't let the blubbering father fool you. He know what kind of kids he raised. And I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie Griffin didn't sit back and watch Charleston White and say, I'm going to go with Charleston White. I'm just saying, because he didn't really have any information. These guys are busy. Charleston White had a residency in Las Vegas. That was the other point. Sometimes you're too busy to do this. You know what I'm saying? I devote all my time, and I'm still too busy to do it. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, I'm going to be covering some information about Zoran Mamdani. And it's taking me a couple days to get to that just because I wanted to make sure I spent enough time to make it count. And one of my sisters here, Jasmine, was helping me on that, send me a few links to look at regarding it. But once again, guys, I'm not saying I know everything. I don't. We'll hopefully get more information as time goes on. But my spidey senses were tingling. This told me there's more to this story. That young man does not seem like, it does not give me the impression that he just did that out of just viciousness. There's more to the story.
Well, folks, it's official. The FBI has wrapped it all up for us, put a nice little bow on the whole thing, and declared there is no Epstein client list. Doesn't exist, never did, so stop asking. And if you think otherwise, you must be some sort of conspiracy theorist. The type that believes powerful men don't kill themselves in federal custody while under 24-hour surveillance. Crazy talk. And just like that, the Department of Justice wants to slam the door shut on what may be the biggest blackmail operation in modern history. Case closed. Epstein was a lone pervert. Ghislaine was just his quirky assistant.
Crazy.
The cameras failed. The guards fell asleep. And all of those billionaires, politicians, and intelligence operatives who flew on the Lolita Express, don't worry about them. Totally unrelated. They think we're idiots. They think if they repeat, he killed himself enough times, we'll forget the
people lost so much credibility with this, especially Trump and everybody. Now it seemed like the people he put in the office was put in there to do exactly the bullshit they doing right now. Protect this and side with Israel. That's a fact. After they finessed everybody.
The obvious, that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset, likely Mossad, connected, running a honeypot operation to trap some of the most powerful people on the planet. And now the same agencies that helped cover it up are pretending to investigate themselves. And wouldn't you know it, they've cleared themselves of all wrongdoing. Imagine that. So let me read to you part of this very.
These people say that it was no client list. That's so crazy, bro. That's so crazy. And now, like I say, the Trump and Republicans don't fuck themselves so rawly because all they got in office saying that they was definitely gonna put the client list off because they said it was a client list. And we know he was blackmailing people, but they said, nah, he didn't blackmail nobody. There was nobody getting blackmailed. Like, what? Y'all rubber stamped that? Now we know all of y'all motherfuckers have been compromised, and he absolutely had Trump ass in that motherfucker now. He absolutely had him in there. Not just Bill Clinton. See, Trump's on the fence. Now Trump done rubber stamped it by telling a lie. There was no clients. Well, who the hell was all them girls getting trafficked to? Ghislaine Maxwell, her people should immediately say, y'all gotta let me out of prison. Because if you say he wasn't trafficking no kids, he didn't traffic them to nobody, what the hell is Ghislaine locked up for? Why is Ghislaine Maxwell locked up? And this is crazy.
Very laughable FBI letter, so you can hear for yourself just how stupid they think we are. And then I'm going to show you some of the footage that they released to try to convince us. Spoiler alert, it raises more questions than it answers. So here's the letter that they released today. They said, or maybe it was yesterday, but either way, whatever. We're idiots, right? Because they think we're going to believe this. As part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigations have conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein. To ensure that the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored. Except you didn't check Israel, did ya? No, you just forgot that one, didn't you? Right.
I doubt if he did. This was a well put together skate. That man somewhere chilling.
Okay, so they said these searches uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. But it wasn't the...
This type of shit is the same reason P. Diddy just beat the motherfucking feds. See, P. Diddy learned, he learned from the master, Jeffrey Epstein. That's a fact. And he went through the ritual with Jeffrey, but he kept his mouth closed. That's why they allowed P. Diddy to beat the feds, because he did not incriminate none of the people that he knew he had information on. That's why he finna get this motherfucker slap on the wrist and come back out to this goddamn world. All this bullshit is tied together.
The incriminating evidence we need, because all of that's in Israel. So, we, of course, we didn't check there. Goes on to say, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. Okay, so he was just a lone pervert, victimizing thousands of girls, even though the girls said that they were trafficked out to all of these powerful politicians, royalty.
Not that they just said it, like that one girl, or did she have a car wreck and die? But who was trafficked to Prince Andrew? That's why he had to say. See, these people is really think people dumb. Why did Prince Andrew get stripped of his royal title and they put him to the sideline then? Because the girl was trafficked to him. That's why he lost it all, and his brother got the. It was a raw, it was Game of Thrones over there, but he lost it all. That's why if something happened to his brother, he don't get to be king. It's gonna go to the son of Charles, because they sidelined his brother because his brother got caught up in this honey pot with the Israelis. But they said no men, nobody was involved. What the hell did this mean? What happened with Prince Andrew then?
And world leaders, but never mind any of that. Epstein was just a lone pervert with Ghislaine Maxwell. Goes on to say, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19th, 2019 autopsy findings of the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the November 2019 position of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York in connection with the investigation of federal correctional officers responsible for guarding Epstein, and the June 2023 conclusions of the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. The conclusion that Epstein died by suicide is further supported by video footage from the common area of the special housing unit where Epstein was housed at the time of his death. As DOJ's Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019, until around 6:30 a.m. the next morning, nobody entered any of the tiers in the SHU. During this review, the FBI enhanced the relative footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability. The full raw and enhanced videos are available at the following links. And then they did post links, and let me show you the footage that they released. So this is some of the footage they released, like it's like 11 hours long or something ridiculous, but it basically is just footage that looks like this. So I'm just kind of showing you that what this looks like. Now, it is unclear. None of this is
Epstein's cell. They got a camera that's not pointing nowhere to this man's cell. Talking about, let's look at some footage. That ain't that man's cell.
of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. This guy is entering a hallway where there are cells that are there's like 6 cells beyond this door in a hallway, and I don't know if that's the hallway where Epstein was housed. But here's the other thing: people have actually been examining all 11 or so, however many hours of footage that they have, and this is the type of stuff that they're finding. This is actually spliced. Now look at this. You could see from
it's gonna skip.
Let's just
a whole minute. I seen it on video. A whole minute. And the FBI never said that. I want you to understand how corrupt these people is. They never said one time it's a whole minute and something sliced out this video. They just put the video on and say, "Oh, here go the video." YouTube detectives had to go into this video and say, "Wait a minute, this thing gonna jump a whole minute." Yes, so it shows you they edited this video. Why y'all edit the video? Because they corrupt and crooked, man.
Just go and let me just kind of try to slow this down for you. Okay, look at the timestamp on this. 11:58. Let me go full. Let me just show you the full screen here. Let me get rid of that lower third for you so you can see the whole thing. So here it is. You could see a whole minute is missing on this.
It go from 11:58.
And they're like, we didn't edit any of this, guys. We didn't edit any of this.
Yeah. See, that little shit, just that right there show you they lying. What happened to the little minute? It's a lot you can do with a minute. Go in there, strangle a man, kill him, and run out of there. You can do a lot with a minute, man. Get that man out that cell, put a dummy in there, act like that's his dead body. You can do a lot with a minute. And if this is the video, why the hell did y'all cut a minute out the video, man? You can't trust them. They busted.
Oh, but suddenly a whole minute is missing from 11:58, so 11:59 to suddenly 12. An entire minute. And not only that, but you see these like kind of editing tools up in the upper right-hand corner. Do you see that white kind of sliver of a white box? Those are like editing tools there, and that some idiot forgot to totally crop out of the frame. So clearly this is not unedited footage, because how could a minute go completely missing? Now they might have some sort of an explanation for that, right? They might say, well, actually the cameras, it's just a natural cycle of the cameras. They kind of stop filming for a minute or something. But either way, what makes us believe that just because they've released this footage, oh, we're just supposed to trust you? Right. There was no client list. Epstein and Ghislaine
That's the smoking gun. The minute something clipped out that video, that's all we need to see. You're guilty. Yeah, guilty. You definitely lying. There shouldn't be no minute clipped out, no videos. We don't want no excuses on why you clipped it out. Then you didn't tell us it was clipped out. Internet people that's crazy. Internet people had to find that they got themselves. We can't trust these people.
We're lone perverts, just abusing thousands of girls. And even though those girls mention all these powerful people, there's nothing to see here. And yeah, he killed himself, totally killed himself. I mean, they just want us to believe they want us to, they believe that we're totally and completely stupid. And they want us to believe that, oh yeah, no, they've told us the truth completely. I want to play some videos for you just as a reminder of what was said up to this point, because suddenly, they're saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. Oh, really? Well, what about this? What happened here?
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that? They still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI. Yeah, the FBI, they're reviewing. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what.
Now they're saying there's no videos. They have no videos. They don't know they don't know why they said that.
What they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
When they say all these videos, Epstein wasn't just recording his goddamn self with no. These people, this man was not just recording himself. No, he was recording other people. That's called the Israeli honey trap. It wasn't him. They know what's on them damn tapes. All those dirty ass politicians and all these tech geeks like Bill Gates.
Okay, so they're just going to get all these victims for us, but there's no client list. And here's Dan Bongino, if you remember this one. He's like, Israel, defense of Israel, that's my number one passion.
Who makes you laugh the most?
Oh, you, gosh, you make me laugh.
What is the one thing you need to have in your fridge at all times?
Lenny and Larry's protein cookies.
What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, defense of Israel.
What is number one on your bucket list?
Defense of Israel.
To go to Israel, of course, and to defend Israel at all costs, of course. Here's one of the victims speaking out about the whole thing.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
Oh, shit. Elaine Maxwell finna get out of jail because the FBI just said they trafficked girls to nobody. There's no trafficking. That's what they say. There's no one to traffic to. They just say he sexually abused some of them. These people is crazy. To protect all of this, it's the same thing with Diddy. There's no RICO. Oh, we made a mistake. See, that's crazy. Jeffrey Epstein would have beat their ass in the federal thing too, because they can't give up the powerful people. They're willing to lose these cases and let Jeffrey Epstein go hide out wherever he hiding out. I don't believe that man did.
And 27 for me.
I was 10 years old when Liz Stein was being trafficked. I was 10. That is how long the sex trafficking ring has been going on.
Okay, so I want to spend some time going over why most of us think Epstein and his pedo island was actually a Mossad blackmail operation. Okay, so we haven't made this up in our minds. There isn't nothing to see here. Let's just move on. No, this was actually a Mossad blackmail operation, and they're now covering for it. They don't want to ask Israel. They don't want to expose Israel. They all pledge allegiance to Israel. So let's start off with Robert Maxwell. This is Ghislaine's father. To the public, he was a British media mogul, owner of the Daily Mirror, a flashy, ruthless businessman with political power. But behind the scenes, Robert Maxwell was almost certainly an intelligence asset. And all signs point to Mossad. Former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben Menashe stated that Maxwell was actively running disinformation and espionage operations for Israel throughout Europe. MI6 sources later corroborated this. Maxwell had ties not just to Mossad, but also to the KGB and possibly MI6 itself. But it gets darker. In the mid-1980s, Maxwell played a key role in helping distribute a piece of Israeli spyware called Promise. What was Promise? Well, it was a sophisticated tracking software originally developed by a U.S. company to monitor criminal cases. But Mossad, with the help of Jonathan Pollard, stole it, modified it with a back door, and then used Robert Maxwell to distribute it to governments around the world. And Maxwell reportedly sold Promise to multiple countries, including U.S. allies, allowing Israeli intelligence to secretly access classified data from foreign intelligence agencies, law enforcement, and even militaries. That's not conspiracy theory. That's been confirmed in multiple investigations, including by former CIA operatives and congressional staffers. So to recap, Robert Maxwell helped Mossad spy on the entire planet. And then came the betrayal of Mordecai Vanunu. Vanunu was the Israeli nuclear technician who exposed Israel's secret nuclear weapons program in 1986. Yeah, he's the one who blew the whistle on the whole thing. You know, that whole weapons program, the nuclear weapons program they supposedly don't have. Well, guess who reportedly tipped off Mossad and helped set up Vanunu's kidnapping in Rome? That's right, Robert Maxwell. After the leak, Vanunu was drugged, abducted by Mossad, and smuggled to Israel in a shipping container. He then spent 18 years in prison, most of it in solitary. That's the price for exposing the truth. Now, fast forward to 1991, Robert Maxwell falls off of his yacht titled the Lady Ghislaine, and he drowns in the Atlantic. The official cause of death was accidental. They said maybe it was a heart attack, maybe it was a stroke, maybe he fell, maybe all three. But behind closed doors, sources from MI6 and Mossad both suggested he was eliminated, either because he became a liability or because The theory is that he maybe threatened to reveal details about Mossad's promise operation and blackmail activities for money because he was deeply in debt. But either way, what happened after his death is what matters. He was given a full state funeral in Israel, buried on the Mount of Olives, one of the holiest Jewish sites, attended by 6 Mossad chiefs, top Israeli brass, and the prime minister. So let me ask you something. What kind of newspaper tycoon gets a spy's burial in Israel? Yeah, exactly. Robert Maxwell wasn't just rich or powerful. He was part of an intelligence network that ran deep, and he died when he became disposable. Now let's fast forward to the daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, the youngest of Robert Maxwell's 9 children, and by many accounts his favorite. And almost immediately after her father's mysterious death in 1991, after he fell off his yacht under a cloud of financial scandal and spy intrigue, Ghislaine packs up and moves to New York City. No job, no business experience.
He introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein. He introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein. He put his daughter with Jeffrey to continue what he had been doing.
Experience. No explanation for how she affords her lifestyle, but somehow, almost overnight, she's embedded at the highest levels of Manhattan's elite. She's partying with billionaires, socialites, Ivy League royalty, and eventually she partners with one man in particular, Jeffrey Epstein. Now here's what we do know about Ghislaine. She wasn't just Epstein's girlfriend. She wasn't just arm candy. She was the logistics manager, the recruiter, the scheduler. She's the one who groomed underage girls and funneled them directly to Epstein and sometimes reportedly to his friends.
She was a handler of Epstein. She was the go-through for the Mossad to Epstein. You understand that? She was trained by her pops to continue the honey traps in America, to go after big fish. Don't waste your time on these petty millionaires. Get the politicians, get the head of tech companies, get those who soon will be in real power. And make sure that they always around underage girls and boys. Make sure anytime they get a massage, it's from somebody underage and you get it on tape.
Friends. That's not speculation. That's confirmed by dozens of victim testimonies, FBI interviews, and court documents. And that's why she's currently rotting in federal prison, convicted for running a child sex trafficking ring that apparently, according to the FBI, doesn't exist. But here's the Orwellian twist.
You know what I'm saying?
The FBI and the DOJ now
somebody for something you just said don't exist. That's why she finna get out of jail. As long as she keep her mouth shut, and I bet you they told her she got to keep her cash with all them the tens of millions of dollars. They probably got $100 million stashed away. They're gonna let her out as long as she be quiet. Because once her lawyers go to the appeal court, they definitely gonna let her go. Everything she charged with, the FBI said didn't happen. There's no evidence to that. That's what they just said.
Say there was no client list. They say the case is closed. That Epstein killed himself, and that's the end of the story. So somehow Ghislaine is in prison for trafficking minors to no one?
To no one. Come on.
Make that make sense.
That's crazy.
Now back to Ghislaine herself. She didn't just travel with Epstein. She lived with him. She ran his properties, scheduled his massages, managed his staff. She was a central node in the entire operation. But some believe she was far more than that. Not Epstein's partner, his handler. Because Ghislaine Maxwell had her own network, her own pedigree, her own connections. She was a fixture in circles that touched not just Wall Street and Hollywood, but CIA, MI6, and Mossad-linked intelligence contractors. Multiple sources say she attended defense industry conferences, hung around military circles, and had strange access to diplomatic events far above her pay.
I think she might even been the one introduced Trump to Melania, to his wife. Because I do believe they introduced Trump to, she wasn't underage. Melania wasn't underage or nothing, but that don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Melania could be a foreign intelligence operative too, working for different people. But I think they definitely introduced Trump to Melania. And I think it was her who did, Ghislaine.
Pay grade.
Because Trump did say Ghislaine was a nice woman. He had nothing bad ever to say about her. And he say he hate the situation that she was in.
The Terramar Project, a strange, almost nonsensical nonprofit Ghislaine launched in 2012. On paper, it was about protecting the oceans. But in practice, it had no significant staff, did no major work, and operated for only a few years before quietly disappearing right around the time Epstein was arrested. Even stranger, Terramar was registered to Epstein's compound in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the same compound known for cameras, tunnels, and secret rooms. So let's put the pieces together. A woman with a family history of espionage moves seamlessly into elite U.S. society after her father's mysterious death, connects with a shadowy financier tied to presidents, spies, and royalty, helps run a global trafficking network with surveillance capabilities, launches a cover NGO registered to a known blackmail site, and avoids arrest for over a decade, despite overwhelming testimony. Why? Because people like Ghislaine Maxwell don't get prosecuted unless the protection runs out. And even now in prison, we still have no real answers about who she was working with, who she was delivering girls to, or who she was protecting. But the truth is this. She didn't act alone, and she didn't get there on charm. She got there through deep intelligence ties and possibly a mission inherited from her father. So now let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. He wasn't just some Wall Street wizard. In fact, no one could explain how he made his money. He claimed to be a hedge fund manager, but there's no record of any trades, any investors, or actual fund. Billionaire Les Wexner, CEO of Victoria's Secret, gave Epstein power of attorney and turned over massive assets to him, including a New York mansion. Why? Still unclear.
Because they caught the Victoria's Secret owner up in a little honey trap. Massar probably did. He turned over his empire, his financial assets for Jeffrey Epstein to handle, to make investments, do all that type of shady shit with. And one thing she didn't mention, Bill Barr, who was the Attorney General of the U.S. when Donald Trump was first president, and who on his watch Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly killed. His dad was a professor. He gave Epstein his first job teaching in schools. That's very key. Where did Epstein get his first job from? Bill Barr's, the Attorney General's, his father. See, they try to act like people don't need to know that. That's all part of this shit.
He had a private island, a New Mexico compound, and multiple homes allegedly outfitted with hidden cameras, suggesting he was gathering compromise. And here's where it gets even stranger. Epstein possessed a fake Austrian passport with a Saudi Arabia address, listing his nationality as Austrian and his residence in Riyadh. That passport had stamps from countries like Saudi Arabia, Spain, and the UK, and was found in a safe along with piles of cash, diamonds, and foreign passports. Who needs that kind of equipment unless they're running a covert op? And then there's the biggest smoking gun. In 2008, Epstein got a non-prosecution agreement in Florida after being caught trafficking dozens of underage girls. He served just 13 months in county jail and was allowed to leave during the day. Why did the feds back off? Because according to former Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, he was told to leave Epstein alone. Acosta reportedly said, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." That wasn't a conspiracy theorist. That was a sitting U.S. official admitting on record that Epstein had intel protection. So now let's walk through the so-called suicide of Jeffrey Epstein, because if you believe this was just a lonely billionaire who took his own life in maximum security federal prison, then I've got an island to sell you. Here's everything that makes Epstein's death look more like a hit than a hanging. Number one, the cameras malfunctioned. On the night Epstein died, both security cameras outside his cell stopped working. One was reportedly broken. The other had corrupted footage. To this day, there's no video of his death. They instead just give us video of the hallway outside of the hallway where his cell was. What are the odds? 2, the guards fell asleep. 2 guards assigned to monitor Epstein every 30 minutes fell asleep over 3 hours. Then they falsified the logs to cover it up. They were later charged, then quietly had the charge.
Imagine that. Imagine if, just like you see in the movies, them people hit them people with that nerve agent through the vent. People fell asleep. They really like, damn, I fell asleep. They don't even know, boy. This is a CIA Mossad operation. Once they put that gas in there, hell yeah, them dummies was going to sleep.
Charges dropped. Again, no one was held accountable. Number 3, Epstein was taken off suicide watch for no reason. Just weeks earlier, Epstein was found semi-conscious in a cell with marks on his neck and apparent suicide attempt or attempted murder. Despite that, and despite being a high-profile federal inmate, he was taken off suicide watch and moved to a regular cell in the special housing unit. No explanation was ever given. Number 4, his cellmate was removed right before he died. Epstein had a cellmate, a hulking ex-cop named Nicholas Tartaglione, who was later suspected of trying to kill him. But right before Epstein's death, Tartaglione was transferred out, leaving Epstein completely alone. Another wild coincidence, I would say. Number 5, the most high-profile prisoner in America was left unwatched. So let's be clear. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just any inmate. He was a man with ties to presidents, royalty, intelligence agencies, and global elites. Yet somehow in a prison known for high security operations, he was left unsupervised for hours. How does that happen? Number 6, the autopsy was contested by the nation's top pathologist. New York's official ruling was suicide by hanging, but Dr. Michael Baden, former chief medical examiner for New York City and world-renowned forensic pathologist, was hired by Epstein's family to observe the autopsy. And his conclusion, the injuries were more consistent with homicide. Specifically, Epstein's hyoid bone was broken, a bone near the Adam's apple, and that injury is extremely rare in suicides, but common in manual strangulation. Number 7, the bedsheet was paper thin. Epstein allegedly hanged himself with a paper thin bedsheet from a bunk bed while alone in a cell with no sharp edges and no way to anchor himself. The mechanics of the suicide don't even add up, especially for a 6-foot-tall man. Number 8, he was in good spirits days before. Multiple reports say Epstein had recently met with his lawyers and was optimistic about his legal strategy. He had just signed a new will, transferring his assets to a trust in the Virgin Islands 2 days before he died. Not exactly the behavior of someone ready to end it all. Number 9, the facility was already under staff shortage and lacks oversight. MCC Manhattan, where Epstein died, had been flagged multiple times for mismanagement and staffing issues, but no corrective action was ever taken until after Epstein was dead. Convenient. And number 10, too many people wanted him gone. I mean, Epstein had dirt on billionaires, politicians, intelligence assets, and royalty. He had blackmail footage. He had flight logs. He had names. A trial would have cracked the elite world open. Instead, he conveniently died. And now there's no trial, no client list, no justice. So let that sink in. What do we have? A father, Robert Maxwell, deeply tied to Mossad. A daughter, Ghislaine, embedded in global elite circles with intelligence connections of her own. And a financier, Epstein, with no clear source of wealth, fake passports, blackmail setups, direct protection from U.S. prosecutors, and a suspicious death. And now, after all of that, the FBI wants us to believe there's no client list. Epstein killed himself, and we should all just move on. All while every U.S. politician does a pilgrimage to Israel, praying at the Wailing Wall and pledging allegiance to the country. Yeah, not happening. And the Trump administration with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who told you to trust them, just lost all trust from the MAGA voters. It's clear to all of us that our nation is being completely held hostage by a foreign government using bribes, blackmail, and brainwashing. And from what I'm seeing online, most of us aren't falling for it. So the big question is, will it be enough to get us to stop voting for pro-Israel politicians? I hope so. I hope from now on, we are truly, truly, truly America first.
Revolutionary salute to my brother B.I.G. for donating 5 core-figure memberships to the audience. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Family salute. Try to keep those memberships to help us keep the lights on. Here at the House of Revolution. Salute. Appreciate that love, family. Rolling up that good denim, man.
Functioning. That was the original story, that the cameras were malfunctioning. Now they're saying, no, we got the video. What? They magically work years later. So, but watch this. Watch this. 1 minute is missing from the Epstein security phone.
Oh.
So, watch this. So, 11:58:57. And then it goes right to 12. So, spoiler alert, no Epstein files, but here's what Donald Trump said originally about them.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Now they say it's no stuff.
Well, Elon Musk says time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. That's what Elon Musk said. Guess what? Breaking: President Trump's Department of Justice and FBI conclude Epstein had no client list and committed suicide. That's real. Remember when J.D. Vance said this? Remember when we learned that our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child sex trafficking ring, and then that guy died mysteriously in a jail, and now we just don't talk about it? He said that in 2021. Well, guess what now? Now? Nope, nothing to see here. Don't talk about it. Nothing to talk about, nothing to see. Even though they've been talking about it for years and years, now when they're in power, nothing to see here. Show's over. Go home, folks. President Trump, they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client. There's no evidence that he had a client list or was murdered. No evidence. According to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios, the administration is releasing a video, get this, in both raw and enhanced versions that it says indicates no one entered the area at the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held that night he died in 2019. The video supports a medical examiner's findings that Epstein died by suicide. He broke his own neck, is what they're saying. Here's the video. Guess what? There's a minute missing from the video. Department of Justice releases 10 hours of surveillance footage claiming no one entered Epstein's cell before his death. Weren't the cameras supposedly malfunctioning? That was the original story, that the cameras were malfunctioning. Now they're saying, no, we got the video. What? They magically work years later. So, but watch this. Watch this. 1 minute is missing from the Epstein security phone.
Oh.
So, watch this. So 11:58:57, and then it goes right to 12. It just jumps. 11, boom. The findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death, theories that have been pushed by the FBI's top two officials before Trump appointed them to the bureau. That'd be Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. A social media influencers and activist, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, were among those in MAGA world who questioned the official version of how Epstein died. Patel and Bongino have since said Epstein killed himself, but it has become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, business leaders, and that someone killed him to conceal. That's not on the right. That's anybody with a thinking brain. What do you think Jeffrey Epstein was doing? He was running a blackmail operation. What do you think he was doing? Sex trafficking, children. What do you think he was doing with Prince Philip? Was that what his name was? Prince Philip? Which prince was it that got in trouble?
Yeah, hold on.
The memo says no one else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. Epstein's associate, Maxwell, is serving
Prince
20.
Andrew.
What's that?
Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew. Sorry, Prince Andrew. For sex trafficking and related. Of course, she's in jail for 20 years for sex trafficking people to no one. She's trafficked kids to no one. Who are the people she trafficked them to? That's what people want. According to the memo, investigators closely examined footage of Epstein's Manhattan prison cell between around 10:40 p.m. on August 9, 2019, when Epstein was locked in his cell, and around 6:30 a.m. the next day when he was found unresponsive or murdered. The footage, which was reviewed by Axios but couldn't be verified independently, showed no one entering the area, the administration said. The FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability. Investigators found no incriminating client lists, no credible evidence that Epstein's blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predict an investigation against uncharged third parties, the memo adds. So if you believe that, I've got a vaccine I'd like to sell you that stops transmission and contraction and will end the pandemic. If you believe any of that. They said for years there was no video. Now all of a sudden we got it. And I can't speak for the veracity of that Twitter video. I can't speak for the veracity of that. But that looks exactly like something they would do. MAGA's media universe and some of its voices on Capitol Hill have expressed frustration with the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein case since February, when Department of Justice released a tranche of Epstein-related files that were already publicly available. Conservative figures panned the disclosure, saying it lacked new information. Remember this? Remember that when they got these conservative media influencers and they gave them this dossier full of nothing? And they all celebrated as if they had gotten something. They didn't get anything. Representative Anna Paulina Luna says, I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. A New York Post story just revealed that the documents will simply be Epstein's phone book. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment. Get us the information we asked for. Questions about whether Trump's name is in the government Epstein files have persisted because they had been acquaintances who attended the same parties in the 1990s. Look, can I just show you? I want to get to the video. Bongiorno does a complete U-turn on Epstein. In 2023, he said this.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Wow, what a switcheroo. Here's Kash Patel. In March, Pam Bondi says the FBI has tens of thousands of Epstein videos. In April, Patel says that they vanished. In July, the Department of Justice says there's no client list, no names, suicide, case closed. They had the tapes. Now they have amnesia. Let's watch.
Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
Tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume. And that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going.
So Jeffrey Epstein was running a sex trafficking ring to get blackmail, apparently on nobody. Apparently on nobody. That's what they're trying to tell us now. And then he killed himself. He was already convicted of sexual sex crimes already once. And he got a sweetheart deal where he spent a couple of weekends in prison and and why did he get that sweetheart deal? Well, the guy who prosecuted him said, I was told to give him this deal because Jeffrey Epstein was intelligence. And now the guys who are in charge of the FBI say, no, nothing to see here. There's nothing to see. He didn't do anything. Jeffrey Epstein was just a dude. He didn't do anything. I like this. Elon Musk tweeted this out. Will we release the Epstein list? We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list. That's what Elon Musk tweeted out. Here is Benny Johnson in February 2025. You say that the FBI here. Well, let's watch it.
You know, it's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing? Oh,
I saw you
give out the list.
I saw you make news this morning about that. I got to get to that.
Yeah.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate you know, and good for Senator Blackburn to try to get it out. But then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, but he released the names, right? What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? You're going to accept Dick Durbin's word, or whoever that guy is, as to who is on that list and who isn't, and that it can and can't be released? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. We have an election coming up, and we need to adjudicate this matter at the polls. God knows the FBI and DOJ aren't going to do anything. But how are you going to reward the FBI with a new headquarters building after their illegal surveillance on Donald Trump continues with a reauthorization of FISA, and we can't even get basic documents out? This is why America hates Congress. And this is why I'm tired of the Republican majority saying they're going to get the job done and failing.
I wish I would have led I should have led the story off with that video. That's them themselves saying these things. That's Pam Bondi, that's Kash Patel, that's Dan Bongino, themselves saying those things. And now they're gonna pee on your leg and tell you it's raining. The Epstein client list went from sitting on Pam Bondi's desk to never existing. This is the most blatant cover-up in history. The FBI is lying to protect the child rapist it should be going after. The government is so corrupt it can't even be trusted to hold pedophiles accountable. There it is. Pam Bondi, Jeffrey Epstein's client list sitting on my desk. FBI finds no Jeffrey Epstein client list. He did. It was a suicide. Nothing to see here. Donald Trump's assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania. Case closed. Was just one guy. Which one is lying? Why is Kash Patel denying the existence of Epstein Island videos showing child sexual assault just days after Pam Bondi revealed the FBI has thousands of hours of such footage involving Epstein and his clients to comb through before releasing?
Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
Tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume. And that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going.
I have been saying for years that it was suspicious that Epstein died the very night that the news report came out, initially naming Trump on the flight log. Now, when Trump gets back in office, they close the case and say there is no client list. Here's Elon Musk. What's the time? Oh, look, it's no one has been arrested o'clock again. The official Jeffrey Epstein pedophile arrest counter, 0. Some people still standing by it. They don't care. This isn't Insurrection Barbie says, I'm not saying we need to move on from Epstein. I want to see accountability for everything. What I'm saying is that Epstein is not the end all be all defining moment of the Trump presidency, like people on air making it out to be, so you can sell some more rage and make money. It's not the you could say that about anything. Things that you should be outraged about. People should be outraged about it. It's not the reason why I would support President Trump or not support President Trump. It's important, but it's not. It's so is 100,000 other things. What I'm saying is that the perspective, nuance, patience, and common sense need to make a comeback and fast.
Oh, okay. Then let's talk about Israel. How's that?
But we did get Pago.
I know it's not sexy.
Wait, sorry, that was someone else. And here it is, paid influencers starting to push the just move on narrative over an issue they've been obsessing over now that the money is cleared. How much did the GOP pay for this post? So that's what Steve Bean says about that post. Alex Jones, Epstein files in. This is from February 2025. Epstein files incoming as Trump's massive moves against the deep state shatter the globalist infrastructure to make way for America first. Here it is. Buckle up. He tweeted this out. Buckle up, Hollywood.
As most of you know, President Trump last night in a national television interview said that the release of the Epstein files, JFK files, and others is coming along well and will be out soon. They're obviously just redacting the names of any innocent people or informants or victims. But he said, look for the JFK thing, to be even bigger. And I think it's clear, the bad guys have hidden or destroyed. They've had all these years to do it, Comey and his daughter and the rest of them. So I don't know how much we're going to get there. But regardless, we have the UN running child human trafficking. We have DHS under Mayorkas and all of them, and just all these giant cases, the CIA finders cases and all of it. And I'm saying focus on Epstein. That's important. It's catch people's imaginations. It's key. But everything else is important as well. That's why I did that hour-and-a-half deep dive a few weeks ago with Ian Carroll that's right here on X and also at Man.video, where for an hour and a half we cover a wide spectrum of it and some of the huge documented cases, of CIA giant child trafficking sex rings. Just massive MI6, the British royal family. But it is a big deal that this is coming out. We're 56 days in the Trump administration. They are moving very, very quickly. Of course, Trump's come out and said basically everything Biden did, it's not just the part that's invalid. With the auto pen, he didn't know what he was signing. Most of the time he didn't sign it, like the liquid natural gas deal. They've got a criminal investigation going on that. So they're moving very, very quickly on every front. They're dismantling the whole globalist system.
So he said that on March 17th, 2025, he tweeted that out. And here he is, July 7th, breaking exclusive. Trump's must demand that Pam Bondi clarify her reports of 14 terabytes of children being raped after the Department of Justice issued a letter contradicting her claims to clear the air of the Epstein firestorm. Roger Stone also calls on AG Pam Bondi to answer.
Why would Pam Bondi say, we got 14 terabytes and hundreds of new victims and put all that out? And you've also got the U.S. attorney and a bunch of others coming out and saying they've seen it, it's coming out. Why would they do all that and then now say, oh, actually, there's nothing? And I get it. There's not an official, here's my client list. He was talking to restaurants and lawnmowers and pool people and politicians and business. Obviously, most people that he's got numbers of aren't that. That's clear. The point is that why would they come out and say, we've got all this, we're going after them, they're going to be prosecuted, and then now 180 so fast?
That is a question that I think Pam Bondi has to answer. In other words, we have a discrepancy. I believe Kash Patel when he says we don't have anything. That's because it was destroyed. And as far as Epstein killing himself, Michael Baden, the New York City medical examiner, probably the single most respected pathologist in the country, inspected Epstein's body and said that the wounds, that the broken bones in his neck were completely inconsistent with him hanging himself. He also pointed out that he has conducted autopsies in 1,000 hanging cases. We also know that David Schoen, the criminal defense lawyer, was retained by Epstein, and they agreed to a very sizable retainer on the Thursday before the Saturday that he allegedly killed himself. So who hires a new lawyer to head his criminal defense and then kills himself 2 days later?
Great points by Roger Stone. So it's another sad day. No matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. And now that they're who knows? Was Elon Trump telling the truth about? Was Elon Musk telling the truth about Trump being in the Epstein files, and that's why we're not finding it out? It's obvious to me that there's a cover-up happening, and it's coming from Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and Dan Bongino, and it'd be one thing if they didn't have a track record of screaming about this. But they have a track record of themselves screaming at the top of their lungs about this and imploring people to focus on this and not let it go. And then as soon as they get in a position to do something, they say, don't focus on it, let it go. So meet the new boss, same as the old boss. And there is a deep state, and Jeffrey Epstein was running a criminal sex trafficking organization, and he has compromised on a lot of powerful people, and they're not allowed to go after them.
And who has that evidence?
And they're not just like the Diddy case came in and got fixed by the deep state. James Comey's daughter. The same things happen. So the same thing. This is above their pay grade. They can't do anything about this. Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Toronto, Red Bank, New Jersey, Northampton.
Patel, Bongino, a few months ago, we'll get the clip, go on Fox like deer in the headlights, like they were both had guns to their head, hostages. The body language was, this is BS. You couldn't come across as more disingenuous. It completely blew up in their face, and they went around continually doing it on other shows. Now, they're both very smart men, and very smart people obviously wargamed all of that. And it flew 100% in the face of what they'd said previously and what Pam Bondi, the AG, had said literally weeks before that. Hundreds of new victims, videos, Epstein and others raping children. It's so horrible. And then doing a 180 and saying, you know, we're going to release the video soon of Epstein killing himself, then it's not that. And just all this, you could not hurt the Trump administration worse if you tried to. And so this is 100% like a Japanese samurai taking a short sword and jabbing it in on the right side of his stomach, drawing it towards the middle, and then pushing it up and jabbing it in their heart. Seppuku. So why is the DOJ particularly committing seppuku? I mean, their credibility before with the Democrats was in ruins. But to watch a self-inflicted wound like this, because I know this story and this issue up one side and down the other. And obviously, I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and this had broken overnight, but not about 6-8 hours, and it was another vicious punch to the stomach. And then it took me a couple hours. I mean, I instantly knew what was going on, but a few hours to process and really think about it. And I know in the main exactly what's going on. And I made some phone calls to people like Roger Stone and F.B.A. whistleblower Carl Serafin and others, and they all basically concurred with my analysis. In fact, Stone was already saying it before I gave my opinion. I said, what's your opinion? It was exactly the same thing, because it's not our opinion. So if you want to know exactly what's going on here, in the main, I mean, I know in the 35,000-foot view that there's a lot of particular components, and what you're going to get from me today is just the facts. You can make your own decision about all this. But understanding the way they fell on their sword this way was part of an obvious deal with the deep state to go out and join us in the conspiracy, and then you'll have a deal with us to stop trying to kill Trump and the rest of it. I mean, that's what this is. And we're going to lay it all out straight ahead. It is 7:25 as I come to you from the Embattled InfoWars studios in Austin, Texas. We are in the 167th day of the administration, about to go into the beginning of the 168. I know exactly what's going on with the Epstein cover-up firestorm, and I'll be laying it all out, interspersed with other key news today with Roger Stone, Kyle Serafin, and others. But first, let's go back in the last year to the time vault with President Trump and J.D. Vance and what they had to say about the Epstein client list. We're now told doesn't exist. Here it is.
But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. You know, they do that for danger, too, because, you know, it endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But, yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
All right. There's a lot of pieces to this, and it's important to review the history some. And we'll be getting Kyle Seraphin, very well known, very respected FBI whistleblower. So much what we know about the deep state and its corruption and targeting American people because of him and others. We have Roger Stone, obviously long-term Trump confidant and wingman, who knows a lot about Trump's sexual proclivities. And I can tell you from many other sources, it's not children. And it would have been brought out if any of the stuff that the left tried to put out about him is true. That said, here's the summation of what's going on, and then I'm going to walk through it all. They knew the Democrats under Comey and his daughter in New York had this giant trove that they gleaned from the Caribbean and New Mexico and New York out of the layers of Jeffrey Epstein. And so when they didn't turn it over, they raided them now 4 months ago. And then Bondi went on Fox News and said, yes, there's thousands of files, meaning computer files, video files, you name it, and it's terrible, children are abused, and it will come out. And then she got caught undercover, basically even elaborating, and then when she knew that video was coming out, she talked about it at a press conference a few days later. That was James O'Keefe. And there'd been rumblings in D.C. about an ongoing cover-up. We knew it was going on previously. And I said, it's too early to tell. We got to see. And then when Bondi, we confirmed this from Seraphin and others, sent the files out to offices around the country, which is what you do if you're going to start investigating something. That's how the law works. A few months later, I talked to Seraphin and other sources. They said, no one's working on it. So what they did is load the gun, cock the gun, put it to the deep state CIA head. That's what this is. And Trump's got his guy, supposedly Ratcliffe, over there. And they said, make a deal with us and basically roll over and surrender and stop your deep state attacks. And we were elected, let us run things, and we'll shut this down. That's what happened. Trump doesn't have sex with children. Trump was never involved in any of it. We've had the court cases. We've had the witnesses. We've had multiple women they killed saying, no, I never saw Trump on the island. The two men were socialites in New York. They lived in the same area of Florida. He was a member of the club. 15, 16, 17 years ago, Trump kicked him out for trying to pick up people's 14-year-old daughters, which is what he was well known for, going out and procuring. And was quite the workhorse of evil. And so we know this backwards and forwards. I know a lot of people that have stayed with Trump and in New York, other places, and they've gone out with him, partied with him, doesn't drink, has his wife in between that, has girlfriends. And Roger used to be his wingman when Trump didn't want people to know who his girlfriends were. They would go out to dinner so he could take his girlfriends out. That's really where Roger and Trump got together. That's been in the New York Times 20 years ago, but Roger doesn't like to talk about it, but that's the thing. And you see Trump's type. It's his wife. Very intimidating, very feminine, very powerful. Lightning bolt shooting out of her eyes. If you understand criminology and the way pedophiles operate in psychology, men that like flamethrower powerful women are not attracted to children. People like the people that have been running the medical system, the guy that's not a doctor but globally controls all the poison shots, that's what one looks like and acts like. A creepy, wicked, evil person. So we've got their MO. From all the MO we know about Bill Clinton, he likes to beat up and rape women and bite them. Not big on the kids, but he'll screw a 15, 16-year-old girl. I know the sexual proclivities of all these people because they have long histories. Dick Cheney, not into men. A bunch of the Republicans are. He likes to break women's jaws. We know the stuff has come out. So Trump is not a pedophile. And that said, I just am getting that on the record from my research. By doing this, though, the Trump administration is getting in bed with the elements of the CIA, MI6, and Mossad that ran this whole thing. And it is documented that Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Mossad, MI6, and on the Russian payroll. It's on record when the scandal came out, he owned most of the dominant media in the UK with the government, MI6, that when that was coming out, they threw him off a boat and killed him. It's on record that that was the family franchise. It's on record that when Epstein married his daughter, he was marrying into the Mossad operation. She was the boss, not Epstein. So you now have Prince Andrew off the hook with this. And behind the scenes, 100%, you know the CIA directors met with Trump many times on this, and they said, load the gun, put it to their head, bring them to the edge, and then the deep state will roll over. But the deep state, the establishment, the globalists, said you have to go on television.
Back in the day when I used to listen to Alex Jones talk, and he was correct about a lot of what he was saying, and I used to hear him say globalist and hear him say deep state, and I'd be like, what the hell? These people are talking about the small hats, but they can't say that. So, but I tip my hat, they have got very creative in calling them the globalists. That's the damn small hats. The deep state, that's the damn small hats. And when you hear these people talking about the deep state and the small hats, they're talking about the imposters without saying them. That's a fact.
Vision. And you have to have the FBI director, deputy director, do a tour and say that he killed himself and say there was no client list and say there was no blackmail operations. And that's what you got to do. So this isn't the deep state blackmailing Trump. This is Trump administration in the blackmail business. So that's what this is. And so my integrity is king. That's not something I have to even think about doing. I cannot help it. And I say that because Trump is good overall. He does care about the country. He does want peace. He is doing the best economic plan that anybody can do. He is trying to get our morale up. They have cut off 96% of the human smuggling. They are rounding up the networks and all the rest of it. They're minors, so it cannot be in the news by law, but you see the arrests and the reports they're pouring in. Just like the 4 guys that killed Jamie White. We only know 2 of their names because the other 2 are 16. So I'm seeing Homan and their people, and I've got sources everywhere in the jails, in the FBI, on the border. They are, you see them, they are literally just explosively, for the small forces they've got, doing a great job. And this is not a defense of any of this going on. The only way I know how to report this is because I'm having my own, not even mental struggles with this, just trying to look at it all and see what it is. The globalists have wanted Trump dead. They've wanted him destroyed. They've come after him. They have viciously come after me and hundreds of other prominent people. Tens of thousands they've come after, but hundreds extremely. I have sacrificed so much for Trump. I know you have as well, because I want to save the country and save the world. And overall, and I'm not a lesser of two evils person, overall, I'm very glad Trump is in. But now you understand why Musk.
He was supposed to wrap up all. He was supposed to. These people try to kill him and throw him in jail, and he getting there. He getting well. Alex Jones saying Trump and his people just cut a deal with him. He said we got all the evidence. Now back off. Now all that no. Please, you're supposed to arrest all these people. Mass arrest of the billionaires and those who've been human trafficking and dealing with these underage children. Mass arrest. But what he's saying is trying to make it seem like, well, Trump is doing this for the betterment of America. That's a lie. All of these people is corrupt, and they own them, and they own the Epstein files. Every politician in Washington.
And he's bounced back. He doesn't look like 10 years older now, but there was about a 2-week period. I remember saying probably the crew, because I don't want to run people down. Man, Musk looks really bad. And of course, I didn't think he was on drugs. He did a big test, put it out totally clean. And he's like Trump. He swills Diet Coke. That's a drug, very toxic. But other than drinking poison Diet Coke all day long, like Trump, no, he's not on anything but Diet Coke. Trump's on Diet Coke and Sudafed. Okay, fine. But let's just get everything out here. So within a week period, he looked like he aged 10 years, like his soul was sucked out. And you can see Elon Musk has got a good soul. You can see most of his actions are good. But the point is that he looked really freaked out and really shaken up. And I'm sure at the level he was at, he was read in on what was about to happen. Now, he says Trump is on the list. The list is a dumb way of putting it. There are houses, that's in the FBI reports, houses full. The quote was, you could fill houses with what was at Zorro Ranch alone. Huge safes. We have the photos, file cabinets full of VHS going back decades, DVDs, hard drives, memory sticks, folders listing what it all is. These different world leaders and corporate leaders come to Zorro Ranch, come to Little St. John's Island. They come to the New York dungeon to have sex with children, knowing they're on camera. That is your initiation. Just like MS-13, to get higher up in it, you got to kidnap and kill, rape and kill a little girl for Satan. You know, the old-fashioned Italian mafia, you just got to, kill people. It's not just kill one person and make your bones. You got to proficiently kill, and if you don't kill them and do a good job, it just doesn't happen because you can't do other killings if you didn't do a professional job. So, but you see, that type of mafia was just bound on culture and honor. Well, in the modern age, it's not enough that they, got, okay, this guy's killed 10 people for us. Now we can trust him. No. You got to go in when some 10-year-old that's been used up for 6 months in a dungeon is fighting and going crazy and, and it's, all right, go, they're used up. Go give them a dirt nap. And they make these world leaders and political leaders, they got to go into a dungeon and they got to strangle or shoot, or whatever they tell them to do, beat them to death, stab them to death, whatever they tell them. I talk to people, they've seen it, it's come out, it's been in reports, it's not stuff you really see on the news. And they go to these bankers and people, and they tell their wives too. Listen, remember all that stuff he did, all the kids raping, all the rest of it? We're going to kill you if you don't go to this address, and if you don't go into this room, and if you don't kill these kids we got in cages. And they grab them by the throat and they say, you understand? You wanted into this. You want to be part of this. You get in there and you kill them right now. And that's how this thing works. Got it? So grow up. Realize who we're up against. Pure 100% Satanism. This is the real deal.
Alex Jones, the conspiracy OG.
So That's where we are.
You be right about a lot of stuff, though. I ain't gonna lie.
And you've got all these people going, did this happen for national security because Trump learned that Epstein was CIA and Mossad? Well, of course, everybody knows that. And you got Barr, who was the head of in the CIA and then Attorney General twice, his dad running the girls' school.
Come on, man.
Where Jeffrey Epstein, with no education degree, tutored the girl.
And see, Alex Jones got a lot of audacity to bring that up. Nobody talk about that. I brought that up. Bill Barr, who was the Attorney General under Trump, and Attorney General when Epstein allegedly got killed. His father was I told you he was a teacher. I didn't know it was an all-girls school. Well, was a teacher at a school. Now we know Alex telling us it's an all-girls school. He gave Epstein his first job as a teacher at this school. Man, you see what I'm saying? You see how this go? What is the chances that later on the Attorney General of the United States gonna be his son and he gonna be in power when it's time to allegedly take Epstein out? Your dad help him get in the game, so you're gonna be the one to take him out? Come on now, this is crazy.
Girls as his first job in New York. And then Barr's dad writes a book about a space colony of little girls that the galactic elite go and rape. So they like to tell you what they're up to.
That's a little small channel called Ridge Grow.
And so
got some of Alex stuff on there.
This has all been a big joke to discredit the FBI, discredit the DOJ, and to have them take part in this. And Pam Bondi, here's all the files. And then she learns from a New York source, broke it here with O'Boyle, another big FBI whistleblower. 2 days before it broke, he said, no, our guy's just going to meet with her today, letting her know that there's actually this giant trove in New York. And then you see her go, oh my gosh, put a cover sheet on, say, oh my gosh, I'm going to go expose it. I'm going to ship it over there. And then you got these forces behind the scenes that are manipulating all this thing. See, Bondi's got it. It's being sent to the FBI. Better to do what we say. And so Bondi and Patel and Bongino, I guarantee you we're not even in on those high-level discussions. Now, other people came to him and said, listen, this is how this really works, okay? And it's for the greater good. And we're now going to control all these networks. We're shutting the networks down. Got home and doing that, which they are.
Nah, they ain't shutting
all evidence.
Nah, you heard what he said, control.
But
he said we're going to control all these networks. See, this is a mafia takeover. Yeah, this is a mafia takeover. Trump and them got the dirty. This is correct. Trump got the dirty evidence on everybody who been blackmailed. You know what I'm saying? So who knows what type of billions. Just think about that. What do you think? Bill Gates, he probably got to get that man. Trump probably told him, I want 50 billion from you offshore. Every last one of them, they going to you. 2-3 billion from you. You 1 billion. They got all the dirt on everybody. They ain't shutting down no human trafficking. I do not believe that Natty and Paul, they shutting down billion-dollar human trafficking networks. Hell no. No, they not. If they would have arrested the people and prosecuted them, that's shutting it down. But saying no, none of that ever existed, that's not shutting it down.
For the country and the world, if this all comes out, all these corporate leaders and bankers and people doing this, if this comes out, it'll bring the country down. And we've got the UK and the King of England is going to get in line with us, everybody else with this information, but they don't want that held over their head. You're going to have to come out and you're going to have to tell everybody that he didn't kill himself and put out a ridiculous video of the hallway entrance to the wing and cops, dragging trash cans around and bringing people, food. And look, well, down that wing, nothing, he just killed himself. See, we're showing you this. Oh, wow, incredible. Nobody went in that door but police. Jail guards. Yeah, but who's in there with him? You already said months before, the cop convicted for murdering a bunch of people with his bare hands was in there and already tried to kill him. So this is what we get. So if it doesn't make sense, I mean, obviously, if they were going to cover this up, they would have just said, oh, we're investigating and just shut up about it. But they never did that. They instead run around looking like they're being made to walk the plank by Captain Hook, and there's a crocodile down there about to eat them. Because Bongino, I know people that know him for a long time, he is a great guy. Kash Patel's a great guy. And they're now in the big leagues of the intelligence agencies, and I'll guarantee you, they've said, oh, we've seen the files. Yeah, imagine they go, okay, here's 14 terabytes of kids getting raped. And they're just like, oh, we can't show it. You see, it show, oh my God. But now they're going into the networks. But if you think, though, these networks are really going to give up, if you think they've really made the deal, I wouldn't trust those people. On top of a mountain at noon with the sun shining. I wouldn't turn my back on them for a millisecond. So this is 100% the CIA, Mossad, MI6 that are the same thing. Zbigniew Brzezinski, I've read all of his books. One of them he wrote in the 70s. I remember my dad when I was like 7 years old. I always wanted to read that book once I could understand it. He's like, this is a Brzezinski book, Carter's National Security Advisor. This is how it really works. He admits that they run the criminal networks, including the child trafficking and pedophilia. And I go, what's that? It's, they grab kids. Well, my dad's constantly telling me about how the world works. And he goes, when you get old enough, you read this. He's in here admitting, he goes, well, we control the evil by controlling it. We have to run all the criminal networks and all the systems, but that way it doesn't get out of control. We control evil by being the evil. And last time I was on Patrick McDavid, I talked about that and told that story there. I didn't remember which book that was, but Brzezinski before he died got up at the CFR, their version of Canada, and said, before we could propagandize 1 million people and it worked. Now we just need to kill everybody. We don't have what it takes anymore just to control everybody with brainwashing. Now it's just easier to kill everybody. And he said, I didn't have the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot kill all those millions of people, a third of the population in Cambodia. He said, but I set them up and gave them the orders to do it. You can pull that quote up. Just type it in. Zbigniew Brzezinski talks about Pol Pot. It's like, oh, I didn't do the killing. The U.S. didn't do the killing. We just set him up to do it. Something even worse than communism. It was communism. It just didn't call itself communism. You can read or write, you're dead. You're wearing glasses, you're dead, because that means you know how to read. I mean, that's the communists to the next level. And that's why they all worship Brzezinski, because he was one of their top strategists. And it's all about how many people you've killed, how vicious you are, how soulless you are. And I had these people, I had Henry Kissinger try to harm me right in front of John Harmon, the head of the Kissinger group. He gave the speech right in front of my producer. That's the reason I've told you that story. I've been given that speech probably 20 times by the globalists, okay? They're 100% real. We'll be right back. Stay with us. So my job is to do deep research, have incredible sources, massive historical understanding, and then just tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. Justice be done, may the heavens fall. You can see the pragmatic angle from Trump if they do start prosecuting all of these world leaders and financial leaders, business leaders in a giant deep state child rape initiations cult. If all that comes out, what will the aftermath be? Well, the world will see the United States, the UK, and Europe, and that's how it operates, as pure, absolute, complete scum. And so Trump is now using the Epstein files that they have, and we know they have, the videos, all of it, the client list, all of it, houses full. It would fill houses, FBI report. Just Sorrel Ranch. And it's come out in court. Where did it all go? Well, a bunch of it went to New York, and the Democrats were sitting on it, and the FBI head there. Remember, I dug in. We're at war with Trump. We're not giving them anything. We're not helping them. Remember the email? Don't work with them. Don't talk to them. They had to raid them. And then they got it. There's photos from the FBI. That's out in New York. Hard drives. And boxes after boxes of hard drives. Cabinet after cabinet of that. And then they come out and tell us it's all there. Part of the deal. Load the gun, put it to the deep state head, and then make a deal for the deep state to roll over and to hand the keys over to Trump. And is Trump going to dismantle it now? We're seeing a lot of signs of that. 96% reduction in the smuggling over the border, rolling up the networks doing it. I'm not defending any of this, by the way. I'm telling you what's going on. This is the thinking. But to make that deal, they had to say, okay, we'll go out and say there's nothing there so that we can't then use it against you later. Because the bad guys say, well, how do we know if we do this, you won't alter the deal later? We want you to join the conspiracy. We want you to become accomplices after the fact. We want you to get in the swamp with us and swim around and by extension, join the cult. Or you could say it's a marriage. So, no, I understand that they didn't have people even willing to prosecute this, people even willing to watch the videos, see a couple, don't want to see any more. And there's a tendency when something's so horrible to cover it up, like the Catholic Church and the Boy Scouts and every other institution. They get a few pedophiles in via the Jesuits, and then it comes out, the parish covers it up, they send the priest somewhere else, they do it more, then they use that as blackmail, they get more of the cult in, and that's how this thing works. It's a disease. This is in Palm Beach, I believe, and more of the files and all the rest of it. So I forgot Palm Beach, not just Zorro Ranch, not just New York, not just Little St. John's Island. There's Florida. Yeah, this is Florida. And so, yeah, they have it. Comey and the Democrats and Obama through the CIA were running it, Brennan, and they were targeting Trump. And now Trump's got it. So everybody's asking the elementary questions that have already been answered. It's like everybody keeps doing articles. Look, Soros groups are funding the rioters. We already knew that decades ago. Soros groups are funding the NGO Open Borders. Yeah, it was State Department money. So we don't ever talk about prosecuting them or stopping it. It's always just, now they are cutting the funding, finally, real action. It's always just, oh, is it Soros? Is it Soros? It's the same thing here. Is Epstein intelligence? Well, the U.S. attorney that did the limited hangout prosecution of him 15, 16 years ago in Florida, where he just checked himself in at night, at the jail for a couple years or a year, they limited it to, 16-year-old girls. That's just the surface. That's the gateway drug. And he said in court filings and in interviews, he said, no, I was told go easy on him. He was intelligence. Well, of course he was. You got Ehud Barak, the Israeli prime minister, caught there dozens of times, kind of covered his face in New York alone. But everybody just stays at the level of, here, let's have an expert on and spend an hour. Was he connected to intelligence? I don't know. Does a fish swim in the ocean? Does a bird fly in the sky? Is grass green? Ghislaine Maxwell's father on record was Mossad, MI6, and Russian agent. And of course, anybody at the super spy level is a double, triple, quadruple agent. Any real spy is in the FBI, the CIA, and 10 other things. Because they jump back and forth. So, Ghislaine Maxwell inherited the business. Epstein was her workhorse.
That's a fact.
Who constantly complained he had to have sex with up to 10 girls a day, just priming them and testing them and getting them ready. That's a big operation. But it got so big and so much came out, they had to at least put her in prison. And that sends a message to all the people that have been blackmailed. See, we'll put people in prison and we can control the trials and limit it to just you. And who does that? Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, out of that same office in New York. It's all right there. Now there's Maxwell's father on screen. So, and before they killed him and threw him off his yacht.
I want you to understand what he just said. James Comey, the FBI director who Trump fired, his daughter is over the Epstein case. His daughter, she has all the blackmail information. His daughter was over P. Diddy's case. His daughter, she has all the information on P. Diddy, and she the one threw the P. Diddy case on purpose.
They sucked all the money out of the companies and out of the newspapers and TV channels that he never really owned. MI6 and Mossad owned them, which is the same organization. Ian Fleming wrote about it. He was high level there. He called it Spectre. You see, you will watch a cartoon like G.I. Joe, and there's the good guys, G.I. Joe, and then there's Cobra. Well, you know why Cobra wears a mask? Because he's the director of the CIA. You know why Destro wears a mask? He's MI6. They even tell you. He's an arms dealer from Scotland. He's a lord. It's all a big joke right in your face. And so they get to do their bad operations as Cobra, and right next to him's G.I. Joe. That's the good guy. And a lot of Cobra soldiers get killed, and a lot of G.I. Joe gets killed. But at the end of the day, it's all run by Cobra. And now Trump is the head of Cobra. The head of Spectre. Trump is now the boss. He has successfully maneuvered in and taken over. And the question is, will he now shut all this satanic garbage down? And these people don't just do this for power. They like it. So nobody else, and I wish other people were, because this is not fun to stick my head in a dragon's mouth. But it has to be done. And people need to grow up and get informed and realize what's going on. Yeah, the different houses, New York, the Caribbean, Florida, have dental chairs, they call them, with dental devices like probes and medical extractors. You know them as pliers. So, there's a lot of dentistry that goes on. get you answers real quick. Look at yourself in the mirror. Now watch your front teeth get pulled out. How's that? You want to do another one? Let's move on to here. Let's move on to, oh, that nerve's dying. Let's move with a drill over to this one. So, this is the real world. And what you've had is an externalization of this because they've gotten sloppy. But the way this works, let me give you an example. For at least 100 years, the U.S. Army didn't do this before because that was a little secret thing the British and others did. And Washington said, we're not doing that because we lose the moral high ground. But for about at least 100 years, they went back to it, where you know what it means to be an Army officer in the special units? Because, you know, the enlisted, they don't get to know about this. To be an Army officer, you go and you get your torture training. Now, I don't mean like evasion training where, oh, we teach you how to torture in case you're captured, but really we're teaching you how to torture. That's for the enlisted. No, they have actual torture training. And the torture devices, the electricity and all the rest of it. And see, that's what it is to be an officer. Just like in the Navy, you'd have the regular sailors on one end of the ship, and then their own area, you have the officers, and the officers aren't supposed to fraternize or really talk to the regular people because they're not supposed to know how compartmentalization works. Well, see, on this broadcast, that's what we do is decompartmentalize. So, Bongino and Patel get put in. And overall, cutting back crime and going after human trafficking and all the rest of it, they've massively accelerated the good work. They're doing a bunch of good work, but they're the Boy Scouts. You guys sit right over there, and you Boy Scouts now, you go on TV and tell everybody Epstein killed himself and that there's no files and no blackmail and that the Easter Bunny is real, okay? And they're like, all right, we swore loyalty, we'll go do that. This doesn't make sense. Well, I'm sure some people will explain it to you later. And then they sit down with them. And just, you know, maybe it works like this, Dan. Maybe it works like this, Cash. You understand how the real world works, right? We can't let the enlisted people know that we torture women and children in front of whoever we want to get answers from. You can't let them know that because, well, you know, they're not strong enough mentally to handle that and to understand sometimes you got to use the dark side to protect the light. Do you understand now, Dan? That's good, Dan. That's good, Cash. See, you are a big boy. Doing big boy things. And so, this is the nature of how the universe really works. And I have decided many years ago that the best thing I can do is just expose how it all works. Because they can try to hide this stuff and use it for blackmail and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, the truth is now out, and there's nothing the globalists are going to be able to do to stop it. And the externalization of the drugging the kids, the surgeries, the normalization of this sick Satanism is being rolled back by Trump, is being rolled back by the grassroots. And I see Trump actually pragmatically believing he made the right decision here. I'm not defending it. I'm not endorsing it. I'm saying, because I can hold multiple concepts and thoughts and philosophies in my mind at one time. I can hold hundreds. Doesn't mean I have the one I know is right. I have the one that the Holy Spirit tells me to follow. But I can also understand this. And I understand that I am attacking the corrupt satanic system from a completely different angle of total exposure. But in Trump's position of the country and trying to stabilize the world, he believes this is the right thing to do. And he's made the decision to take control of the blackmail material on Bill Gates and the rest of them. And that's why more and more you see them clicking their heels and kissing his ass at the NATO events and just groveling to him. Because Trump never met with globalists, never made deals, always was his own man. Love that, was not in their club because he understood they'd try to control him. Instead, he got in at the top of the club and took it over. Now, the question is, will he dismantle it? And the reason I'm saying I understand what Trump's doing is because so far we're seeing massive dismantlement of the real rubber meets the road of this system. They really are sending in special operations to kill people producing fentanyl. They really are stopping the human trafficking. They really are, people are falling downstairs. Let's just say that. It's happening a lot. People are falling out of windows. You know, people are disappearing. And you just say, oh my God, that's super dangerous. Well, that's what this is. And now you see real fear. When you see the Democrats, they're just the puppets, and all of them all scared and shaking when Hakeem Jeffries did his 8-hour speech, and you look at their body language, they ain't so arrogant now because they're picking up the phone to their bosses and they're not getting phone calls back. They're getting disconnected. So the danger of this historically is that Lord Acton said power corrupts absolute, power corrupts absolutely. It is historically been impossible to try to go in and take over an evil operation and not just burn it to the ground. That's the only way to do it. You try to go in and manage it and curtail it and manipulate it, you're back to Brzezinski talk of, oh, well, we run the human trafficking and the pedophilia because we control it and keep it respectable, you know, and make sure they don't get wealthy people's kids, you know, and then we can. I mean, imagine writing books where you're saying that you're the national security advisor. They're trying to, again, he knows policy wonks are reading that, and they're trying to see who will come up to them at parties and say, I really liked your book. I'd like to know more. Oh, would you like to do some jobs for us? Well, let's see. Deliver this package. Deliver this note. Go talk to this person for me. By the way, yeah, you've done that stuff now? Why don't you talk to this guy? He's got something else for you to do. I may call on you for a service, and that day may never come. But if I do, I need you to faithfully carry out that service. And there are so many good ideologues in the world who serve evil but believe they're doing it for a greater cause. And that's called end justifies the means. And in history, when you're faced with an evil and you're being overrun, it's very easy to say, well, I'm going to use dirty tricks too to defeat this evil. But you then, in time, become that. So this all remains to be seen. I see the good Trump's doing directly derailing the entire pedophile, pedo, open takeover of our children on a mass scale. Shutting the border down. Taking new trafficking down to almost zero. That's confirmed. That's really good. Escalating it. And I see all the other good going on. And so I ask you, what do you think? Because I've just told you what it is. You know it's true. You've seen it. You know deep down your gut it's true. So it's not just Trump administration that's now using the blackmail and coming in. All of us are being, as a society, corrupted by this, because instead of these people being arrested and going to prison, now they get to skate again and to be above the law. And the argument is, well, they're going to behave themselves this time. And now I've got all the clips of the duplicity and the flip-flopping and just the outrageous behavior that is blowing up spectacularly in the face of the DOJ and the FBI. Of course, they knew this was going to happen. This is part of the deal. And I'll go over all the clips next hour with Kyle Seraphin in studio, and then Roger Stone, and then more today. And I've got all the clips, all of it coming up. Remember, It's very important to keep a broadcast like this on air that actually understands how things work. Our guests, myself, the crew, this compendium, this focal point, to fight the next fake lockdown, to fight the next virus, to fight the next war they try to start. And boy, there's big news on that. Head of NATO says, yeah, we're probably just going to have a full new world war. We're already in one. Questions will go nuclear. I mean, it's such a dangerous time in the world. And if we continue to see the arrest of the traffickers, the smugglers, all that, the sex slavers, that's a good thing. If I don't see that continue and escalated and accelerated, then I am going to start taking an extremely negative view towards the Trump administration. Right now, I'm just laying out on the table what I see, and I'm going to cogitate on it and have a larger debate and take your calls and more. But all the clips, all the details, the factoids, it's all coming up. But yes, at the base level, U.S. intelligence, the CIA, heavily involved with the Mossad, MI6. And so they're like, Mr. President, we'll bring down the government. Well, the government already brought the country down. We're trying to get it booted back up right now. But that's the argument. This is too horrible. It just can't come out. Okay, but we can now have control over all these people, and they'll stop trying to kill you, and we can get our agenda through for the greater good. Trump thinks about it? But I'm sure there's more. Yes, Mr. President? Well, meet with these people, and they want you to seal the deal and have your people say there's nothing there. And that's it. So we've extended the sale. It was going to end at midnight last night for 2 days, and then that's it because we're close to selling out of the liquid methylene blue. You buy one bottle, already discounted, get a second bottle free, and that goes for the supplements in general. The Ultimate Life Force, Blood Detox, Anti-Spike Protein, so good for cardiovascular system, the best formula, so amazing. The Irish Sea Moss, the Shilajit gummies, the Shilajit capsules, oh, it's incredible. All of it, all the dozens and dozens of top-rated supplements, 5-star ratings, are discounted up to 30%, and then you get a free bottle on top of it, thealexjonesstore.com, and it will end tomorrow afternoon because the methylene blue is close to selling out. We don't get it in for a few more weeks, and so I want to be able to straggle that out. But I haven't been so busy. We haven't come up with a new sale yet. This has been the biggest in the history of thealexjonesstore.com. It's incredible. And you can become a VIP for $30 a month, canceling time. Get $40 to spend in the store, special deals, special offers, and so much more. So you're going to buy anything, you should become a VIP. Also, you're going to hold back a supplement so it never runs out. Become a subscriber and get it 50% off on any future order with that as well. thealexjonesstore.com. Thank you so much for your support. We'll be right back with hour number 2. Stay with us.
Accessed hundreds, if not thousands of pieces of evidence throughout my law enforcement career. I don't know how you would lose evidence. Let me explain to you how evidence works. You serve a search warrant in Jeffrey Epstein's house, and let's say, for example, you find videotapes or DVDs or whatever it may be. You then take them, you tag them, you note where you found them. In many cases, you take pictures. In most cases now, you take pictures of where you found them. You catalog them in evidence envelopes so you can't tamper with them, right? You seal the envelope, you sign the envelope. It then comes back with you in custody, and it goes back typically, in the Secret Service, to an evidence vault, which is a big, like, bank safe in the office. To go in the evidence vault, you have to sign in. To sign out the evidence, you have to sign out the specific piece of evidence. How the hell do you lose evidence in a case this big? Is it lost? Was it lost? If you get what I mean? I don't know. I'm just telling you, I've never seen evidence. You know what I did see evidence lost? Seriously, sadly, during 9/11, our office was in 7 World Trade Center, the Secret Service office. 7 World Trade came down. I promise we lost a lot of evidence. That's the only time I've ever seen evidence lost. Here's another thing I want to address. Someone sent me an email this week. Hey, Dan, remember that thing you'd mentioned a while ago about Epstein and the plane and Clinton? Yeah. Like, when are you going to break that? I said, break what? I told you it's not my story. I can't say this enough. This is why sometimes I regret saying things on my show. It's not because I regret saying it. It's because people don't understand it. And I answer emails for a year when I'm clear as day about what happened. It's not you. It's just a limited number of people. But the audience free, if even one person's upset, it bothers me. I'll say this clearly. I have a friend of mine who called me a long time ago, who was on a plane with Epstein and Clinton, was there, and saw some very suspicious, shady stuff. It's his. I don't have any more details. Said one day he'd get back to me and tell me the full story or give me permission to run with at least the minimal details I have. He hasn't since. So it's not it's nothing I can do. I can't force him into it. It's not my information to give up. I'm not going to talk to you about details I don't have. But he did give me permission to tell you that it was odd, very odd what happened. And it bothered him forever. I'm not trying to be cryptic or the story, the guy's credibility is unimpeachable. Believe me. But the exact details I can't give you because I don't have them. He does. One of these days, I'm sure he'll put them out. When he does, we'll be here to give it to you. But I assure you, that conversation happened.
Well, the guests I like to have on have track records, have integrity, and have been proven right over and over and over again. And Kyle Seraphin is right up there at the top of the list, along with O'Boyle, one of his colleagues, who's also one of the huge whistleblowers. While we knew that they were hiding the 14 terabytes of child rape and the rest of it at the New York offices. And then, of course, Pam Bondi did raid it. Kash Patel did raid it. These guys all broke that days before it came out. Kyle Seraphin, the Kyle Seraphin Show, .locals.com, Kyle Seraphin on X, KyleSeraphinShow.com on Rumble, rumble.com/Kyle Seraphin. Roger Stone is coming up in about 55 minutes from now and more. So, you got here just a little while ago. You didn't really hear much of what I had to say. We just talked on text this morning, and you said, when I woke up, I saw your text from last night and this morning. Hey, told you we're getting nothing. You told me privately that 3-4 months ago. You publicly said that last time you were on. You've got a lot of contacts, obviously, of what's really happening. The larger issue here is when a few months ago, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the director and deputy director, went on Fox and then on other shows, part of a tour, blow your feet off, credibility-wise tour, saying, oh, no, he killed himself, and we're going to show the video, and, there's really no file, there's really no nothing, and oh, yeah, the shooter at Butler acted alone, which, of course, the public knows the facts. We clearly know that's BS, so why would they then do that and then now do it again and totally contradict the DOJ and their statements and the 14 terabytes that they did send out? You confirmed to the offices around the country, a 180 here that you predicted would happen. Kyle Seraphin, from your own research, from your sources, what do you really believe is going on here?
I think that the same people that are inside the FBI that are desperately attempting to hold on to the FBI are doing a great job of it. That's what they, their entire life, their entire administrative career is going to hinge on doing the thing that they're doing. They're isolating the guys that are in there. I think that we should be honest that Kash and Dan are not the same person. They don't have the same motivations. When you assess somebody, Alex, for source work, you find out the way that you're gonna lean on them. Some people are motivated by patriotism. You say, hey, your country needs you. We need you to do this thing. And people jump up and they do that. Some people are motivated by money. Some people are motivated by power. There's all these different little triggers that we find. And when you're out there trying to run sources, that's what you do. You've got an entire agency that is dedicated not to law enforcement the way people think. It's at least 60%, maybe more, captured by the intel component of the FBI. That's the legacy of 9/11. So you've got intel people running their own kind of game here. I think Dan is actually motivated by patriotism. I think he was asked and he stepped up. I think he's also motivated, unfortunately, by the kind of pride which says he's out of his depth. He was out of his depth and he continues to be out of his depth, but like he can't If he was being honest about it, he'd walk away.
And of course, you were yourself in counterterrorism, espionage, in the FBI.
So I did 2 years work in counterintelligence. Then I worked 3 years on a team that did surveillance specifically. But the surveillance work we did was very focused and funded by the counterterrorism division. So yeah, we did a lot of counterterrorism cases. And then after that, I did criminal. But here's the thing. If we analyze these guys honestly, one of the biggest red flags, which I've been slowly going through my conversations, less people think that I'm just speaking without having some background in this. I had interactions with Dan Bongino on camera, off camera, texting fairly regularly back and forth, but we weren't like close buddies. And same story with Cash. I first met Cash. I got a phone call from Cash while I was standing at a playground. I'd been kicked out of my FBI job for 6 months. I didn't have a paycheck. And he called me up, and I'm standing in Payson, Arizona on a playground watching my little kids, trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with my life because I don't have a job and I have no real idea of what the hell I'm going to do next.
Before that, you've been an Air Force paramedic, all of it.
Yeah. So prior to military, then law enforcement, working with the FBI, and then I go whistleblower. I go out first on Dan Bongino's show. We sat down for a couple hours, having never met before, had a 2+ hour sort of interview, and then now I'm in the world doing interviews, trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to do next. And I get a phone call out of the blue from a guy named Cash Patel, who I sort of knew existed in Trump's orbit, but didn't know anything about him. And he said, "I want to write you a check. I want to write you a check for $10,000." And I said, "Well, that's really gracious and I appreciate it, but I think there must be people who need it more than me. There's got to be, like I'm not that desperate. My kids are going to keep eating. I just don't know what I'm going to do." And he goes, "No, I want to," and I must have turned it down 5 times. He said, "I have money that is meant for people like you that are going up against the government. Can I write you a check?" I said, "As long as you help out other people too." He goes, "I don't know all the other people. I know of you. So let's do this." So he agreed to, he sent me a check from the Fight with Cash Foundation. It's not out of his pocket. It's from the foundation. Ended up helping Garrett O'Boyle, who you mentioned earlier. Ended up helping Steve Friend, who's a friend of mine as well, another whistleblower. All of this goes on.
Creating his bona fides as a guy that's going to fight the deep state.
As a good guy, yeah. Like, who does that? Calls you out of the blue and says, "I want to support you with 10 grand out of nowhere." And it was awesome. It's a nice thing to do. We continued on in a private sort of relationship where we've got, text messages. When Trump won, he reached out to me and those guys and was like, "How do I get this job?" But the one thing that I haven't said a whole lot about, Alex, which actually is really alerting, is when we were talking about him, we're like, "Are you the top contender for the FBI job?" Because we wanted him in the FBI because we knew him.
And he said, "I'll take CIA or FBI."
He said, "I'll take CIA or FBI." And we both know those are not the same job. They're not even close. They're not related.
Absolutely. And again, the problem is the intelligence agencies have taken everything over. And that's what you're getting at. And
even bigger than that, Cash Patel wanted to be a guy in the Trump administration, period. That was his goal. He has achieved his goal. He's where he wants to be. So that's a different kind of motivation than Dan saying, "I want to serve the country and I don't necessarily know."
Sure, I understand you're doing it at the point blank range level, assessing these men.
Yep.
Larger, let's just move on up to Pam Bondi and Trump.
Yep.
Pam Bondi says, "Okay, I learned they have this. Rate it, get it, send it out." That to me is loading the gun for the Trump administration to basically blackmail the deep state. "All right, we're not going to release this because it's so damaging and can bring down the country, but now you're working for us." And now I see major signs that the deep state is rolling over to Trump on a lot of fronts, though I think in time they'll stab him in the back. But that's my approximation here. And this is a serious 180. So I want your view, just as a citizen, a father, a husband, the disaster level on the public fallout, and we'll play all these videos in a moment, of saying, "Yeah, we got 14, terabytes of kids getting raped, hundreds of new victims. They're all going down." You got the U.S. attorneys on TV saying it. You got Pam Bondi saying it in press conferences 4 or 5 months ago. And then crickets, and you said, "No, I've talked to my sources. These were sent to the offices, but nobody's been put on it." So to me, that's loading the gun, cocking it to the deep state's head, and the Trump administration using the blackmail file like J. Edgar Hoover would do in the past, or we know the controller at the FBI through the CIA liaisons and Obama and Brennan was Comey, and then his daughter and all the rest of it. So to me, that's not even, I think, my opinion. That's what this is, and I'm not defending it. I think overall it's terrible. It's dancing with the devil. What do you think?
I think they got rolled, and I think Owen actually said it yesterday on X, and it was exactly spot on. These guys would have been better saying nothing and hoping Americans forgot about this than doing the thing that just got done. There's a little.
Well, they joined. They have now joined as accessories after the fact now to this because you can't say we've got 14 terabytes of kids getting raped, hundreds of new victims, and all these people and Epstein doing it. You can't say that, and it's true. and then say, actually, there's nothing. I mean, this is how could they get the credibility of an already tattered FBI and DOJ to commit public political suicide, Kyle?
You do it because they are running the show. The people that are actually the ones that are thinking are problematic are the ones that are still running this. You know, they just promoted the number 3 guy. By the way, we're not getting any press releases right now for the most transparent organization or transparent, what do they call it, administration in history. We're not getting any promotion information. I think Trump's doing a decent job on a lot of fronts. I think there are places where he is winning. There are certainly policies that are getting enacted that are upsetting people, and you can hear the screams about it. But we are not seeing that. And the Achilles heel that Trump has had has been DOJ and FBI. And I don't know if it's because he doesn't necessarily understand what goes on there, or if it's just like it's so rooted in.
Well, again, I have a great crew, but if they weren't so professional and dedicated and loyal, I have no idea what they're doing, you know, across the building.
Right.
And so Trump has millions of people under him. And I'm not trying to be an apologist for Trump. I think you're right. I think the jury's out. Well, let's see what Trump does to this firestorm now, because he said release it and do all this. And now you think he knows this happened? Because I mean, I think this has been a high level deal. I think he's behind it.
I think if Donald Trump wanted to see this stuff out, then he would make sure that it got out. I think if Donald Trump doesn't care if it gets out, then it probably doesn't get out. And if he wants it not out, then it doesn't get out. So,
well, you know why I say that?
2 out of those 3 mean he doesn't do it. Let me read.
Well, just real fast. There's 3 or 4 interviews. This is I want your expertise, and I've listened to you. That's why everything you said, I know you said before. I'm listening, Kyle. I respect you.
Sure.
You're giving us your intel analyst on the ground, like reporting back what you saw. I get it, but I want you to go up, you know, to a higher level here. I've got clips played at last hour. Started the show with it. Where Trump's like a year ago, well, it might hurt some people that are innocent. I don't know. Yeah, we'll probably release it, maybe not.
Yep.
And I get from that, he's like, no, I'm going to shut this down. And I do see them shutting down a lot of the human trafficking things, but we're thinking about using it. Go ahead.
This is what I think is the problem. The folks that you're relying on for your analysis when you're in those positions, you have to have good people feeding you intel. At least 80% of the overall intel agencies, the USIC, the United States Intelligence Community, they're academics. They are left-leaning. They think government is the answer, and they know that they're going to survive to the next administration. They won't be bothered, especially the people.
It's the permanent state.
Permanently, that's okay. Permanent Washington, administrative state, deep state, they're all the same thing, right? This is something that Machiavelli wrote, and my buddy sent this to me. He was an intel analyst at DHS, sharp guy. He said, this is 500-year-old information. This is something we used to all know. This is why every single government, when they turn over power, they exile everybody from the old government.
And this is from the intense city-state wars where the modern political science was developed in the ultimate ongoing cloak and dagger from what is Italy today.
That's right. No, exactly that. And what he said is, he says, quote, he says, he then who sets out to govern the masses, whether in a free state or a principality, does not secure himself against those who are hostile to the new order, is setting up a form of government that will be but short-lived, which to me very, very clearly illustrates if you do not go after the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is GS-14, that's your first line supervisors in the FBI, to your mid-level SESers who are not probably named that most people will ever see. Those people run that agency, and you didn't get rid of all of them, so they're all still running that agency, which is why you've got a guy named William Rivers who just was made number 3. He was originally reported fired when they first took over on January 31st, like NBC, like, you know, clutch their pearls. All these people are being walked out the door, like all these people from the administration. And we were going like, yeah, that's what we voted for. That's awesome. Do that. That guy's down to number 3, no press release.
No, I understand. I understand you're FBI centric. You're an expert on it, and it's fascinating. But
when I see what Pam Bondi's got going on too, what are they doing? They're saying one thing, and they're not necessarily actually saying the opposite of each other. They're saying things like, we have all these files and we're creating imagery that there's hundreds of thousands of files and all these videos, but you can't tell me that there's a bunch of files that show illicit material, then put the director of the FBI out on Joe Rogan saying, if there was something that was criminal, we bring it forward. And that's how you end up.
No, I know. So this is what I'm trying to ask you.
It's always gone the same route. It's
I understand.
They've just been dancing and kicking it out like to be continued.
But Kyle, here's what I'm saying. It's beyond that. They're smart. Even a moron would know you shut up about it if you're going to cover it up or it's too dangerous or whatever. You can't get people to work on it because they're all scared. Okay. Then you don't say, we got it, we rated it, it's here, it's coming out, they're going down, and have the U.S. attorneys on TV, you know, saying, oh yeah, we got it, they will be prosecuted. And then now a 180, you couldn't do something more destructive, and it's clearly scripted and coordinated. So why the hell would they not just shut up? Why would they do the most terrible thing to their credibility?
Imagine the worst people chirping in your ear, giving you the worst advice, telling you, do the thing that's going to destroy you, and it's going to work out great. What does it do? It isolates you. It leaves you all the people that would otherwise.
No, I understand that.
And you know that the intel agencies love to see people isolated because if you got no other friends, all you got is us. So you got to be with us. And now you're on our team because no one else even cares about you.
But even when they had the firestorm in the last few months, they still went on that stupid tour. You know,
telling them, go on Fox, do another interview on Fox, do another interview on Fox, and every single time do it. Tell people, you know, results matter. You're going to trust us by the work we do, and we're going to not see any of the things.
Okay, so you're telling me Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are low-grade morons.
I think they're getting owned by people around them. That, like, we've had people call from inside the meetings that they're sitting in. Okay, executive meetings on the 7th floor of the Bureau.
No, I know. You showed me.
I'm telling you, there are guys that are sitting in there that have the absolute worst intention, that want to see these guys isolated and humiliated in public. That's what they want. And they laugh about it.
Well, I mean, let's say it. A New York cop and then a Secret Service agent.
Saw that clip, right?
I've been studying this for 40 years. I've been on here 31.
Mm-hmm.
And I was blessed enough to have family that, you know, had been involved in the, you know, a lot of real serious stuff. And they were telling me all of this when I'm a kid growing up. So I guess I have to understand that Bongino clearly is just naive. Now I mean,
he just said on the last clip that we played coming into the hour, he said, you know, I was a federal agent for 11 years or whatever, you know, that's his time in the Secret Service. And it's like, great. Okay, cool. Secret Service doesn't by and large do investigative work. They're primarily an executive protection agency. That doesn't mean that he didn't collect evidence ever. I'm just saying credibility of.
No, he's just been dumped at the highest levels of international Shark Tank.
Correct. And he left the Secret Service in 2011. So the man has not been in government.
And like you said, they use, like how they do with presidents, constant crisis briefings to keep him off balance.
I think that is exactly
what he talks about.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. He said that he was getting meetings saying that there need to be FISA signed like at all hours. You keep people sleep deprived. You keep them thinking that there's constant crisis and danger. If Dan Bongino actually believes that the FBI is constantly thwarting terrorist activity.
Yeah, they get him to buy into the hysteria, and that's how they control people.
Nobody believes in the legend of the FBI more than the FBI. And FBI agents are told that from day one.
So let me ask you this then. We've covered this. You're dead on, but larger issue.
Yeah, go bigger.
I'm not letting Trump out of this, okay? It's not about attacking Trump. I haven't turned on Trump. I'm very pragmatic. I understand history. And, you know, I've read hundreds of books on intelligence. All of it's fascinating. Clearly, I know their methodology. This is the CIA comes and says, Mr. President, this was a network. It's a former project. You've killed it. But and the Mossad's involved. This will bring down the whole system. We have to do it. And it's been shut off and blah, blah, blah. That's bare minimum. I believe the signs I've seen. Trump said, no, okay, fine. We'll now use this against him. But that's all the deep state is blackmail. But that's not going to be done through Kash and Bondi, who I could see badly coordinated what they're doing during the headlights, that they're basically just placeholders for Fox News and for PR. And then it is the intelligence agencies that are now doing this, and they've come to Trump, who is sophisticated, and Trump has decided to use the Ring of Mordor. I mean, Kyle, I'm sure that's what this is.
I can't refute it because I don't know. I have no evidence that says yes or no to any of those things, but it's not terrible analysis. It's certainly not like it's a possibility for sure. And the Ring of Mordor, that's the danger that we keep seeing people do. They want to use the thing that cannot be used because they didn't capture that administrative state that we just talked about. All the people that are doing the briefings, all the people that are actually going to be the mechanisms that do that, you know, they're not going to do it. I do agree with you that this has been a PR nightmare. I do agree that the people that are running this are getting left to hold the bag.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. Kyle,
awful.
Even the most worshipful accounts of Trump, like Cat Turd, are like, this is horrible.
Well, what are you going to do? They've been saying one thing, and this is the best part. Like, my buddy just goes through it. He just does like searches for this stuff, and he just sends them over to me. We have a group chat that is literally, it's all the MAGA influencer types. They all they've owned themselves in the last 3 months because every single one of them got the same messaging. And that's maybe the thing that I thought was, this is why I knew we weren't going to get anything. I actually got the advanced tip because I keep track of what Steve Bannon and Julie Kelly says. My fallout with Dan Bongino happened because of a woman named Julie Kelly, who's married to one of the top Democrat lobbyists in the state of Illinois. The craziest thing was she said right up front, I'm not interested in Epstein. I don't care about what happened there. Everybody got away with it. The minute that happened, I was like, oh, you're just giving up the game here. Sometimes people do actually tell us in advance what's going to happen. It just seems like the other influencers probably didn't have access to that information as quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you called it.
We have the clip. I mean, you guys can see it for yourself.
Remember, I mean, how long ago was it that they raided the New York offices and got the 14 terabytes?
Well, they didn't raid anything. Yeah,
they grabbed it.
Yeah, so this was always sitting in the FBI. That was when Denning.
I call it a raid because he wouldn't give it up.
I want to say that was in March.
Oh yeah, it was in mid-March.
Yeah, so 30, 40 days on the job.
And O'Boyle broke it all. He said, no, my people are in New York. They've let her know she's been given fake stuff. She's gonna put a cover letter on. He broke it like a day and a half before it was, and then you said, yeah, no, it's been sent out to the FBI now a few weeks later. But then a few weeks later, we're talking on the phone and going, yeah, they're doing nothing. So you said, no, nothing's gonna happen. So I'm gonna ask again, why would they send it out? If you're going to cover it up, you don't send it out. Why do you say, oh, we've got it in press conferences, and then now say there's nothing? That is like
it's
that'd be like
beyond asinine. Yeah, and I agree with you. But
it'd be like me calling up a rental place and saying, send me an industrial wood chipper, and I plug the son of a bitch in and I climb in it. I mean, sorry, I can't handle it.
It's mind blowing. Except if you're constantly getting run around by other people
in the bubble.
In the bubble, we call it bubble wrapping. I mean, that's actually the term. I've heard that term used by Chris Wray before on conference.
Well, they call it the Pentagon, the White House. Yeah, we're in the bubble. It means, but it's a bubble.
Sure. And that was Dan Bongino's book about it too, actually. He wrote a whole book about being in there.
I need Trump to succeed. God, if the Democrats get back in, they're going to put me in prison for sure. So I'm in this paradox where Trump's doing all this other great stuff. And then there's this.
This is the most dangerous thing. When people get upset with me for the way that I call it, first of all, it's not good for me. It's not good for you. We both shared that we've had subpoenas from these people. They've got.
Oh yeah, I don't I want to beat the deep state. I'm not looking for a fight. I just can't lie.
Right. So imagine if you wanted to discredit somebody, what would be better than having them go out, talk about 10,000 hours of files, talk about children being raped, and then immediately come back and say, no indictments, no list, no clients, no.
No, I agree. I agree. So I want to go. I can go to the Republican events. I can go one-on-one. I want to walk up and ask Bongino, what the hell are you? Or Cash Patel, you've done the dumbest thing I've ever seen. If you're going to cover it up, just shut up. We'll be right back. All right. Kyle Seraphin, high-level FBI whistleblower, totally vindicated. So much of the corruption we know about in the last few years because of this guy. Other heroes like O'Boyle still hasn't gotten his job back from the Trump administration, though they all told him what a hero he was, and he is. We're not here bitching, but we've got to have our integrity and just tell the truth. You were telling me during the break, or I was like, hey, what's going on? Your phone's blowing up. You're saying your colleagues in the government, out of the government, they're just freaking out right now.
Yeah. I mean, nobody would expect you to do a meltdown thing on this. At the end of the day, you're exactly right. And like I said, I once said it yesterday, and I agree with it. Why would you even touch this? Just leave it alone. This is such low-hanging fruit. You can't go out and make all these claims. You can't go out there and spend 4 years or 8 years on podcasts and interviews. I had somebody say that the guys were that Bongino and Patel were not campaigning, but they were campaigning. One of them wanted to get a job. The other one was campaigning on behalf of Trump.
So this is a massive campaign promise broken.
The whole point was transparency, protect children. These are universal values that Americans hold. Even people who I don't agree with politically, if you think that kids are, that this can happen to kids, or you're okay with wealthy people getting a different, set of justice, if they get to have a different court system or things.
It means they're above the law, and it means if you study history, it's going to get worse, and we're all in danger. And then you ask, what else are they about to sell out on?
It's just everything about it. Like I said, not talking about it would have been infinitely.
When you learned this, how did you feel? I guess you already knew it and said it was going to happen. I literally got. I don't get nauseous easily. I got nauseous this morning when I was shooting a video on it. I literally almost threw up. Because it's just, I need Trump to succeed. And it's bad.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's a gut punch. It's the same. Look, I just expect this. I have such a negative, pessimistic thing. I'm rarely let down. So this is kind of got it. Okay. That's the worst case scenario. That's what I was.
And you're being proven tonight because I know that
nobody wants
Patel and Bongino have attacked you to the Senate. The Senate said they're full of crap. So they behind the scenes turned on you and said you're not a good source.
Yeah, no, they actually. So there's been some intel leaks going on in the back end. We've got back channel folks that are paying attention to what's happening in D.C. And quietly, it is being shopped around by the Bureau that guys like me and O'Boyle and Steve Friend and Marcus Allen, that we were all known. We had character issues And look, we did. I was talking to a former FBI agent on the way down here before I pulled in, Alex, and he said, "Isn't it crazy what they make you jump through to become an FBI agent?" And I know it's the case for other government jobs as well that are in similar positions of responsibility, or you get similar kind of read-ins, and they make it really, really hard. They make you jump through all these hoops. I had a call on a Wednesday in 2016, in June of 2016. I had a call on a Wednesday and they said, "Can you be at Quantico to start your class on Sunday? We know we didn't give you any warning. We know we told you that you weren't going to be up for a class for 3 months. Can you drop everything and be here in 3
It's all a test."
Yeah. The answer is, will you say yes when we'd ask you to say yes over and over again? And overwhelmingly people do. And so the minute you start saying yes, a lot of people just stay with it. Then they realize how long they worked to get there. Most of the people in my class that were going through the Academy at Quantico spent 2 years plus, maybe 3 or 4, trying to become an FBI agent. By the time you get it, you're so happy to be there.
Absolutely. So, and it's all interesting, but I want to get back to
That's
this.
the same problem for a lot of these government jobs.
I want to get back to this. This is an unmitigated disaster. We need Trump's agenda to succeed. Right when everything's succeeding, they do something like this. And you talk about the Bondi and Patel and all of them, but not just when they were out of government, when they got into government, 6-7 months ago, saying all this and now doing a violent bat turn 180. This is so insane. I mean, again, I could not cook up in my brain. If I wanted to discredit the FBI and the Trump administration, which I don't want to do, I want to reform it and fix this stuff. I could not come up with a more fabulous way to be self-destructive. So let's go to some of these.
Let me grab one more to you, because it just happened the other day. They just got the big, beautiful bill passed, right? Which I'm not the biggest fan of, but like, so what? Like, it's not about me. There's a big tent. Other people like it. Fine. One of the biggest pieces is $150 billion towards ICE and doing immigration enforcement, which is what I want. I'm not crazy about all the money we're going to be spending. End of the day, what does he do? The first thing he does, he goes out and has a public appearance and he says, we're also going to look for amnesty for people who have been here that are working in farms and working in hotels. If you wanted to discredit something, you don't go and turn back on the thing where over 56% of Americans have said, yeah, everybody that's here illegally is breaking a law and they should all go away. So the discrediting is not just happening on this one front. There's a couple of things, and I don't know who's writing that speech, but I know that when
I mean Trump getting complaints from his constituents about farm workers, I get it. Why would you even say that? Even if you're going to do that, which he always said he was going to do, by the way. They want to just clamp down first, get control, and make it all be legal. They're creating a process, but I get that. That isn't even on the same scale as we got 14 terabytes of Epstein, hundreds of kids getting raped, and it's all coming out, and you watch and just shut up. It'll take time, but it's going to happen. I'll play the clips in a moment. And then, nope, none of that's true. I mean, that is just like.
But those are two exact
examples. That's like saying this jacket, Kyle, is white.
Right.
And you're like, no, it's navy blue. I'm like, no, it's not. This is white. Okay.
And you're going to do a press release about it.
And I got full locks of hair. You're like, no, you're bald. No, I don't. And I'm clean shaven. I don't have a beard.
Right.
You're like, everybody
denying actual reality. But the commonality between those two things is those are both layups when the American people overwhelmingly want to protect children. Like, there's not a regular person out there in the world that's like, oh, no, I want rich to have special justice. I want children to be abused. And at this point, even CNN is reporting like over half of Americans want to see people who are here illegally deported. You don't go back on things where you are in the majority and you have the high ground. And so seeing this, yeah, it's a lot more emotional because we're talking about children. We're talking about real evil, objectively horrible things. And then, yeah, they set this up for like a nosedive. And I don't see a rational reason for it unless people are setting these people up to have them look terrible. And
that's your theory, and I think there's the bubble's all true, and I agree. And you see the psychology in Bongino. God, I'm working 18 hours a day. I'm exhausted. Come on, try my best. That's all true. You're right about that. But let's just cut to the chase. My instincts are rarely wrong, and I've got all the pieces. It would take 10 hours to get into it all. No, the CIA came and said, yeah, this was our operation with the Mossad. This will bring down the government, but we can use this now on the bad guys for control. And it's your call. Trump made this order.
That also means that there's a new Epstein.
Right? Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's the bigger piece that people are not necessarily talking about. Who's the new person that's taken into that space? Who's the new person that got co-opted in and says, now you're the guy that's going to start?
Well, there's always been a bunch of them. So
I'm sure.
So let's go to some of these clips here. Here is just on the record. Everybody's seen these, but I want to get them out. We're all talking about them. Here's clip 5. Flashback to March. Pam Bondi on Fox saying the list was on her desk. And then I want to skip ahead to her and her press conference in March saying, "Oh yeah, we have the, we have. I've seen the videos. We're going to release it. Go ahead and roll those, and then also play 12 and 15. Elena Haba, the U.S. attorney in New Jersey, one of the U.S. attorneys, one of the two. Here she is saying, "Hey, it's coming out. Don't you worry. Just play these clips. Here it is."
I saw your appearance at CPAC with Ben and with Ted Cruz. And one of the things that you alluded to, and this is something Donald Trump has talked about, the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay, well, we'll check back with you.
Said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims, 200. So we have well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah. What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well, we'll
along
look
with
for
his
that.
Co-defendant.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for
He
sure.
sure did.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
All right, let's just stop there, and we got more clips coming. Hey, Kyle, you got to come back later this week for like 2 hours. We can do a commercial-free too podcast and then air it on the main show. But don't want to be not interrupted. Go total deep dive here. But again, she comes off there as if she has no idea what's going on. To do that and put that out and then now stand by while this is totally 180'd and totally reversed has just more than the Trump admin, if Trump doesn't course correct, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. We haven't heard from him yet, so there's time to shift this, I think. I don't think it's going to happen. This is obviously from the top. They've now opened it up to make the Epstein operation Trump's and to make it Trump covering it up. And even though it'll never come out, they'll still use that by them doing this. And this is going to create a huge scandal, I now predict, in Congress for the Democrats with her statements about the videos and kids being raped and hundreds of victims. And now they're saying it's not existing, but we know it does. You talk to the FBI people that have, the files are there. They have been, it goes back to what you said. They're being set up with the deep state. This is insane.
Yeah, and listen to the way that Bondi even answered those questions. I don't know a lot about Pam Bondi. I didn't live in Florida when she was the AG. My dad did, and he didn't have like a stellar high opinion of her, but I don't think he thought she was a bad actress per se. But you listen to her ask those questions, she looks like she's flat-footed and she's reaching into memory from not personal experience. She didn't go and look at this stuff, and nor would I expect the Attorney General to go look at individual evidence.
I would. If I was the Attorney General, the biggest case ever, I'd be.
But you care. We're talking about people that are there, that are holding the place for politics, that she goes out and says the right thing. She does Fox interviews and stuff like that. Generally speaking, the AG sets policy and doesn't need to run the mechanics of the DOJ. That's what the DAG does. That's what the Deputy Attorney General's job is anyway. In the same way that it works in the FBI. The deputy runs things. So you've got this person out there and she's answering very specific questions that sounds like not from personal experience by looking at her. She's just kind of reaching in and she's trying to remember what she was told. So she's kind of making it up because it sounds good. But as you said on your show the other day, That should have been a standalone press conference. That's a bombshell to drop out and say. And she did it in this like gaggle outside on the lawn. So that's not
as an aside.
Yeah, like someone asked a question and she was like, oh, let me just give you this like crazy novel information and drop all this intel on you. That's not how you give
Well, that's because she knew, we've confirmed that O'Keefe had gotten the undercover video, was about to release it. So that had broken 3 days before because I put it out. O'Keefe wasn't clear. He said, yeah, I'm in danger, blah, blah, blah. It's you know, the administration, and I called people in the administration. They said it's Bondi, so they already knew. And then she did that. That's a clear response, trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. She was getting ahead of it. All of that is to say that like, we're talking about someone there that just.
And here's the undercover. I agree, out of her depth. Yep. Here's the undercover video, clip 12.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. FBI's been.
Okay.
So.
Any dates?
No, you know what it is? There's tens of thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Yeah, you want to get into Axios, which you know is a CIA mouthpiece. I haven't even heard what you're about to say, but that means the mouth of the system here in a minute. But here's Elena Haba, the U.S. attorney. And she's gotten really, I like her, persnickety, oh, don't you worry, we've got it, and there's hundreds of victims, and we're on it, and we're processing the cases. So you've got them saying, we're processing it, it's true, we've got it, you confirmed it, been sent out to the different districts, and then now none of it exists. I mean, this is a scandal upon scandal upon scandal. Here it is.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
And then since then, she's come out and said, people are mad at us, I'm investigating it, I've seen it, I'm getting them. Well, can you imagine her now in front of Congress if the Democrats get back control in a year and a half? I mean, they're going to be front and center. Okay, what did you see? I mean, this is a disaster.
It's unmitigated. And how much hay was made on Fox and other like conservative leaning outlets talking about this very thing. I watched a Jesse Waters clip that I played this morning on my own podcast, and he was talking about the connections from Obama's, CIA director or former deputy of state, and then went into Biden and was working. Like these people were all connected. We're hearing about, she just said, a bunch of shadowy figures, tons of money, tons of power, tons of connections. Everyone should be shocked when they find out about it. We're going to find out that there are, what is it again? Oh yeah, no prosecutions. There's no client list. They weren't able to decide if there was anybody involved.
Because I got faith in Cash Patel, and I want to find the clip. I couldn't find this morning.
It's such an ugly setup to knock these people down. I do want to hammer into the Axios thing though, because I do think that's relevant.
Go ahead,
Alex. They didn't take this media. So you have to understand the backstory here. When Cash was trying to get into the position of director, when he was working through the confirmation process, one of the things he was most worried about was people that he could trust. So he was talking to me about people that I knew in the Bureau. I said, look, the people I trust in the Bureau are GS-13s. They're frontline agents that work criminal cases that don't care about intel. They're not interested in doing politics. Those are the people that do the work of the FBI. So I don't have a problem with those. I would recommend them to you all day long, but they don't necessarily know what the shenanigans are that are going on in the senior management. And he said, I'm really worried about leaks. I'm worried about people that can be trusted. I'm worried about people that are on the team. And the guy that I recommended that he hire for deputy director, who he ended up ghosting, which was not a great move, that guy explained to Cash that leaks to the press are a tool of the FBI director. And people need to understand this. They happened under Comey. They happened under Wray. Of course. They happened under McCabe. You choose the outlet you go to and you give them exclusive access. And you're also choosing the audience that's going to receive it. And you're going to choose the audience that's going to hate what they got.
And then Comey lied to Congress, said, I never leaked. Well, he goes later, well, I gave it to the head of this.
A friend who gave it to a friend that made it happen. Look, the leaks are a tool of the director. They have the discretion to declassify things and to hand things out. Whether they do it through official channels or otherwise, it is within their job description to do so. They can't lie to Congress about it, but they can do all kinds of shady stuff, handing and disseminating information. When you give something to Axios today, when there's a quote unquote conservative majority and the people that it's our team is in the FBI, what you're saying is you want not Fox News to trumpet it. Fox News was out there doing what you just saw. They were talking to Alina Habba and they were talking about how bad this was. Now you've got the other side, the left is it. So it looks like there's a subversive element within the FBI that's leaking it, and it's doing it to discredit what's ever happening. The fun thing is you got all the MAGA influencers, you've got all the people on the right that are going to attack and say, well, that must be fake news because it's Axios and ABC that are.
Oh yeah, and that was the talking point. And that was the talking point I saw this morning when I got up.
That is what the
it was. Oh, Elon Musk and the left are running this.
Correct. Now
because first it comes from Axios, but then an hour later, no, it's actually the DOJ official.
Correct.
But still, it gives them the cover to say
the original story still holds. It came out of Axios, right. So obviously this was a push. What you haven't seen is some agency on the right come out, and I haven't seen like a press conference or anyone come out and talk about it. They're hoping this fizzled out under its own weight, is my guess. But as you said, it's catastrophically stupid, and it's the worst possible outcome that you're going to say. There's a paragraph in that memo release that says there'll be no prosecutions, no additional co-conspirators. There was no blackmail operation after literally years of the people who are running those organizations talking about those.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a person with an 80 IQ would know just shut up if you're going to cover it up. So again, only thing that makes sense is they made a deal with the deep state to roll over. They won't prosecute, but they'll stop trying to kill Trump. But they went, okay, well, fine. We want this cut and dry. We want you to come out and say it's over. A deal was made. I think that's the only logical thing here. And then obviously Patel and Bongino and Bondi are just placeholders, like you said. And Trump's made a deal with the deep state. Now,
here's my question.
Now let's see if Trump will actually stop what the globalists are doing. Because
we'll take that further. What happens to the three that are heading those agencies that now just have the most egg on their face? What happens?
You predicted to me privately, I don't know if you want to say it now, that they're all being set up to hung up to dry very soon.
Perhaps. I don't know anybody that can look at it and say these guys are.
Well, you did tell me that about three.
Yeah, I said that. I said.
Well, I don't want to give away what you want to say.
That's true. That's true. I think Bongino's gone by the end of the year. I think that was true before this.
Well, you think other things too.
I think that Patel doesn't make it past midterms if they decide to switch over. But I also see that Patel is actually kind of useful. He's actually kind of fitting into the role of FBI director, which is a guy that flies around on a jet and defends the FBI vigorously, doesn't do anything in particular that we're hoping he does, and takes credit for things the FBI always does, and gets them a new building. By the way, they're moving to the Reagan building. I don't know if people saw that. You guys probably covered this the other day. That's not what we said. The whole idea was to decentralize it out of DC.
Not get a bigger building.
Not to go move into a bigger building down the street that puts you in the exact same problem. The reason that DC is problematic to have the FBI, the DOJ, and Washington field office in the same area is because FBI senior officials they need a certain amount of time in the field as a manager. Then they need a certain amount of time in headquarters as a program manager. Then they need some time back as a more senior manager. Then they need a more senior program. And they bounce back and forth. They don't even have to move, Alex. They can live in the outside of DC. They live in Alexandria. A lot of them do.
Sure, and they can get them in the cult.
They spend 12 years
all
there.
Right, all right, so we're almost out of time here. We're doing 5 more minutes before Roger Stone comes on after the break. But again, I got so much other big news. Fourth hour, I'll get into all the things we haven't covered, like the head of NATO saying World War III could begin any day. I mean, this is just nuts. But this is about the heart and soul of America and Trump. And I am a very decisive person. Everything to me is very clear cut of what the best information is, the right thing to do. It's what I do. It's a very freeing thing in my life. That said, Trump is doing so much good, and I know the globalists hate him, and I'm seeing real action against a lot of evil that I don't ever in my life been this mentally pulled trying to find out what the right position and action is, other than I'm just saying what I'm thinking here, just open book kind of wargaming, because Kyle, I don't know. I mean, I've reached my limit at this point.
There's two really, really dangerous animals that exist in our federal government's dollars and going into those establishments. One is our military industrial complex. There's unbelievable amounts of money that are insane, that can make people move mountains to do.
And they're super dangerous, and they come after your family.
And you've got people like Hegseth that seem to have that idea. You've got people that are like Tulsi Gabbard that understand what it is, what goes on, and they seem to be making some headway, although they are obviously going to face resistance. But the other animal that's really dangerous, I call it the information industrial complex, but that is your intelligence agencies and the private agencies that are out there, whether it be your big tech and others that are dealing in info. Those groups are the second or the most dangerous. Take your pick.
Well, yeah, everybody thinks of a fancy CIA agent No, it's the contractors. It's the big tech. It's we're talking about Palantir all day. Yeah, it's the new kid on the block. Okay, I'm not even defending it. Just it's not the big Tyrannosaurus here.
They're not the biggest.
It's a velociraptor.
Is that your intel agencies can only do certain things, that your law enforcement entities can only do some things as limited.
Stay there. Let's do 5 more minutes on that. I want you to finish up.
You bet.
But again, my whole thing about the media is attacking Palantir because it's trying to get in the key position. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying what the fight is. And exactly, it's like, oh, the deep state and surveillance and the police state just started. No, it's been here. I want to do this because I got a plug or we won't be here. We've extended the sale by any one of our great supplements, methylene blue, our CMOS, any of it, Shellology, the very best. Our discount to get 1 bottle free. All of our other guests have been happy to take methylene blue. You're a little wily, didn't know about it. That's fine. You're a former paramedic. I want to give you a bottle of it. And next time you're here in a week, a month, whatever, or come back this week. Set up a day when it comes back this week. I want you to take some of this, research it first, and give people your testimonial, okay?
I'll do it.
Because everybody's been blown away. We've extended the sale for 2 days, though we're selling out the methylene blue very quickly because I've been too busy, and it's the biggest sale of our history, and I don't know what the new sale will be. But the July 4th super mega sale is still live. All the supplements, buy one, get one free of the very same bottle, very same product, and all the T-shirts and ball caps, buy one, get one free. A lot of these are lost leaders. Because like an XXL costs a lot more than like a small shirt. When you start getting an extra one free, some of these we're losing money on. But that's the sale they did. It's insane. Widest selection of Patriot apparel. Help keep us on the air. Take action now. TheAlexJonesStore.com. TheAlexJonesStore.com. And if you want to hold back a supplement so it never sells out, become a subscriber, get 50% off, cancel anytime. Become a subscriber, become a VIP as well. TheAlexJonesStore.com. 5 more minutes with Kyle Seraph, and then Roger Stone and his take on the firestorm of firestorms.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Look, I need Trump to succeed. I don't turn, tell, and run, but I'm not going to sit here and be stupid. If they're able to stop the Trump agenda and the Democrats are about to get in 3.5 years, I'm leaving the country. All right, so I need Trump to succeed. At the same time, I can't go along with evil, and I just can't do it. So, Kyle, in closing here, final comments, but I just want to say that if Trump didn't give these orders, which I've speculated, I believe he did, and that they made a deal behind the scenes or whatever, because they believe this information is too damaging to destroy the country or whatever, and I see that argument, I'm not endorsing it. If he hasn't done this while we've had Bondi and Patel and all them, really Cash, hyping this up for months and now putting out this ridiculous report that 180s was already on record, and it makes the Trump administration complicit in the CIA, Mossad, Epstein operation. If Trump doesn't come out and say this is wrong or reverse this, then he is complicit. And I'm just processing what I'm going to have to do. You got 3.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, we were talking just before the break. It's the information industrial complex. That's the second thing that I think is the second most lethal. And sometimes it is the most lethal compared to the military industrial complex. That's the information brokers. That's going to be your big tech companies. People think that Palantir, you mentioned that earlier, is going to be the big danger. I mean, consider this, like most of the government is housed using Microsoft software. Almost all of it is done on Amazon web servers.
So it's Bezos.
We're talking
and listeners go, you're covering Palantir. No, I'm not. If I'm sitting, there's a 1,000-pound gorilla and a 20-pound monkey. I'm going to tell you the gorilla.
The gorilla is significantly more scary. And the people that have all the information on you, the Googles, the Alphabets, the Metas, et cetera, like they've got so much, it's not even funny. The things that they are the wet dream of what the intel community wishes they could gather on the American people, for whatever it's worth. All the collections that are going on out there in the on the intel services, they can just buy it the same way that anybody who has the money can buy it from these private groups.
Well, that's just like Dinesh D'Souza. It's a good thing we did, but it shows up. He goes and spends $100,000 in key cities in Pennsylvania and shows the Democrats with the safe houses, with the mules delivering the fake ballots.
And remember, he was lampooned as being unscientific, and all of his methodology was terrible and it didn't make any sense. And then turned around and they used the exact same geofence capabilities with a slightly different, more sophistication in warrants, and they went and got J6ers. So all of this stuff is the same animal.
And we know that 90-something% of people at AOC Bernie rallies are the same people because of it. No, it's total science.
Yeah, it's not negotiable. Like people can they can literally tell who you are, what level of education you have, how tall you are, how fast you walk, whether or not you have an injury, left-handed or right-handed, eye dominance, you name it. All of these things can be, they can find out from the way that you hold your phone, the way you use your phone, and you carry it with you everywhere. I do the same thing, so I'm no better. I do carry a little Faraday bag with me because I throw it in there. But at the end of the day, yeah, you're tracking yourself. You're giving this information away. If you do not de-weaponize the agencies that are using that data, the agencies that are interested in pursuing their own agenda, and they'll set up anybody who's at the top. It doesn't matter. You give them a private jet, you give them a security detail, you let them live fancy, and they feel like they're big shots, and you fluff their ego. You do that kind of thing, those guys fall in line.
And they throw super ultra gorgeous women at you.
Do you know what the first thing that happened when Kash Patel moved into his office, per the CNN story? That he redecorated. This is a guy that already announced that they were going to get a new building in under 4 months, and they're already moving out of it. He redecorated the building. So he wanted new carpet, he wanted new wall hangings, et cetera, et cetera. These people.
That doesn't, I mean, if I was in there, I'd be sleeping on the floor like Elon. I would be not worried about the drapes. But that's the thing. This shows what Elon learned about a few months ago, and I think adds credibility to him.
I agree. I think
he went, whoa, I'm not part of this.
I'm not into a lot of the things that Elon's into. I don't like Neuralink or any of the things like that. I don't think that we shame the certain values as a Christian that he has as whatever. Like
I agree, but
secular human. But I think his principles seem pretty convincing. It's like, okay, he wants to see a lack of government waste. He wanted to see some success. That didn't happen. If Trump doesn't de-weaponize our DOJ and by extension, the two agencies that work there that are most dangerous, if he doesn't de-weaponize our FBI, we're screwed with that. I mean, that's the thing.
I totally agree. Kyle, as you learn more, come back tomorrow or the next day. You pick the time. Roger Stone's coming up. Thank you so much, Kyle, sir. All right, this just broke minutes ago. We're getting the local news feeds right now. Breaking, 3 federal and Texas law enforcement sources are now reporting an active shooter with a rifle and tactical gear ambushed Border Patrol agents as they arrived at a Border Patrol annex facility in McAllen, Texas this morning. Local police and federal agents returned fire, killing him. I'm told this was purposeful ambush attack style against the federal agents, and a press conference is planned for later. No federal agents injured. I'm told McAllen police officer may have been shot, but is in stable conditions. And these are photos from law enforcement sources. Probably a communist or an Antifa. I'm telling you, man, this is going to get bad. So we've got that information. We're texting with Roger Stone. He's getting connected right now. We'll be going to him in a moment. I'm rarely wrong. And it takes me a lot of data to be able to come to these conclusions. And again, we've already covered a lot of it. It would take days to go over it all. It would take days for me just to remember it all. But that's what knowledge is. You just have it. You go, I believe in Trump. I love Trump. I understand what Trump's doing. I don't agree with it completely. I talked to Roger before the election, and he said, it's the CIA, it's Mossad. We all know that. They're going to come to Trump and say it's going to bring down the federal government. You can't release this information. When Trump's saying, I'm going to release it. Then he has Bonnie and all them saying, okay, we got it. We rated it. We got it. We're going to release it. And then now they do a 180. You don't do a PR disaster like that unless that was part of a deal with the deep state if they roll over to make sure that Trump would never use it against them, to say it's over, it's put away, it's done. And that means the King of England and the deal with the most powerful empire still in the world financially is those people. And that means getting all these other groups on board. And if Trump brought out all this child rape and the 14 terabytes of kids getting raped and the hundreds of victims, it would demonize America worldwide, actually the elites. I believe justice be done though the heavens fall. So that's easier for me because I just do what I believe is right, what the Holy Spirit tells me is right, and I do it. And that's why they want me off the air, because they know this guy's a loose cannon. He will, no matter, put a gun to my head. I'm not going to tell a lie. I'm not going to, and it's because I love the truth. Now, have I lied about fooling around? Yeah, I mean, stuff like that. But I don't lie on big issues that actually matter, that affect other people. The left always like, Jones is a hypocrite. He admits to paying for probably 10 abortions, but he's against it. No, when I was younger and didn't know, and I really believed it was a blob of tissue, I haven't paid for an abortion since I was 18 years old. I tell the story to say I've done bad things because I'm going to be truthful. And it's an example to you that you can reprove yourself and you can come back from hell as well through the blood of Christ. So I love Trump. Evil hates him. They're coming after him. He's doing so much good. But I woke up at 6 a.m. So I went to bed at like 10 last night. And I guess it's broken about 10 o'clock Central. And I read this DOJ letter about he didn't commit suicide. Here's a video of outside the wing of showing cops, jail guards walk around. And there is no blackmail. And there is no client list. And there is nothing else when we have the attorney general and them saying we got 14 terabytes and hundreds of kids getting raped. And you got the U.S. attorney saying, we've got it. We've seen it. We're going to go after them. And Kyle Seraphin, the FBI, tells us 4 months ago, yeah, I've confirmed the FBI, they've sent the 14 terabytes out to the field offices. I'm like, good God, you don't do that unless you're going to do it. Unless Trump loaded the gun, cocked it, put it to their head and said, you roll over, deep state. You see, I'm ready to do this. I don't know that, but that's what it looks like to me. And oh my God, now the recently released Epstein security footage is missing a full minute. Oh, they're setting up Trump. They're setting up. It's insiders. Oh, sir, look, we have this video, 8 hours of it, or 12 hours of it, and all this other stuff. And oh, it's all there. No one went into the door to do it. And then there's a minute missing. Oh my God. I mean, again, PR disaster a few months ago when Kash Patel and Bongino went on Fox like deer in the headlights, like they had guns to their head, like they were hostages in North Korea or Vietnam, fighter pilot shot down. Were they blinking with Morse code? And then they go on a tour on Joe Rogan and other shows. Say, oh, if there was any video or any files, I'd give it to you, Joe Rogan. If you're going to politically, because of the CIA and okay, it's national security, it's too dangerous, we're going to stop the pedophilia, stop the honeypot networks. I could hear that argument. I'd still say I think it's the wrong moral thing to do, but it's so dangerous to bring it out. I could kind of go, okay, yeah. But no, instead you go on a blow your feet off with shotgun tour. So the big question is Trump involved in this? Is he going to come speak out? When he said release this stuff for years, we know he's never been connected to it by all the evidence. And now we've got, as I said, this is going to become a firestorm. We'll get to this in a few minutes. Roger Stone's here with us very graciously, and I appreciate it. StoneZone.com, long-term Trump confidant. We now have the press secretary being grilled about it. Yeah, you got U.S. attorneys, the attorney general all over TV saying, yeah, we got 14 terabytes of kids being raped, hundreds of new victims. And then you say, now there's nothing? You've just given the Democrats the ultimate weapon. You go, oh, well, they're implicated more than Republicans. So that, no, they'll never bring it all out, but they're now going to use it to say that Trump is covering up and his DOJ is. How they maneuvered them into this disaster. I'm predicting. Roger Stone called me with the grab him by the pussy video or audio. Obvious locker room joking. Everybody knows all the women want Trump. He's never been accused of anything until he ran for office. And I said, Roger, relax. And Roger, he knew it was BS. I said, call everybody, relax. Trump's fine. This is not important. And I was right. I almost vomited this morning when I had about 2 hours to think about this. I didn't talk for hours before I said anything. I didn't make phone calls. I went and locked myself in my office. And I sat there and just thought, this is a disaster. And I don't say that to make it a bigger disaster. It is. Trump has to come out soon and say that, no, he wants it released, because you can't tee this up. Well, we got 14 terabytes and hundreds of kids getting raped, and them all, or he's got to throw them under the bus and say they were wrong. Roger, I'm going to shut up, but I need Trump to succeed. He's doing a great job. You and I are going to be put in federal prison if we don't succeed. This is life and death for us. This guy's like a life raft in the North Atlantic with 40 below zero water. We fall in that, we're dead. So I am in a paradoxical hell right now. StoneZone.com. Roger Stone, God bless you, brother. You need no introduction. I'm ranting. Thank you. What do you have to say?
Alex, back in 2015, I think I'm the first American author to write extensively about the Epstein case. In my book, The Clintons' War on Women, it's the longest chapter. I had his little black book. And by the way, not everybody in his phone book was one of his clients, shall we say. I also had the F.A.A. manifest in terms of who visited the island. And I read every single word of the lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre. I think she was then Virginia Roberts, one of Epstein's victims, who refused a $30 million settlement and continued to fight Epstein in court. Also conferred extensively with her attorney.
And who magically
interviewed
just
her
died. She said Trump was never involved, never saw him.
Correct. The one time he was on the only Epstein property he was at in Palm Beach once for a charitable event, she was present. She said she saw no inappropriate activity on his part. And then beyond that, her husband, she said, and her lawyer said, he was the only public figure who actually tried to help her in her case. So we know that Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell, a Democrat, wasn't going to the island for the weather. We know that Bill Richardson, the former Democrat governor of New Mexico, wasn't going to the island for the weather. We know that Bill Clinton was not visiting the island 17 times for the weather. If you read any of the transcripts from the Florida trial and the Florida indictment, there is no question that Epstein was involved in child sex trafficking. Now, I honestly believe that, first of all, I like and respect Kash Patel, and he's telling you the truth. They don't have any proof because Christopher Wray and the previous administration destroyed all the truth. We know, because we can see with our eyes, that they removed hard drives and DVDs from Epstein's apartment in New York, from his island, from his ranch in New Mexico, from his apartment in Paris. And the question is a simple one. I never thought there was a list per se, but I think a list could have been compiled on the basis of those videos contained in the DVDs and the hard drives. So what happened to them? When Kash Patel says we don't have them, he's telling the truth because they were destroyed by the previous administration. That is my view.
Well, I mean, we know they would have used him with Epstein against Trump previously. We have all the fake Jane Does and the E. Jean Carrolls and the fake actresses, you know, putting out videos that were confirmed to be fake. I know that. And Trump wasn't peed on by hookers in, you know, Moscow or St. Petersburg. We know all that. I totally agree. My point is, why would Pam Bondi say we got 14 terabytes and hundreds of new victims and put all that out? And you've also got the U.S. attorney and a bunch of others coming out and saying they've seen it, it's coming out. Why would they do all that and then now say, oh, actually, there's nothing? And I get it. There's not an official, here's my client list. He was talking to restaurants and lawnmowers and pool people and politicians and business. Obviously, most people that he's got numbers of aren't that. That's clear. The point is that why would they come out and say, we've got all this, we're going after them, they're going to be prosecuted, and then now 180 so fast?
That is a question that I think Pam Bondi has to answer. In other words, we have a discrepancy. I believe Kash Patel when he says we don't have anything. That's because it was destroyed. And as far as Epstein killing himself, Michael Baden, the New York City medical examiner, probably the single most respected pathologist in the country, inspected Epstein's body and said that the wounds, that the broken bones in his neck were completely inconsistent with him hanging himself. And he also pointed out that he has conducted autopsies in 1,000 hanging cases. We also know that David Schoen, the criminal defense lawyer, was retained by Epstein, and they agreed to a very sizable retainer on the Thursday before the Saturday that he allegedly killed himself. So who hires a new lawyer to head his criminal defense and then kills himself 2 days later? And we're supposed to believe the video cameras just happened to be malfunctioning. The two guards that were supposed to be monitoring just happened to fall asleep. Sorry, it's just not credible.
And that leads me to this. That leads me to this. Why have Kash a few months ago with Bongino, both great men, go on Fox, look like they're in the headlines, like they're political prisoners, like they're hostages, and say, oh, Crooks acted alone, open and shut, and Epstein killed himself. We're going to show you footage of his cell or the cell bay, but we're going to show you footage of the door entering it. And now when they release it, they leave a minute out, which I don't think Patel or Bongino did. Whoever did that is setting them up. This was a trap to hang Epstein and all this around Trump and his administration. This is what Kyle Seraphin predicted last hour before this even came out. Roger Stone, what the hell do you make of that? Who edited that tape? Who gave them this saying this is it? And then now this is a setup. I'm telling you.
Well, let me posit a theory here, which is quite simply that Epstein was an equal opportunity blackmailer. There is no question that Alex Acosta, the U.S. attorney who gave Epstein a pass on his Florida case, when he was appointed Secretary of Labor under Trump in the first term, and he was in preparation for his confirmation hearings, he was asked, what are you going to say if they ask you about why you gave Epstein a slap on the wrist? He said, I'm going to tell the truth. He was a CIA asset. That's what I was told to say. So I believe that the pressure from the British royal family, from a number of our other allies, perhaps Israel, perhaps the Saudis, who knows? The point is Epstein was doing dirty work, was collecting blackmail for many, many entities. This was his business. It's how he rose from obscurity, being a math teacher at a private
No, I
school.
totally agree. So you told me this before the election. You told me this before the election. I agree with you. I called you this morning. We had a very short conversation so you could come on. I said, let me guess. They've come to Trump and said, national security, CIA, Mossad, we got to kill this. And that somehow that's matriculated down into this. So where do you see this going? I mean, do you agree with me that this is, I mean, whoever gave them the video with the minute cut out at the DC, I mean, at the New York jail, the prison, I mean, this was like a setup, Roger.
Well, I've watched that video. I'm still not sure what it proves, even with the minute cut out of it. It doesn't seem to prove anything to me.
Yeah, it doesn't show he wasn't killed. It doesn't even show the cell block. It doesn't even show the wing.
It defies credibility, just like the question of Virginia Giuffre, who only weeks ago we were told committed suicide. Alex, I interviewed her for hours. I read her testimony. I followed her. Like her father, I don't believe she killed herself. I just don't believe that. So I think we have a massive cover up here, and I think it is due to pressure from a number of our allies because Epstein was blackmailing some very, very powerful, important people. That is my theory. In all honesty, while all of this is very, very interesting, this past week, CIA director dropped a bombshell in which he absolutely proves that the Russian collusion hoax was exactly that, cooked up by John Brennan and James Comey, the FBI director.
In fact, Roger, let's do that. Let's do that. We got to break in 6 minutes because I actually have it all right here, the CIA report that we all live, that we all know is true. We don't just believe the report. We know it's true. That it was run by Brennan and Obama, absolutely, as we knew. Now with all the footnotes, we had a few months ago, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, released a report with a lot of the similar information. This is a huge deal, and you're right. That's what's so sad about this, is this overshadowing all the incredible information that's coming out.
Alex, and there's a lot more coming. Chairman Crawford of the House Committee has a bombshell report, I'm told, that goes much, much, much further than what Ratcliffe has released this week.
Okay, stay there. I want to come back and spend time with you on that. Give me the floor, because we're both been targets of this, you even more than I. But just finishing up with this then, I know we need time to think about this, but we don't know all the facts yet. But you couldn't get Patel and Bongino to more contradict what they'd already said and what the AG had said than this, and just say, that's it, go away. If you wanted to create a firestorm, this is what you would do. So approximating this, I don't know if you probably talked to Trump since this broke last night. What do you think Trump needs to do?
Well, I think he needs to call on Pam Bondi to clear the air. She's the one who seems to be out of sync. She clearly said, stuff's on my desk. It's unbelievable. We're reviewing it. I see a pattern here, Alex. Don't you notice how Damian Williams, Biden's U.S. attorney in New York, he presided over Epstein's murder, said nothing went wrong. Ghislaine Maxwell, how do you engage in a conspiracy, but you don't identify any of the other conspirators, nor do you call them as witnesses at her trial? And now the same thing happens with Diddy. We rely totally on Diddy's ex-girlfriend as opposed to many of the other potential witnesses who could, I think, have nailed Diddy on the more serious charges. It's the same pattern. In every case, whether it's Epstein, whether it's Maxwell on behalf of Epstein, or whether it's Diddy, they were catering to very, very powerful people. And those people have arranged through pressure to ensure that the secret dies with those three.
Well, I know that Trump has said release it all, and there's never been any evidence of connection to any of it. I know you don't want to surmise what Trump's going to do, but this is already having big blowback. We've got some clips I'll play in a moment of the press secretary responding to questions. People want this information, Roger. What do you think Trump should do?
Look, I think he's going to ask. He should order everybody to go back to the beginning and determine exactly what they have and or what was booked in. But my guess is we now know, we found this out weeks ago, that a lot of the key Russian collusion documents were hidden in a secret file that the average FBI executive could never even access. So I suspect that what we're looking for, I believe, Cash, what we're looking for doesn't exist. Doesn't mean it didn't exist. It did exist. But overshadowing all of this, Alex, is not only these bombshells regarding the Russian collusion hoax, but we now finally have the U.S. government admitting they were coaching Lee Harvey Oswald. That broke this week thanks only to the persistence of Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, and they've now finally forced the CIA to release the files and admit that they were well aware of Oswald, and they were coaching him on that scene in New Orleans, in which they tried to position him as a communist. These are two huge breaking stories.
By the way, I've got that here as well. I've got that here as well. So let's come back and talk about what they're distracting us from right now. And I agree with you. It's known. The FBI grabbed all the stuff under the Democrats, under Obama, out of Little St. John's Island, the Caribbean, out of New York, out of Zorro Ranch, out of Florida. So that's true. Again, like you said, Bondi needs you to respond. And the U.S. attorneys that say they've seen it all and say, okay, you got hundreds of new victims, all this stuff. What do you mean there's no list? What do you mean there's no nothing? Again, this is totally and completely insane. But Roger, your book, The Clintons' War on Women, is more important than ever. People can go to EpsteinTruthBook.com and get The Clintons' War on Women. You literally called this first, my friend. Tell us about that.
This is the longest chapter in the book, and I exposed almost all of this. So I don't know how Pam Bondi could not know the background here. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Let's hit it on the other side.
All right, StoneZone.com. Roger Stone is our guest. Judge Joe Brown, who's really smart and really dialed in, is going to be joining us in the fourth hour today. Obviously, Owen's coming up with the War Room in an hour and a half. I'll probably do some special emergency shows and just take calls, because I know you want to respond, but regardless, we'll take calls tomorrow. Please remember, we've extended the 4th of July mega sale for 48 hours until tomorrow night at midnight. Buy one bottle of any of our supplements, get a second bottle free, and more at thealexstone.com. All right, Roger Stone is our guest. Another 25 minutes. Roger, you're right. While we're busy looking at this fiasco and the DOJ completely reversing its public statements about hundreds of new victims, 14 terabytes of kids getting raped, and now we're told there's nothing there, there's nothing happening. We have the information that came out last week that unfortunately has not gotten a lot of coverage, that deals with the director of the CIA releasing a report with all the footnotes and documents of what you and I said back in 2017, stay behind networks of Obama, Brennan, the CIA, creating the fake dossier, creating Russiagate, creating the impeachments, literally in a coup against America, such a massive development right there. And then General Flynn saying, that's it. We've got to have indictments. We've got to have arrests. And then on top of that, you've got the Senate and Grassley putting out the report, cut and dry, of the communist Chinese, just like we heard back at the time 4.5 years ago, flying in airplanes with ballots only marked for Joe Biden for key battleground states. And then the CIA and FBI covering that up and working with them to steal the election. I mean, it doesn't get more bombshell than that. Roger Stone, let's go over it.
Well, Alex, one final point on Epstein. Since he was indicted and incarcerated in New York for child sex trafficking, what information was given to the grand jury in New York that indicted him? How can we now say we have no evidence he was involved in child sex trafficking? They indicted him on the basis of something.
How is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail for sex trafficking, but it didn't exist?
Well, not only that, but she's charged, one of the charges she was convicted of is conspiracy. Okay. Who are the other conspirators? How come they weren't charged? Again, there's and you saw it again in the Diddy case.
And since we're finishing up on that, I meant to get to this. Just play them back to back. Here's Levitt, the press secretary, back to back being asked about this. And we'll finish up on that and move on to the big scandals they don't want you to know about. Here it is.
In the case. Call me dog.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that, Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars.
I mean, I'm just speechless at this point. Finishing up on this giant topic, and we'll shift into the other issues.
I mean, look, I think Pam Bondi's the one who has to answer that question. She also, I think, ultimately has to decide on whether we're going to indict John Brennan, the CIA director, who clearly orchestrated and pushed for the inclusion of the phony.
Yeah, so let's start over there. I want to give you the floor because you were one of the main targets, along with General Flynn. I was a secondary, but nothing like you. For people to know, start over at the beginning. You and I first reported in 2017 that the CIA and Stay Behind Networks were doing this, because a lot of it was already in legislation, the Defense Authorization Act. But recap what happened and now why this is so big, what came out last week.
Well, the truth is this report, while it was important because it got into the mainstream media, but reporters like Lee Smith, for example, the great Lee Smith, had already reported the fact that John Brennan, and for that matter, Andrew Weissman, from his time as general counsel of the FBI, they knew that the Steele dossier was a fabrication paid for by Hillary Clinton, that the claim that Donald Trump had dallied with prostitutes in Moscow when they're on a private business trip was false. Yet Brennan pushed to include it into the intelligence community assessment that was handed to Barack Obama, and they used that as the rationale to launch the Mueller investigation, to launch the greatest single dirty trick in American political history.
And all the U.S. aid and all the funding for propaganda and censorship by saying we were all Russian agents. They ran a counter-espionage operation against the American people, framing us as Russian agents, including you.
It is the greatest single abuse of power in American history, which they use the full authority of the government and the incredible capability of our intelligence agencies to try to undo an election and bring down the duly elected president. I'm sorry, but Watergate pales in comparison. This was a small group of private citizens who were misguided, and as we now know from declassified documents, being tracked and coached by the CIA through every step of it, it pales in comparison to the Russian collusion hoax. So my question is a simple one. When will John Brennan be arrested? Because treason has no statute of limitations. He engaged in treasonous activity, and he should be charged. McCabe should be charged. Rosenstein should be charged. Susan Rice should be charged. Vice President Joe Biden, he was in on it too. He should be charged. Now, Barack Obama may be immune from prosecution under that Supreme Court ruling. I'm not an attorney. I can't say for sure, but the American people are getting tired of this. General Flynn is absolutely right. These people tried to destroy Donald Trump's life, tried to destroy my life. They tried to destroy General Flynn's life. Alex, they tried to destroy your life. Is anybody going to pay any penalty for this? We're all distracted by Epstein. Well, the good news is Epstein is dead, and he's no longer victimizing underage people, and he's no longer able to supply, underage people for the amusement of international elites and politically powerful people. At least he's out of business. But these people, these perps are still around. They're still playing the same game. I saw John Brennan on TV a week ago saying he's appalled by the idea that Tulsi Gabbard would fire a bunch of deep state operatives from our intelligence agencies. I'm appalled that guy is still walking around free, in all honesty.
Absolutely. You also mentioned this via Trump ordering everything to be released, and they keep refusing it. Then he orders more, and more comes out. Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the CIA. They had psychological warfare operations experts all over him. They say in contact with him, obviously coaching him. We knew he was at the U-2 base in Japan. We knew he was a fake defector to Russia. He was married to the daughter of a famous anti-communist white Russian, czarist. And now this is old news for anyone that's done their research, but it's still a big deal that's coming out now with this CIA document, Roger. Total continued vindication. And as you said, finish up on this, I want to go back. You were saying, and more reports are about to come out of Congress detailing Crossfire Hurricane and the Russia collusion hoax.
Yeah, I think there's a bombshell report coming from Chairman Crawford in the House, far more extensive than what CIA Director Ratcliffe released. I actually think Ratcliffe released kind of the most shallow version of the truth, but there's a lot more coming. I give enormous credit to DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard, both on this matter and on the question of Oswald. Anna Paulina Luna, the congresswoman from Florida, she is a firebrand. She's a fighter. They held this document that you just showed, they held that back. The CIA tried to hold that back. Remember, the CIA and the FBI insisted up until now that they had no previous knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald. They didn't know who he was. Well, they knew who he was. They were coaching him. They were coaching him and positioning him as a pro-communist. Remember, they found him handing out pro-Castro leaflets on the street in New Orleans, along with Rafael Cruz, Ted Cruz's father. Yes, it's in the Warren Commission report. Yes, that is his picture. Yes, Judith Mary Baker, who was Oswald's mistress, said everybody knew Angel Cruz, Rafael Cruz. He was part of Lee Harvey Oswald's crew. So now, finally, only because of the persistence of Congresswoman Luna, do we finally have an admission from the CIA that they not only were aware of Oswald, but they were coaching him. They were manipulating him. They were positioning him to be the patsy. They were positioning him as a communist.
Incredible. And more is coming out. How would you grade right now, Roger, the Trump administration, 166, 167 days, whatever it is in? I mean, overall, I'm seeing stunning success here.
Well, I mean, let's go through the list. USAID, the slush fund of the radical left, defunded. Our border crossings illegal border crossings are down by 96%. We are deporting hundreds, thousands of dangerous illegal immigrants. We have finally beaten back the judicial tyranny where some district judge can issue an order that affects the entire country. Trying to tell the president he can't negotiate a tariff agreement. Of course he can. Trying to tell the president that he can't deport dangerous illegals. Of course he can. You have these tariff agreements that have been announced that are bringing billions of dollars back in the country. The big, beautiful bill, not perfect, but it's only the biggest tax increase in American history. And 88% of the people on Social Security will pay no Social Security tax going forward, thanks to this bill. Not to mention the cutting of the tax on tips, not to mention the funding for the Golden Dome, which is the strategic defense initiative that protects this country, will protect this country from incoming ICBM missiles. So I think I grade the president A+. Nobody is perfect, but I think he is really taking the bull by the horns, and he's implementing every step of his agenda. Meanwhile, over at HHS, Robert Kennedy is taking on the mandatory vaxxers and Big Pharma, and he's revealing the truth about the COVID vaccination and its lack of safety and efficiency. I think the president is doing amazingly well. One of the side benefits, not benefits, one of the side effects of his near death in Butler, Pennsylvania, not only a greater serenity and a certainty that his life was spared for this very mission, but also, Alex, a sense of urgency that we have 4 years to save this country, 4 years to turn around an ocean liner. And he is doing it as aggressively as humanly possible. He's a winner. He's a fighter. I think his appointments across the board have been extraordinary. The giant disagreement within MAGA, I recognize those who were concerned, but what he did in Iran, frankly, I agree with. A surgical strike, no boots on the ground, no long-term commitments, not taking out the oil refineries, not taking a drone and killing the Ayatollah, trying to push them back to the peace table. That's the Trump.
Well, let me raise that before I get into another controversy, him and his amnesty announcement that he'd actually said before. Demonizing Tucker, and I had a brain for it. I said he was interviewing that Ayatollah. No, it's the president, which everybody's done. The demonization of Tucker as non-American, as a traitor, for letting the American people hear what the Iranian president has to say. What do you make of that attempt by the neocon regulars and their talking points, the Shapiros, the Levins? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
First of all, let me correct myself. The big, beautiful bill had the biggest tax cut in American history. I misspoke. What they're trying to do to Tucker is absurd. Why are they afraid to hear what this guy has to say? By the way, I think he's going to reveal himself. No one's claiming that he's a great man or that Islam is not dangerous. We admit all of that, but I think that the war hawks are disappointed. You see, they wanted this to be another Afghanistan. They wanted this to be another Iraq, and that hasn't happened. Here's the difference. We went to war in Iraq for no reason whatsoever. No, Dick Cheney lied to us when he told us they had yellow cake uranium to build nuclear bombs. And he lied to us when he said they were involved in the attack on America in 9/11. Those were two lies.
And they lied said they had anthrax.
Indeed. Here, there is no question that the Iranians were developing a nuclear device. a nuclear weapon that they would then share with their proxies. This is not like the Japanese and the Germans in World War II, where they wanted to destroy us, but they wanted to live. This is not like our struggle with the Chinese or the Russians, who want to destroy us, but they want to live. These are people who have no problem whatsoever killing themselves as long as they can kill us. And that's why this is a particularly dangerous threat. That's why I fully support final decision made by the president to go in on a limited basis to destroy their nuclear weapons development program.
And then that takes away Netanyahu won't have a full war. It's certainly working out so far. Very dangerous gamble, but it's working so far. So let's keep going with the luck of Trump. Final question. I know Trump said we're going to clamp down on the border and make a way for people that aren't criminals other than the cross the border illegally, but who don't have big rap sheets of rape and murder and drug dealing and, you know, human trafficking and all the rest of it, for farm workers and things. And I live in Texas. I know the Texas border, South Texas. There's nobody down there but the farm workers that come across, basically. Trump always said he was going to do that. Now, I'm for a moratorium. I think we've been totally overrun. But at the same time, after he gets a Supreme Court win, after they scale up deportations, he says, listen, for people that aren't committing a bunch of crimes, you know, that aren't here, you know, committing crimes, we are going to create a system with the farm workers to come and leave. Same thing with hotel workers. He already has a system that's legal to do that. So that's exactly what Trump said. So I think, I'm going to debate Nick Fuentes on this tomorrow at 1 p.m. I think it's unfair to say this is a promise broken, and he's putting huge pressure on scaling up. And he always said that they would create a mechanism for people that aren't hardened criminals and do provide something to have a path to come back legal, but he wants that control in. Here he is in Iowa over the weekend. People are really pissed about this. I think it's a misrepresentation. Here it is.
Tom Homan. And we're working on legislation right now. Susie, right? We're working on legislation right now where farmers, look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases where, not here, but just even over the years, where people have worked for a farm on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously. And we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart. And we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible. And I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious radical right people, who I also happen to like a lot, they may not be quite as happy, but they'll understand, won't they? Do you think so? Madam Secretary, look at you with a white hat on. Do you think they'll understand that? You're the one that brought this whole situation up.
All right, so I'm not an apologist for this. I see both views, but he was always clear he was going to do this. Control it, make them come back legally, those that actually perform a service. What do you think, Roger?
If people are working and they're paying taxes and their employer will vouch for them and they have no criminal record and no criminal intent, but there is no work in the country that they come from, then yes, I think there should be a program to allow them on a regulated basis to be in the country. When he speaks of radical right, I think he's talking about you and I, Alex. I don't know. But yeah, he's always been a pragmatist and is obviously clear that he's about business. And therefore, farmers, restaurant owners are saying, look, I can't find anybody to take these jobs. These people aren't criminals. They will pay taxes. I will vouch for them. I think having a program under which they're allowed in the country is entirely.
Well, yeah, I mean, Trump always said we're going to shut down the illegal, do whatever free for all, and they'll create a program if it's controlled for some to come back. He always said that.
Well, and the greatest priority continues to have to be a focus on those who are convicted of crimes in their country or this country. The most vicious criminals should be, I think, are Tom Homan's number one priority. I think we're talking about 30 million people here, Alex, not 20. And deporting 30 million people will not be easy. But let's get rid of the most dangerous criminals first, not those who are fully employed, paying taxes, and not hurting anybody.
Well, there's no doubt. But whether you agree with that or not, and I can see both sides, Trump was always honest about that and said he would do that. All right, well, we're going to continue to watch this, stonezone.com. Roger, thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Coffee. Follow me.